Searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right
feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Sprint, providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar. School of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
Put your best shoes on to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire. Seven-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, all through the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design. There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah. I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see. There's poison in my blood. Yeah, feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to week number 1 of the LPL Summer Split. We are ready and rearing to go to get into our second day of games. After yesterday's excellent affairs, we've got 2 more exciting matches coming up for you later today. You can see the audience is packed full for one of our largest rivalries in LPL history. That's going to be happening later today, though. But of course, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk today is Zach Rusty Pie and Indiana Frostgear in Black. And it already feels like we're back in the swing of things. Day 2. Alrighty, what have we got? 11 more weeks to go? Easy peasy.
11 more? Yeah, there's a lot of League of Legends, I think, left to go, but it's very easy to get back into the swing of things, of course. And off-season doesn't mean we stop casting.
Exactly. Off-season doesn't mean the teams stop practicing either. Some teams that we actually saw just yesterday performing remarkably well was our victorious teams in those games. And spoiler alert, if you haven't watched it, we're about to spoil it right now. Frosco, I can already see the grin starting to form on your face. LGD going 2-0 over JD Gaming.
I know.
Walk us through it.
You're still not used to it yet. The artist formerly known as the QG Reapers, now known as JD Gaming, faced off against LGD with their new mid laner Cool and had a phenomenal entrance and first performance. It was 2-0, it was dominant, and it was Imp pulling out Callista.
Yeah, Callista, definitely an interesting one. They first picked that as well. Cool being in the roster made them look a lot better for LGD up against JD, but we still don't know if this is LGD looking fantastic. Yes, there are reasons to call them better already, but JD Gaming, they've got a lot to actually improve on themselves. Their roster was not solid. Even though the core was there, they definitely lost their identity and need to reassess what they did.
Yeah, and another team whose roster didn't quite look as solid as we hoped was in our first game of the day yesterday in RNG. They suffered an 0-2 defeat against OMG. And obviously a lot of the attention was on their new support bottom lane, but I don't think we can keep all our focus down there.
I mean, you already mentioned it, Dom, this idea that the teams were still playing in the offseason. We had Demacia Cup. RNG, for the first time ever, were the Demacia Cup champions this time around, so we had big things going for them into this summer split. You know, they came second in spring, they won Demacia Cup, and then they come in and they just get blown out of the water by OMG. And where LGD were commanding, OMG were even more dominant. We knew that they were going to be contenders, but now they're looking like the best team in their group, at least after the initial look.
And that's the thing, right? RNG won Demacia Cup, so they should have at least, if nothing else, what you can take from that tournament is they had momentum, they were prepared, they were warmed up, and they should have been hitting the ground running. To get 2-0 by OMG actually speaks really well towards OMG as a team, but at the same time, if you did watch this set, it speaks really poorly to the way RNG played it out. MLXG did not look like his normal self, completely exposed, and they lost the game slowly without fighting.
Yeah, and let's actually transition this forward towards some other teams later today. We'll take a look at the identities of them. First up, we've got EDG versus Dan Gaming, and after that, our big highlight matchup. Not quite our match of the week, but this is the longest-standing rivalry in the LPL right now. It's WE and IG.
Yeah, with a modern twist. Of course, Dan Gaming in our first game, our promoted team from the LSPL, they took down Vici Gaming to be here, so very exciting to see how they'll look now that they've come through the offseason.
Yeah, and as you can see, our current standings are, of course, our 2 winners yesterday. OMG and LGD currently tied for first place. That's right, Rusty. LGD currently have the most wins in the LPL group. Of course, it is only day 1.
Yep, they certainly do, Dom, and I don't know what to say past that point. Will it stay the same? Will it change? Only LGD knows. We don't.
Exactly. Yeah, we had a long conversation at the end of the desk yesterday in which you, Frosk, were specifically excited for LGD's future moving forward, but we'll get back to them later this week. Now, moving forward towards this next set of the games, as I was mentioning, the identity for some of these teams. Let's look towards our first matchup, EDG and Dan Gaming. First up, EDG. They are not living up to the dynasty. I remember their motto specifically being, you're either first or you're last, Ricky Bobby. And now...
That's actually, they quote Ricky Bobby as their motto.
Their
apparently.
actual motto is fight back with results.
Yeah.
But Ricky Bobby is great.
Yes.
Yeah, this is EDG 3.0, effectively. We make the joke about like the new Degrassi coming in. They have so much new talent, a lot of developed talent coming through. I believe they're starting their new top laner tonight. Very young. They've also got a new AD carry. He's not starting tonight, but he is currently on their sub roster. So there is the possibility that we see him later on. And it's just EDG, you know, gone are the days of Clear Love, gone are the days of Deft and Pawn, and they're no longer the greatest team in China, but they're still a great team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it feels like what they've decided, what they've built around now is Mako primarily, but they've also grown out a little bit more, and Scout's going to be now one of the most experienced members and almost leader roles within this team, which is weird to say. He's a super young player, and it is primarily Mako, but from them, they're going to build rosters around it. Zet, yes, he's position may well be in jeopardy now that there is a superstar labeled as a prodigy actually coming up behind him, and the top laner changing over here and there through the rosters. They've got 2 top laners now with Koro gone, and they want to constantly find what is the best.
And then the last name that we need to mention is Fire Loli, now known as Ice Loli. Same guy, different ID. I thought he was doing fine with the previous one, but that's whatever. And this guy's really coming to his own. You know, the first time when he was on bench behind Clear Love, I believe he died to red buff in his first professional game.
0-6.
And went like, 0-6, something abysmal like that. But he's really turned it around, and he's become that pivotal piece that the roster needed next to the likes of Scout.
Yeah, and this is something that we have to talk about with EDG as a whole, the fact that this is a team that's in it for the long haul. Of course, they want to try to win this split, but they have got a huge development program going on behind the scenes, which is turning out super talented players like the likes of Audi, who we're going to see play today. I don't even know his name, these replacement AD carry
It's Xiao, who, it's like a very long name, and it starts with Xiao.
I literally wrote Prodigy, so we're hoping that he can show up.
Prodigy.
Yes.
But speaking to EDG's development, you know, when we were over in China, we got to visit some of the teams. Literally the night that we visited EDG, they had 40 different players in there, all playing in-house 5v5s, and they were trying to decide who was going to be their LSPL representative, Team Fighter. The winner of that tournament did become Team Fighter, which has now been recently bought by Messiah, so EDG are investing so much energy and so many resources into trying to find young Chinese talent and then build it up to this moment.
And it's great to see, again, a lot of what Coach Aaron wants to do with the teams. He's built up this whole legacy now. The LPL has a future because he's trying to make it have one. And sooner or later, you know, a couple of years down the road, all of these players will crop up, and Aaron's probably going to be the result of maybe 90% of all of our new prodigies that actually exist now within the realm of the LPL. But in saying that, what currently is happening is exactly as Froskerin mentioned, legitimately a tournament run by the organization of EDG to decide who will be in their team, not even in the main roster, and there was so many people there.
Yeah, and their opponents, though, you just saw a little bit of them on your screen. It's Dan Gaming, the newcomers to the LPL. It's going to be exciting to see whether or not they can match up, because this is a team that just promoted into the LPL just a few weeks ago, and now their first opponent of the split, heck, their first weekend, is against the likes of EDG, and later this week against Team WE.
They may be a brand new team coming from the LSPL, but they do have some old school names on it, particularly in their mid lane there in Goon. So he got to face down Bengi and Easy Kun and got his revenge from the LCK by relegating both of them, and he now leads this team. That's who you need to pay attention to, is their mid-jungle synergy. Although we were told, preparing for them, like, you gotta pay attention to their jungler. Karen, he's the other Korean import. He's very aggressive. He likes to set up for his team. But it was really their bottom lane, Choo Choo, the AD carry that went off and got the first pentakill in the LPL for spring.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, can he continue that reign of terror almost? It was over Vici, and Vici's bottom lane was getting progressively better as the last split went on. Obviously not as good as Choo Choo and what is now Cat were able to be themselves as we go through the roster.
Yeah, it's going to be Lives in the top lane, Karen in the jungle, Goong in the mid lane, along with Choo Choo and Cat showing up in the bottom.
So we do have the bottom lane to highlight, but it is always going to be Karen and Goong that you look towards as the big carries. Big question mark on what Lives will be able to do as well, especially with who he's against.
And on the other side, it is your brand new top laner, Audi, Ice Loli, Scout, Zetmake. I just stumbled. I was like, no, that's Ice Loli.
Fire and Ice slowly. We'll see if he can pull out a strong performance as he makes his return back into the LPL. As EDG, they went down 3-1 in playoffs in RNG in the semifinals, and what a lot of people were expecting to be the most hyped match just a month ago coming into this. And now they've got a new top laner. They've let go of Koro, who's been with the team since effectively the dawn of time.
I mean, he started with EDG when they formed in 2014. He was their very first top laner. He was brought up by Clear Love, so...
And where did he go, Frost?
RNG.
That's going to be so hype.
Yes. We're looking forward to seeing him. But for me, I'm looking for this to be a pulse check for EDG. Are they going to be coming out of the gates at full speed, or is this just an opportunity to sort of let Audi, around the reins a little bit? Let him sort of prance around the stables before you put him on the main stage.
You almost said Jeep there.
I really did.
No, it's absolutely that. It's a question of what form is EDG in. We know that their new top laner has a carry-oriented streak. He's supposed to be a hard carry, very aggressive top laner, but we don't really know much more outside of that. Across from the likes of Lies is one of the weaker points of Dan Gaming. He likes to play Rumble, but I feel like enemy teams also like it when he plays Rumble.
Yeah.
It's not the cleanest performance, and again, he's never going to be the focal point. So we'll see these two new top laners kind of start their careers off in the LPL.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be exciting to see how they match up. But once again, it's Dan Gaming versus EDG Gaming. Looks like Dan have opted to start with blue as we get ready for champion select for game number 1 of today. And you can see the coaches on your screen. Dan Gaming, the most recent coach to join in this roster. And already we are racing through these bands.
Former LGD and OMG coach standing behind Dan Gaming.
We'll keep an eye on his pick and ban phase as he now has to compete with the likes of EDG. Already you can see Fiora and Thresh banned, and there is going to be Shen and Talia taken away as well. So it looks like EDG trying to limit some of that map movement that was Dan's strong point in the promotion tournament.
And from what we've seen yesterday coming into today's games, the LPL has already forged itself a new meta that involves Thresh and Fiora as must bans at all times because it's just the best champion to ever grace their eyes, it seems.
One champion that will go through, though, with that Gragas and Lulu to follow it up is Zac. He has been almost perma-banned since the re-release of him, and now he is immediately picked up by Dan Gaming.
And for very good reason, Dom. You don't often see a Zac, because when you do, you often find the Zac winning. You would say pretty standard bans coming out of Dan here, with the Fiora, which is weird to say, but the Thresh, Lulu, 2 support champions taken off the board. But you've got a Shen away from Lies, and a Gragas, which is away from Karin and Lies in particular. They leave open the Zac anyway, so super curious from EDG, maybe testing the waters, or they have a counter pick ready.
Yeah, they very well could. I mean, it's been almost a month and a half now since Zac has been reworked, and though EDG has been practicing in the meanwhile and participating in the Demacia Cup, now is the time to see where it counts. Galio has been picked up for Audi. We'll see if he's going to take that in the top lane or if Scout will take it into the mid as Ice Volley returns to his staple Lee Sin.
Yeah, so we're looking towards the next picks out of Dan Gaming as well. Ashe is one of the better ones. If your AD carry wants to play more of a utility role, if you've got a Zac to engage, Ashe is able to complement that super well. And there's also going to be the potential threat of maybe picking a Karma just to have an outright winning 2v2 bottom lane, but may not be the case.
Yeah, Karma's been a huge priority in the LPL as well. And paired up with the likes of a Zac and an Ashe, that could be a very spicy composition, but it looks like we're going to get Goong on his Jace.
And almost like an addition of Siege to the composition already, just having the Shock Blast Gate combos, the ability to take down turrets, maybe even side lane, if that's how the state of the game actually breaks out. Goong has been, so far, the limited sample size in the LPL, a very good mid laner, but the champion could still flex to top.
Yeah, and he's going to have to play up against Scout in the mid lane. And with that cannon lock, that could go to Audi. Heck, that could even go to Zet. We'll see where that ends up being flexed as EDG aren't showing their hand just yet with their picks. As we get now into the second round of bans, Orianna taken away by Chance. So it looks like they are expecting that Jace to go towards Lies, in fact.
Yeah, so it seems, of course, with the Orianna, you're expecting something along the lines of the Syndra to be taken off the board. So mid lane focus from both of these guys. Will Ahri actually just come out as well as LeBlanc, and that's just going to be your 4 mid lane bans? It's entirely possible here. But there's also just other champions or lanes that you might want to focus. Again, we mentioned the Karma. It can do 2 roles.
Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising to see EDG so respectful of that bottom lane. Cat was so important for Dan Gaming's play in the promotion tournament. His Lulu was, I think, the most aggressive Lulu I've seen since Pawn played it on EDG so very long ago. And again, that was a mid lane versus a support style Lulu. As the shot caller, they are saving that pick for quite some time. So we'll see how they decide to change things up. If EDG will go for that bottom lane pick here, or if they will continue to sort of focus out Goong and try to attack the weaknesses instead of the strengths of Dan.
Yeah, well, so far it definitely is focusing Goong, getting a Kassadin off the board, it looks like, as well as the Braum now taken away from Mako. And that, to me, is a actual really good ban. They've now got 3 supports taken off. It'll kind of force EDG's bottom lane to do something a little bit different. If they want to be the Tahm Kench, I would suggest that as a counter to the Ashe. Maybe the Zac, but Zac hits all of them. So that's where Tahm Kench becomes a little bit void.
Ooh, they're actually going to lock in the low mobility Varus AD carry. Alrighty, still some flexibility, but actually, no, that works out now as Galio mid, Kennen top. So with that final set for EDG, seems like they've finally shown their hand. They're coming in with 3 queens. Is it enough? Dan Gaming, they're going to pull a king out of their pocket as they pick Rumble for Lies in the top lane.
Yeah, so they put themselves with the Jace mid, the Rumble top. All of the flexes have been revealed now for these teams as the final pick remains for Dan Gaming. A bit of extra damage doesn't go a long way with the comp they've already got, but crowd control will help them even more. So why not have both?
Yeah, Zyra very excellent at both of those things. Now locked in for Cat. Excellent offensively and defensively. Has to be a little careful going for wards, though, as Mako, with a big grin on his face, finally returning to the LPL stage. He hovers Tom Kench right now. Could be great for keeping his carry safe.
Yeah, now Tom Kench, we mentioned, can be good. You want to diffuse some engages, Ash Arrows, Zyra, but there's also going to be the option of, you know, the Zac, the Rumble Equalizer, all of these things that can actually take out your entire team. And Karma being the lock-in here for EDG into the support position, to me, speaks towards being able to do a bit of everything. You know, Karma, multi-purpose champion, good at lane control, keeping up with the Zyra, also good at shielding the team from equalizers and whatnot. So I feel like as far as picks go in the support role, Karma is one of the best, but it also makes the most sense here.
Yeah. And with that now rounded out, we've got both of our compositions. Dan Gaming, they've got some very long range and some very high damage. Not to mention the fact that they're going to hit some power spikes rather early on, whereas we look at the likes of EDG, you've got a tank Galio in the mid lane. And a lot of the damage is going to be coming out of Zet and Mouse on that Kennen. I'm curious to see, does anyone go AP Kennen anymore?
No, nobody does AP Kennen anymore.
Just as a matter of state in professional league.
Yeah, I just haven't seen it. It just doesn't
That's
exist.
such a bummer.
If it does exist,
quite
that's
like,
great,
yeah.
but like, go for it. But AD is better.
Okay, yeah. There's nothing quite like the slicing Maelstrom flank, catching 3 people and just shredding through their health. But you don't get that with AD Kennen. People still try flanking, and why don't I do any damage?
Yeah, you get the occasional Kennen that'll just stay in his lightning rush and not actually auto-attack, forgetting that he's an AD Kennen after all. That's a big problem for some of them, but I feel like after this much time, it's been adapted towards, and they should be better flankers, better players.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be really interesting to see how Audi specifically plays this style of Kennen in the top lane, because he is going up against the likes of that Rumble. Does he go for the flanking and split pushing, looking for the objectives with the rest of his team, or does he? Or excuse me, I totally phrased that incorrectly.
You're going backwards. I know what you're saying, though. Yeah, so Audi playing the Rumble, how will he go up against the top laner here?
Yes.
Or did I say that backwards?
No, you said it backwards.
Lies on Rumble.
Yes, lies is on Rumble. Audi is on the Kennen. I'm talking about the play style. Does Audi commit to a side lane, or does he commit to his team?
Well, look, Audi, you're playing a champion like Kennen, you usually do commit to a side lane no matter what. When you highlight this matchup between a Rumble and a Kennen, Kennen will be the one that wants to side lane. Rumble, for the most part, wants to group up, get the equalizers down, actually have the team fights. And a lot of that will come down to the neutral objective focus for these teams. With a Rumble on your team, with a Zyra, with an Ashe, Jace, and a Zac, all of Dan Gaming's team composition is very well purposed towards these sieges or these objective fights. Around the Herald, Dragons, and the Baron is where you expect to see these guys prosper.
And of course, the Kennen was picked after the Zac, Ashe, and Jace, so perhaps this could have been sort of a mid-draft swap to make sure they had that flexibility around the side of the map. But as you can see, we've now loaded onto the Rift. It's day number 2, game number 1. It's Dan Gaming's debut against the dynasty of EDG.
And a pretty hard game to start with.
Oh,
I think it's fair to say, Dom, Dan Gaming coming from the LSPL, taking out Vici Gaming, now finding themselves against one of the top 4 teams in the LPL straight off the bat. But if ever there's a way to test the waters, maybe check their ability as a viewer and as the team themselves of Dan Gaming, now's the time to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'll want to beat them.
And of course, later this week, they'll have to play against Team WE. So if they can put a strong showing against EDG and heck, even WE later on, that would be huge news for Dan Gaming. The only team to see really big success coming out of the LSPL was Gu on their return to the LPL just last split.
Yeah, we had Snake starting very strong. QG did well, and then QG again with Joinby bringing them up. Definitely also have performed well, but that's always the first place teams. This is, I think, one of the first times ever we've had a second place team of the LSPL actually promote by taking out an LPL roster in a best of series. And so there's a little bit less expectations, you'd almost say.
Yeah. When you set the bar that high, you really have to sort of taper those expectations down a little bit. Already we can see Zet and Mako burning a lot of mana and health to bully Choo Choo and Cat. Looks like he's missing just a few minions there, 6-4, so nice and pushed back and will be able to catch up just fine. That does mean, though, that Karin is going to be starting off at his red buff, or excuse me, blue buff. He's going buff to buff, whereas Ice Lolly is going for a standard start. And again, Zet and Mako are just being big old bullies.
Yeah, so Mako's walking up to Choo Choo and then throwing his empowered Q at Cat. Zet is also focusing Cat on the Zyra. I hate that his name's Cat because there's a Katarina as a champion. Nidalee's a cat. Everything's going wrong. In saying that, He's focusing out the right target, I believe, anyway. Now Ashe can have a Doran shield, can have 2 potions, a little bit more sustain. Zyra is a very fragile champion.
Yeah.
And if she ever has lane control, usually we'll lose that lane, which is the nature of the Ashe-Zyra 2v2. So as it stands, I'm looking at the right idea from EDG, and pretty much complete control of the bottom lane from level 1.
Trying to take a very early lead and control it, prevent this very dominant bottom lane from taking off. We know that Choo and Cat were important to Dan Gaming's success in the promotion tournament, though we hear that we should be looking towards Goong and Karen to be the primary carries. Well, we'll see how it works out this game, as right now, Choo and Cat are not having a great time.
But as far as this game's panning out, you definitely will be looking towards Goong and Karen. Of course, running an Ignite mid laner as Jace, a ranged champion, up against the melee champion. You should have a slight advantage there. Galio is always able to compensate for that fact, however, and just use his Q, clear the waves, and be perfectly fine, as Ice Lolly is making the first moves.
Yeah, the artist previously known as Fire Lolly. He's actually just being straight up mean as he clears out ward after ward. Takes a lot of damage from Krugs.
That's
and
right, he
those
has
plants.
Smite and Red Buff, so he'll be able to get back up to full health after this camp, if they let him do it, which they're not.
Zet is still just being so mean. Ice Lolly's going to complete a recall. That means Karen gets some time to clear out this top side of the map and go for Krugs. But just the focus from EDG on this bottom lane, they have identified what they want to play around.
And the important part there is that they actually cleared 2 wards, Ice Lolly, by using the Scryer's Orb. So he finds 2, and now the bottom lane has to feel a little bit less safe if you're Dan Gaming, where EDG, they can play confidently knowing that they've got themselves in the mismatch, the 2v3, or at least the 2v2, knowing that Zach's going to respond on the other side of the map. Junglers are about to find each other as well, and so there's more free time to win bottom lane.
Yeah, Ice Lolly is going to force Karen to jump away as Zet and Mako are now getting damage onto this turret. Still no sign of Karen on this side of the map, so it literally is Cat on his own! First blood, Zet!
Welcome to the LPL Dan Gaming. Welcome to your bottom lane,
minutes.
and welcome to your moment of fame. They've actually just put you on a poster. EDG
Oh,
now
no, they're
diving.
going for it. That's Ignite as well. Choo is snared. Zep backs it up as Mako gets out of there and will get another kill. EDG just double killed bottom lane.
Goong is going to come down, maybe find himself a Mako, but even then, that's a lot of resources burned towards just getting a kill. A lot of time spent, and it doesn't actually look like they're going to even get a kill at all. And so far, so great for EDG.
Yeah, you can see Lies now going super hard onto Audi in the top lane, getting a lot of empowered auto attacks, actually forces the flash. So, okay, we've checked in with the bottom lane. Choo and Cat not quite living up to one of the strongest bottom lanes in the entire LPL, at least in the first 5 minutes, but this is game number 1. They have a chance to go back. He's going through the mid lane. Are they lane swapping?
I mean, yeah. Right now, they've just decided that Ashe is a mid laner. We've gone to Season 1, Dom.
Oh, wow.
Zyra will have to come up here in a second. But yeah, you know what? You look at the bottom lane, it wasn't going well, and then they died.
Yes.
And then there's an item disadvantage if you want to take a look down at the bottom of your screen. I wouldn't want to be a part of that lane. I can understand why he would leave. Maybe get 2 or 3 free minion waves in there.
Oh, but Mako shows up. The taunt lands as Choo gets chunked out even more and dies to Scout. Look at that. Adjust the headset as much as you can, Choo. That's not going to help you win this game.
Oh, that poor guy. It's his first game. Ease up. Ashe goes mid. Zyra doesn't come with him. And now Ashe is dead.
Yeah. So perhaps this could be the statement that we were looking for from EDG coming out of the gates. 4th place is not enough for them. So Summer Split, they come in. Hey, you guys are the new kids on the block. You got to beat them up to assert dominance.
Well, Mako's definitely here to make a statement.
Yes.
That's for sure. Scout gets the kill as well. They've got a really strong bottom half of the map. All we're looking at is, can the top half just go equal? That's all you really need to do if the bottom half's winning. But the Zach, he has spent, I'm going to say, too much time waiting for
He's
this.
still waiting.
Still waiting. He knows there's a ward. He watched Audi clear the wards. So he goes to do his blue buff and give it to Goong.
Yep. That does put Choo back in the meat grinder down in the bottom lane as Zet and Mako are just shoving in wave after wave. He's got Flash. Cat also has Flash Ignite.
Yeah, but they're level 6 as well.
They are,
on
yeah.
This side. This is going from bad to worse. Look at the CS difference.
Oh, it's
the
not
experience difference. When will it stop, Dom?
Choo is really far away from level 6 as well. That's 2 minion waves, 2.5.
It's so's Karen because he spent so much time top lane, whereas Lee Sin, Mr. Ice Lolly, has found himself level 6 already, has the kick. He can go bottom lane. Maybe they can dive. They've got a Galio to come down with it. If you get a Lee Sin under the turret. Oh, never
Whoa!
mind.
Flash over the wall. Sonic Wave. He's pinned up, knocked up, and kicked in the face. EDG are showing no mercy.
The vision control, the awareness of where to be, and EDG, no slowing down on the pain train. They are going full speed into the face of Dan Gaming, and everywhere on Summoner's Rift is winning.
Yeah.
Except top, it's equal.
Yes.
But that's okay. No,
Equalizer-
here we go.
Oh, there we go. Equalizer is dropped. Oh, boy. Here comes the
your
hero's
turn.
entrance. Flashed away. You wanted a 1v1. Well, unlucky for you, Lies. That's going to be the first hit. Audi is following up. Scout is trying to catch up as he gives it the old Justice Punch. Lies, you've got a limited amount of time.
There's no flashes for any of these guys.
Oh, he lands
got
it
it.
and gets the stun over the wall. Winds of War is going to do some burn as Scout lands a full duration taunt. Auto! And Scout gets another kill for EDG. 5-0.
And now they're looking to make something happen bottom.
That's an arrow, but that's going to be the miss from Karen. He will pull Mako back in, and finally Dan Gaming get their first kill and put themselves on the board. But oh my goodness, this is not good for them.
And they still had to use the heal just to keep their Zyra alive. Almost goes down to the damage of Mako. Definitely going for the Q-Max on his karma, if you couldn't tell already. The burst coming out of him is quite substantial. It's good to see Dan Gaming on the board. I'll give them that much, but the state of this game, it's not pretty.
Oh my goodness.
This is nasty.
It is.
EDG, I think they want to win, Dom. They're not here to have fun.
What's giving you that impression? Is it the 5 kills or the fact that they're all over the map, or?
I think the Galio is actually doing incredibly well for them as well. Speaking of all over the map, Scout being able to go pretty much anywhere he wants, finding out Goong, then going straight top lane. Good awareness. That means Audi's communicating, obviously. So
This is one of the questions that I actually asked a few days ago. Galio is so strong right now. Is it Scout's specific playing of him being able to move around, or is it just the fact that Galio is so strong in the current meta?
I mean, Galio is strong in the current meta, and Galio can roam around the map. But to be able to do it successfully as a champion like Galio is actually incredibly difficult, right? By design, Galio is a champion that is best when they are running at you. So if you can run at them and make it work, then it does show good communication, right? You've got a champion like a Kennen. Kennen can engage, get guaranteed stuns, but you need to tell him, go now. You need to be in range to go now. It's kind of like a Nocturne ultimate.
Very difficult to communicate across multiple players, but of course, Scout showing a very strong performance so far, and Audi communicating at least well. That's a little bit too much.
He
there,
got a
Karen.
ward. We're good.
Yeah. I don't think he actually wanted to go over the wall. I think he just wanted to ward. Maybe that was a fat finger.
Didn't want to press E.
I don't
know.
He is so far away from T, though. Do you think he uses R as his trinket button?
Wait, your
he might use
trinket's T?
4. Yeah.
It's 4.
I use T. Because T for trinket, and then 1 through 6 for items. Because you have 6 items.
Yeah, and D
slots.
for dance, Dom. Zach's currently looking bottom lane.
He
It's going to be
is,
a 3v3 with teleports up for one of these teams. I would advise that EDG take this, and the Dan
Goes
don't.
Flash chains. Choo Choo is going to sidestep with a flash of his own.
The right decision happens in the end. Zach is there. I don't think he's there to actually fight. I think it's more of a countermeasure. Might get himself something here.
Gets the auto attack and pulls Mako back in. Flash, snare, and they do get a kill before Ice Lolly can respond. Good patience from Dan Gaming, and Karen not showing himself.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is why Zach is a bannable offense. Giving this one over is really unfortunate. The fact that he can Q you, auto attack a minion, and pull you all the way back when you've flashed is dirty.
Huge range.
And I hope everyone feels bad watching it. Nah, not you guys. Just, yeah.
Oh, looks like they're trying to chase. Ice Lolly and Scout. Lies is on the side
got
and
him.
drops an equalizer.
Look at that!
He does get pulled back in. Is he going to be pulled back enough? He's burning down. Shock Blast finally gets it. As the Idol of Duran doesn't pull anyone else in from Dan Gaming. They chase down one, but they're able to pick up these kills on EDG's mistakes, but EDG are still pushing across the map. It's still, what is that, a 40 CS lead for Zet. We're now seeing Audi starting to open up in the top lane.
There is still a sizable lead, but all things considered, we are seeing Dan at least show signs of life.
And in the end, that is very important against the likes of EDG, though perhaps maybe not quite as prepared as they should have been coming into this first game.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It just feels like how the game has panned out from minute one. There's been more control, more thinking, more preparation and strategy out of EDG for sure.
Which bodes well, considering they're coming in against the likes of Dan Gaming, who are a new team. When you've got the top name of EDG behind you, all the power and prestige of this organization, to come in against this lower seed team and still show such a dominant performance.
I mean, absolutely. But then we hit the mid-game, and it feels like Zach is a one-man wrecking crew, and he's starting to bounce back for his entire team. But then we can still look at EDG and say, all things considered, whilst they're making mistakes, that's not unexpected of a week one performance, they are still winning. They are still pushing the lanes. They have the vision there. And it's more just the fact that a Zach is kind of like Evelyn or a Rek'Sai, or even like Shaco in how they gank, right? It's really hard to actually prepare
Unexpected, yeah.
or know where they're going to be coming from. So I guess it's pretty good from the Zach. A lot of patience we mentioned already to be in the right gank positions. And has been giving Dan Gaming something where they should have nothing.
Yeah, and this is something that we talked a little bit about before the show. The fact that Karen is a bit more of a cerebral jungler. He'll try to play around the enemy jungler. He'll try to play around the map. The moment we saw Isolally show up bottom, he invaded, took Krugs, and then tried to see if he could go for, I think, the Raptors as well before he was spotted out by Isolally on the recall. So playing around the map, playing around his team, and I think the most indicative play of that was when he was bottom inside of the brush. He saw Isolally show up for a gank, but he didn't show himself. He waited for the sort of storm to pass by before he leapt out himself.
And a lot of this, to me, actually does come down to the junglers. You're absolutely right. Karen's able to make these plays, but if you look at the draft, they've got a Zach. So Zach can gank, but they've also got an Ashe and a Zyra. That's the bottom lane for them. If I was to gank any lane, it wouldn't be the Jace or the Rumble lane. It would definitely be an Ashe and a Zyra lane. Wherever they go, that's where the free kills are, if you can get in there and close the distance. And that's exactly what Karen's been doing. But it's also that whilst we're highlighting the positives out of that play, the good decision-making, gank of potential kill lane, EDG are still falling for it. And then you kind of have to look at why. And with a Zyra Karma lane that is winning, that is getting 2v2 kills by themselves, that should continue to happen. That should continue to win, but Isolally is never going to be there, it seems. He's never going to be there in time. Either it's because the vision from Dan is better, or because he's the wrong place.
And that's what we saw with Isolally trying to gank bottom, and then very greedily looking for the Mountain Dragon, without any vision of Karen.
Here we go again.
Oh, there's the combo you were talking about. Slicing Maelstrom, Hero's entrance. Scout is 3-0-1.
I don't think Lies could even move from the moment that he got stunned by the cannon, knocked up by the Galio, knocked up again by the Galio, then potentially taunted if it came to it, but he was already dead.
Yeah.
There's no counterplay for Lies in that besides flashing before the stun connects.
Now Karen is going to show up top with Gung. Audi tries to sidestep but gets flung to a minion teleport as he flashes back, and Karen gets turned around.
Karen. Zach. It's unfortunate that Cannon...
That was his ultimate.
Yeah. He used his ultimate, yeah, so he forced the flash out of Audi.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that you can really use to get out of it. He had to flash immediately. But for what it's worth, Cannon still had the flash, so he was able to get out alive. Don't mind me, just tilting by watching a champion.
EDG break down the first third of the game, and now they look towards the Dragon just afterwards to finish off what they started just before the pause itself. They've got Scout setting up some vision around the side.
Zyra's assisting with the Dragon.
Trying to get some wards. They're just going to wait for that plan to time out. Nah, Smite secures it for Isolally as red buff is being taken. And even the Idol of Duran, just in case anyone were able to show up over the wall and try to do some damage. This is EDG just running rampant.
And they get a red buff for Zet there as well, I believe. So 2 red buffs now running around on the Rift. The Mountain Drake, a big one for the team. And now they want Goong.
Ooh, Chains of Corruption will force the flash, as that is a slow coming out. Cat is going to look for Zet. He's got flash, but will be caught in the crowd control.
Well, they've got him.
And that's Isolally following up onto Cat. A kick auto from Audi secures another kill for EDG.
Yeah, he doesn't look for the big play here, Isolally, just for the 1 free kill onto the Zyra. They've got Ashe Arrow, they've got Zach nearby, but he doesn't have his ultimate. So EDG smartly respect that fact. They do back away. They don't have the abilities to go any further. The Scout is just being a nuisance.
He was sitting just outside of vision. His Hero's entrance was just off of cooldown, so he might have been waiting for the next wave or two. But EDG decided to back away, play it safe instead, look for those items now that Zet is respawned.
They play the numbers game appropriately, of course. Now, we are looking at, whilst we're in a bit more of a lull, the skirmish has panned out. Scout has gone for a Frozen Heart. And right now, that Frozen Heart is very good at fighting two of the members on the team. If he ever finds Choo Choo, or if he finds Goong, Scout will never die. But Lies exists as a Rumble, and that's where a potential mismatch would have to actually come into play. So EDG's lane priority, it's super important that Scout just stays mid. So we won't actually see a 1-3-1 ever in terms of lane priority. It might be a 3-1-1, 1-1-3, but it's always one mid.
Yeah. Scout has to keep up, keep away from Lies. As Zet now swaps up towards the top, Cat shows up there as well as Choo Choo makes his way a little bit slower than the rest of his team. And still hasn't completed a single item as we get towards the 16-minute mark. Even Ice Lolly being pulled up with Mako to protect this top tier 1. Should Dan look for something cheesy with the likes of Ashe and Zyra over here?
You know they will. Zet doesn't have a QSS. He does have Flash.
How fast are your reactions, Zet? He knows
got a wild
something is
side
off. Steps forward, still going to be caught by the arrow, and there goes the crowd control chain. Lies, along with 4 members of Dan Gaming, show up to pick up that kill as the wave gets pushed in.
And Cat throws it the right direction, zone him away from his own turret force. Maybe a flash down. The Ashe arrow was guaranteed to connect. There was nowhere for Zet to go after the Zyra reveals himself. EDG, they don't lose the structures. They still lose their AD carry again. The bottom lane of EDG, they're getting picked where they shouldn't be.
Still 6 seconds from respawning. Meanwhile, Audi has been shoving bottom. Lies completes his recall to match it as EDG try to defend up top. And wow, they're going in. Have they got enough? Flash, he's going to get Cat away. Meanwhile, out of Durant does not catch Karen, but a tether will. Mako follows through, and Scout decides to let him off with a warning this time.
What is the interaction with Zac and Galio? When Zac's ulted, because he did ult there, and Galio knocks him up while he's in midair, does it cancel it?
While Galio is traveling, he cannot be affected by CC.
No, I don't mean Galio. I mean Zac was taking people with him, and what if the Galio knocks him up midway?
I don't actually know. While Zac is in the air, I would assume that he's untargetable. Yeah, I would assume that Zac becomes untargetable when he's ulting.
Maybe he doesn't take anyone. Either way, that happened. We'll find out later.
Perhaps, as Rift Herald now being taken by EDG at the 17-minute mark. That means the old Rift Herald buff will expire at 21:15. Ice Lolly needs to actually retrieve the buff, though. There he goes.
And they might use it to break the mid lane. There's an opportunity for them to do that. A bit risky now. It's taken them a little bit more time. We'll see how effectively Ice Lolly can use the buff, because there are still outer turrets to take for free. The question here is, how do EDG want to play this one out? Is it just a place in side lane group somewhere else, or are they going to 5-man behind it? And what we saw from Fnatic in the ULCS.
Oh, yeah.
Just keep going down mid till you get to the inhibitor.
Just run as far as you can behind that buff. Somebody who's actually looking for that playstyle right now is the likes of Audi in the bottom lane on this Kennen. He's been splitting just about the entire game, with the exception of a teleport mid, effectively playing around that teleport cooldown.
And he'll always bring the Rumble down with him, because there's only one teleport on the side of Dan Gaming. So he's going to avoid where the passage of play starts, maybe make one himself, force people to come, and then there's opportunities for Audi to go himself. Teleport's not too far off cooldown for both top laners that are now bottom.
That's going to allow EDG to swap a few members towards top, potentially look for a dive, but Choo Choo got his recall, finished off the Essence Reaver, and Cat was able to make his way under a turret safely, though EDG might look for a turret here. You've got Cat and Karen defending it. Meanwhile, Goong has been trying to keep up with Scout. He's down not too far in CS, but it seems like Goong is the one who's a little bit slower on these rotations. But then again, it's a Jace compared to a Gallo.
Yeah, he's going to be just that little bit slower, you'd have to imagine, as an expectation. Just the Champions kits first and foremost. Secondly, there's a teleport for Scout where there's going to be the Ignite. So Goong was building himself just that little bit extra to winning the lane, where he didn't win the lane because it's a Galio. But at the same time, you know, Ice Lolly did his part, but Karen's a Zac, so that kind of equals out in another way for Dan Gaming's favor, as he's just kind of bouncing places.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Audi trades with Lies as the top tier 1 will fall. Looks like he might try to break down the bottom tier 1. Ice Lolly shows up.
He has the
Rift
Herald buff.
They could look for an inhibitor if they want to go for it, as Zet gets caught by a great ultimate from Karen. Not quite enough to bounce him further away.
He doesn't even use the Herald buff. They can now group mid and do it.
Ooh, Scout's going to try to fight Karen and Goong as Mako and Zet show up. That's a knockup, but Karen still has not dropped into his Cell Division passive. As Dragon is set to respawn in 2 seconds. EDG just playing this bottom side of the map.
This is big, actually, giving the red buff to the cannon as well. The health regeneration above all else with the Blade of the Ruin King. No ultimates there for both of the players down in that bottom lane now. EDG with absolute control, but still, the Rift Herald hasn't been used.
Yeah.
He's holding on to it for as long as possible. You have to wonder what the play's going to be, but Dan have a play.
Yeah, Dan, they're going for the Baron right now. There's a teleport on top of
They
him.
have hard committed.
EDG know this. They are rushing forward. Teleport being used by Scout. Even the teleport from Lies to get in there. Another
They
one
have to
from
back
Audi.
away.
They are calling the bluff. He's snared, trying to get in. The Stranglethorns. Baron picked up by Dan Gaming, but here's EDG forcing the fight. Baron will get out of the pit. Animation a little bit bugged there as Lies will also sacrifice his life. Meanwhile, Karen finally goes down as well. Baron was picked up, and now it's going to be on Goong and Cat, but EDG punished Dan for their attempt.
And there are still 3 dead. The Lee Sin is alive. He's probably going to activate his Herald right now, and he's just done that in the top lane. So all of the gold that was secured by Dan Gaming, 300 apiece. See how that gets matched by EDG during these death timers, as well as the kill advantage, because these turrets will drop.
Tragedy, we didn't get to see the damage there, but you can see it goes down immediately afterwards as Herald will continue to push. EDG take the top tier 1, pressure the mid tier 1, and only now we're starting to see Dan Gaming complete a few recalls as, ooh, Herald actually going to take the time to clear out these minions first. Even Herald is a split pusher, as minions are more important than towers.
It takes a very long time for Herald if there's minions in the way. Any champion can really clear it. But when he gets angry and finds a turret, he just gets a sniff that there's a giant objective in front of him. He'll charge it down like a bull.
Yeah. I wonder if they coded the actual AI of Herald off of an actual top laner. If there are minions, clear minions.
No, because I
Then
think
if turret, clear
if there are
turret.
minions and he ends up in range of the turret, he should auto-acquire the turret.
Yeah.
I believe that's how it works.
Ah, pity. It would be hilarious if you were to prioritize CS.
No
and yes,
way.
you can. Mako gets pulled back in off of the blast cone.
Nasty.
Yeah, as Goong and Cat still with their Baron buff, not for much longer though, are going to try to recover. Still seeing EDG set the pace of the game, about 3,700 gold ahead, but it's not increasing too much. A very, very bold play from Dan allows them to keep relatively even in gold for the time being.
And we've got an adaptive helm coming out of Scout. Not often would you see a Galio actually pick this one up. It's good into the rumbles of the world as well as Cassiopeia, but Abyssal Scepter is arguably just a better item in every single way. If the idea is you're not against 2 of those champions, and because we already mentioned this, he's going to be primarily grouped going mid lane, it feels like that's a lot. Like, that's a lot of item that could be Abyssal Scepter. Could be 10% more damage done
Yeah.
to the champions around him.
He's got the additional Negatron cloak as well, so perhaps he could be looking for the Abyssal Scepter in this.
Yeah, it's entirely possible.
And it's only for this weekend that we can still refer to it as Abyssal Scepter. Next week it becomes the
Mask.
Abyssal Mask.
Yeah.
Yeah. As 710 was still on the Abyssal Scepter. And now we're seeing EDG starting to move across the map. The vision from Dan Gaming focused around that last remaining tier 1 in the mid and bottom lane of EDG. And they are just playing around the map so smartly right now, focusing their gold onto Zet, focusing that mobility onto Scout while using Audi around the map to create pressure points.
This feels a bit like what EDG were doing at Worlds in 2016, I believe. They're just focusing their top laner a lot.
Ooh, flash from Scout as Karen, whoa, will pull him away out of the Idol of Duran. He's still going to try to force
He's
the fight,
just-
though.
he
That
doesn't
is
die.
a massive Galio.
Don't do that to the Galio, he'll kill you. He's level 15.
Shock Blast onto Mako, though. That's where the money is.
They found it.
Yeah.
It took a little bit. It took almost getting your AD carry destroyed by a Galio 1v4.
Wait, we don't want to kill the Galio first.
The thing with Galio as well, for those wondering, he is taking damage. Just got a giant purple bar in front of his health that makes it look like he's not. So even Galios can get confused by that when your health doesn't move. You feel like you've got more than you do, but
Yes.
physical destroys him.
That's going to be recall completed, and Chain Vest as well. This is a big boy. Scout's looking to blow some people up.
He's got some big boy items.
Oh, yeah.
That's for certain.
But taking a look at all of the items, actually, for EDG, you can see the Runan's now finished for Audi, so he's going to be a lot more potent in clearing out waves and split pushing. Phantom Dancer finished for Zet, along with a Quicksilver Sash, so we are seeing some more spikes from EDG. Heck, even a Black Cleaver out of Ice Lolly.
There is an awful lot of items absolutely coming through as it stands. The Runons for Audi in particular, Not going to be much of a kill threat type of item when he could have gone for the Frozen Mallet, maybe towards something else, but his Blade of the Ruined King should suffice for that. And it does mean that this bottom lane is in a very comfortable position for Audi. May not be all in, but Lies is starting to fall behind, and as he hit close to that 16 point, that's possible.
Ooh, Mako forced the flash away as Karen gets hard ejected out of that.
Forcibly removed, for sure. I'm not sure if it was necessary, but that is what happened, as they are kind of just playing around what Scout's able to do for themselves. He's gone to the side lane, they've got Kennen in the other, they've actually got the items to set up the 1-3-1 now. No one really, I don't think Scout cares who goes up against him because he's just Indo mid, like he doesn't die at all.
Bring your
so
whole team.
tanky.
How many people are on your team again? 5? Yeah, that's not enough.
Bring 6.
Yeah. Rift Herald's not in the game. Heck, we'll fight in front of Baron. I'll fight Baron, and then you guys fight me, and then it'll be worth it.
Jace and Rumble are the 2 champions that can probably touch him. Ash's build with a Phantom Dancer and Essence Reaver is not designed to bust tanks.
And now he's got the Gargoyle Stone Plate.
Okay, so Lies is Rumble is the only one that can touch him. Black Cleaver was nice, but it now doesn't really matter. He can just press a button and counteract a lot of the damage.
When surrounded by 3 or more enemies, you gain an additional 40 armor and MR. Ice Lolly giving it the old throw there. Dives into 5 members of Dan Gaming.
I wonder if he was trying to flash kick but got rooted in place as he went to do it with the ward hop. Doesn't work as planned there as the Drake is started.
His flash is on cooldown, so his death will give over the first dragon of the game to Dan Gaming. So we're still seeing Ice Lolly make some similar mistakes to what he did last split.
Yeah, this game definitely started as what was like a 20-minute victory for EDG, and now we're at 26 minutes and there's only 4 to 3k between them. Rather confusing.
Yeah. I have to admit, I was tempted earlier to talk about, like, could this be the return of 2015 LPL? EDG and LGD back at the top of their game, the great rivalry? Turns out no. EDG are dropping kills across the map. They seem to have the same problem they had last split in closing out advantages.
Scout's doing his bit.
He's certainly trying.
I mean, if Audi's bit is to sacrifice himself for a tower, then that's okay. There's 10 seconds until the Baron, but this still gives the inside track to Dan Gaming.
Again.
I can't find any reasons for why these players are dying. Why is he ward hopping into a Zyra when he's got reinforcements nearby? Why is a Kennen 1v3 bottom lane just after the jungler is dead?
And now we've got Dan Gaming as 5 rushing back towards the Baron pit. They got control wards on control wards. Scout even starting the Baron just in case Dan wanted to try something, but they go for it. Zet just completed his recall.
They do not hesitate.
Dan Gaming are going hard this game. They are not at all intimidated by the presence that EDG have had. Ice Lolly lands his Sonic Wave. Now Dan Gaming are going to back away and fire some good harass against the squishier members. Arrow is going to miss.
Oh, they got both.
Actually is going to tether onto Mako and carries him away out of the hero's entrance, interrupting it and putting it on cooldown. Still a very tanky Galio, though, but finally Zet has joined back up with his team and Dan Gaming respectfully back away.
But the poke coming out of Goong is actually starting to mount up more and more. Mako goes back to base. Ice Lolly has been half health. Even Scout, as the super tank, has been brought down to a lot of health missing and has to go back to base. And that could have been an opportunity for them to once again move to the Baron and try and force EDG to come over without recalling, maybe get another team fight when they're low health. But not to be seen, as Ice Lolly is inside the pit where he does not want to be and now has to recall almost. Might do some jungling instead.
He's got his smite. He can get a little bit of health back. As now we get closer and closer towards that later portion of the game, we're starting to see some big pickups. Zanya's Hourglass and Void Staff finish for Lies. He can lay up a huge equalizer, not to mention the last Whisper from Goong, and the Executioner's Calling to start shredding through Scout's massive armor pool. They are preparing for the 5-man fight.
Yeah, they're absolutely starting to build up those items, and not that they should be able to get to those items. They've found themselves in a position to do so. Taking the Baron early was a very nice play from Dan Gaming, and when you really think about it, EDG trying to siege into a Zac, Jace, Rumble, Ashe, and Zyra is difficult without that Baron. The split pushing that comes out of a Galio is relatively weak. He won't die, but he won't take turrets quickly without that Baron buff either. Rumble has a hard time against it. So by taking it, even though they all died for it, it's still the right play anyway from Dan.
Yeah.
A little bit cheesy, brought them back into this game, and they're well
Absolutely.
and truly in it.
I think that's the most important thing that you've said right there. Dan Gaming are in this game. If you just looked at the first 6 to 7 minutes, you would say, oh, EDG have got this easy peasy. We're 30 minutes in. The gold lead has not changed for EDG. They still have not cracked that mid-tier 1 turret. And they are now struggling as Dan Gaming are moving across the map and responding appropriately, putting pressure in the right places and finding picks at the right times to keep themselves in this game. The question is, how long can they keep this up?
We do have a couple of the right items, though, starting to creep up for EDG. You've got the QSS now for Zet. You've got Mikhail's Crucible for Mako. It means that other players don't have to go for a QSS of their own. They can get more of the essential items. You can see that through where they're building now with Scout going support-ish to compensate for the lack of Locket for EDG. Things like that. They are still going to have a very strong 5v5 team fight, but they need their damage dealers to stay alive, and they almost need Kennen to be there as a damage dealer.
Ooh, Karen decides not to take the slingshot as Zet and Mako continue firing ahead. Scout taking a bit of damage from Goon. Karen actually follows up. They're getting a lot of armor penetration here. Scout goes low, drops the idol of Durand as EDG try to force the fight. Great Let's Bounce carries him out of the cooldown. Teleport from Audi, and there's no follow-up. In the back line, it's Lies. Dan Gaming could be winning this fight.
No, not just could be, Dan Gaming are winning this fight right now. They've taken out Scout 40-odd seconds. Baron has been kicked off. EDG are here, but can they stop it?
They're trying to force the flash out of Zet as Karen goes in. Another flash out of Mako, and Dan Gaming are a bowling ball just rolling through EDG, trying to get themselves back into this. They're still at a 3,000 gold deficit, but it's only by the excellent dodges of Zet and Mako that Baron was dissuaded by Dan Gaming.
Absolutely. So with the Baron standing, we do get to take a second to appreciate that Audi got a mid lane outer turret.
He did.
That's
He
a
finally
very
broke it.
important turret for both of these teams to take down. And at 31 minutes, the first one of them drops.
Yes.
And now with that broken, it's a little bit more simple for EDG to play the map better, get a little bit deeper with their vision, set themselves up more nicely, and try and prevent Dan from just hitting straight away. They can place wards where Cat is standing after the wave is cleared to stop a Zac from engaging from there, where he has tried 6 or 7, maybe 1,000 times.
You know, it kind of blurs together at this point. Is it 6? Is
Every
it
time you look
1,000?
at Karen,
It's somewhere.
he's using his elastic slingshot. Whether it's into a wall or into an enemy champion, you know he's charging it somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is just a bit of an enigma. He's quite
ready to
scary.
go. Dan Gaming are actually getting the first look at this Ocean Dragon as it spawns, and now we have identical dragons on the top of the board. Ocean Mountain for the two of them as
they've got
Mako
Mako
with no flash goes down to Gung and Lies. Karen, as you predicted, slingshots forward to clear out this vision. Dan Gaming might be able to answer back and take their second turret of the game.
Yeah, and they can just elastic slingshot again and again. Trying to defend this is difficult, but with no Baron buff for Dan Gaming, Galio still, he should be able to cover this. He should be able to prevent them from getting another turret. And so Dan should move immediately over to the Baron, maybe force Audi to come up because the cannon has no flash, has no teleport, and he's committed to this bottom lane siege. Dan need to force something right now.
Bit of a slow reaction from Dan Gaming on the way out. Audi pushes that minion wave all the way to the inhib and Lies hoofs it. Well, I guess he floats on that scrap shield. But he makes it all the way down there instead of recalling or teleporting or anything.
Rumbles on down to his bottom lane.
Well, there you go.
I don't know what he does. Is it floating?
He floats, yeah. He pulls his legs up. When he has the scrap shield. When he's just walking normally, he kind of walks around like on the big mecha robot. But when he uses his scrap shield, his legs lift up into the shield.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's just not something that I've really paid attention to.
Oh, the animations are excellent. As more really awesome animations, such as Zac, whenever he takes a blast cone, he actually blobs and does like the old Let's Bounce animation. As he looks
And
for
he's also
Scout
got
here
him.
once again. Yeah, Idol of Durand is going to taunt him. I don't know if that's going to be such a great idea. He's so tanky, as that's going to be an additional 40 armor, and MR gets knocked up again. It takes a long time to bring him down, but they just might be able to. Flash is ready, but he goes down to Cat.
That took a very long time, but it didn't take a lot of resources out of Dan Gaming. Goong's able to do enough of the work, and every time Scout tries to ultimate. It gets interrupted as they've also now got Mako.
Yeah, Mako once again dies. That's 2 members of EDG dead. Ice Lolly and Zet zoned away. Audi with no teleport on the opposite side of the map.
But Liza's stuck with him. This is actual threat to the bottom lane. And Dan Gaming, they've got the picks. They finally start the Baron. They need to move quickly.
Yeah, it's up to Karen and Choo Choo. They're trying to take this while the rest of Dan Gaming are zoning EDG away. Scout has teleport in 20 seconds. There goes the blue trinket. Ice Lolly is going to be spotted as Zet eats a snare. They've caught the support. Cat gets kicked back, and that's a knock-up as well. Ice Lolly makes his way around, tries to go for the steal, but drops instead. Baron picked up by Dan Gaming as they are in the lead.
They don't even get the bottom lane turret. Dan Gaming now with the kill lead, the goal lead, the Baron buff. From the jaws of defeat almost, with how the early game went, they just make plays with no hesitation.
Yeah.
And they find themselves in a position to actually try and win.
From within the jaws of the beast itself, they managed to push the mouth back open and claw out. Dan Gaming are slowly getting stronger and stronger, finding their momentum. Maybe a little starstruck as they got in, perhaps their first time playing on the big stage since the promotion. But now that they're on the Rift, now that they're in their game, this is Dan Gaming in their element, and they are looking good.
They definitely are. We'll have to see if they can close out the rest of this game, though. They've got the first step completed. They've got a team comp that's actually quite good at taking down structures, very good at zoning away the side of EDG. They've proven that Scout, albeit a massively tanky member, can die. Need to try and follow this one through, and so far, they're showing EDG how to break structures.
Oh yeah, they're gonna catch up, and they are now at the exact same number of turrets as EDG. This Baron buff is huge for them as they are breaking open the map all across the board. Here comes Scout now recalling to join up with his team as Karen tries to pull some attention away. Snare and harass onto Ice Lolly. He is taking a lot of damage right now.
Someone has to come and help these guys. They're trying to clear the ways, but Baron Buff's going to stop the Galio from being able to do it. If they don't engage, they just lose the inhibitors.
Yeah, the inhibitor turret goes down. Goong is absolutely huge. Scout goes in, looks for Choo Choo and Goong, finds them both. They cleanse. Equalizer in the back as Karen pulls them on top of it. Meanwhile, Ice Lolly goes too deep and goes down. Scout gets a 5-man taunt, but he's got no follow-up. Tries to retreat, but Choo Choo and Goong are doing so much in this siege.
Scout is trying his absolute hardest, Dom, but it's not going to actually get them any kills at all. And so there's no way of stopping the inhibitors, no way of stopping structures from falling. And Dan Gaming, they get the first inhibitor.
Yes, they certainly do. They're going to keep their own inhib defended as well. At the 37.5-minute mark, Dan Gaming break the base of EDG after starting at a massive deficit in the early game. These newcomers are certainly trying their hardest to make a name for themselves here, and EDG, perhaps they might be blushing a little bit at how this game is turning out.
Yeah, and you have to wonder what would happen in future if Dan Gaming don't lose laning phase the way that they did at the start of this one. EDG, they had all of the tools available to them to continue to snowball this game out. Scout, he's been around the map, but everything else just isn't hitting.
Ooh, the arrow forces a flash out of Mako as once again, Dan, as a collective unit, looks so massive.
Speaking of massive, have you seen the size of that blob unit?
Karen is roughly the size of a turret.
Actually, just
actually the size
massive,
of a turret.
by the way.
Absolutely huge.
Found Flubber's father.
Oh man, what a mess that would be. Elder Dragon's up in 10 seconds. Lies is able to push Audi back with the Baroned up minions and an equalizer to take that final tier 2 turret.
This is the size of both of them. This is like what Nautilus is meant to be.
Well, that's the Warden Nautilus, where when you get to that size, you actually, if you stand still, you look like a turret.
Well, his actual size, like, I think it's the lore, is like meant to be like 6 stories or something. Stupidly large.
Or Nautilus?
Nautilus.
Really?
Yeah. He's meant to be actual, like, you saw the cinematic.
Is this the new lore? Oh, the cinematic, yeah.
He's meant to be that large.
Oh man, in the lore, he was just a guy who fell off a boat.
That's really.
And he was in the, oh, I forget where it was. I think it was something to do with the Forbidden, the Isles.
Even the LPL spectators are zooming in on him. Yeah, that was great.
He's so huge. Alrighty, Elder Dragon now picked up for Dan Gaming is Audi, perhaps looking for a bit of a pick, but Goong and Karen, or excuse me, Goong and Lies.
There still
Is
should
he
be a
gonna spot it?
1v1
Oh, he's
for
looking for
Audi. Elder Dragon into consideration, you wouldn't want to take the 1v1, but if they can wait until the buff subsides, and yes, by the way, it was taken, then there is going to be an opportunity for the 1v1 still. They can try and utilize a win condition, so to speak, of Audi just outplaying Lies in that 1v1. But until then, you're looking at the rest of the map. You're looking at an Elder buff on Dan with a Zac that will dive the turret with no regard for the turret existing and probably come out alive on the other side if he hits his targets.
He's charging up right now, constantly keeping that threat ready of dropping the elastic slingshot. Once again, as 5, Dan Gaming sees both mid and top. They pull Audi's attention as he cleared out one super minion wave, but the rest of Dan are on to an inhibitor turret. 6 minions and it's down to half. 6 more and they might be able to break their second inhibitor.
Just so much poke coming out of it. Jason and Ash with the Elder Dragon burn on top of it. There is no stopping this.
They're not even going to wait for the minion wave. They break down the turret and now turn to the inhibit itself. It falls. Dan Gaming, 41 minutes in, are 3 turrets away from winning the game against EDG.
Legitimately just banking on Zet hitting his ultimate. That's the engage tool right now for EDG. No flash on Scout, no flash on Ice Lolly, no flash on Audi either. To get in that backline is extremely difficult when Ash has a QSS. They need Zet to hit a target right now.
Oh yeah. This is Dan now turning onto the turret. The wave gets cleared out, but the turret does as well. Once again, they're diving into the back. Zet gets pulled in upon flash cleanses. There's the hero's entrance backwards to the hero's exit. As Ice Lolly makes his way back in EDG, they are not looking coordinated in this. They are trying to decide what to do as Karen forces the pick onto Mako. He is the first casualty of this war. Lies sets up the perfect Zonya's Flame Spitter to zone them back. Zet is caught. He's knocked up. He's dead. That's a double kill for Choo Choo. They turn onto Audi, but from the fountain he will watch as Dan Gaming push onto the Nexus turrets. They are looking to take game number 1, the newcomers to the LPL. Demonstrating that perhaps even the strongest of dynasties can crumble as Dan Gaming will get even more kills to make themselves feel even happier and take game number 1 over EDG.
It's not the kind of way we expected to start the night, with Dan Gaming taking out Edward Gaming in number 1 here of this set. Rather confusing start though from EDG. They had the tools and then it felt like all of them just washed away slowly as the Zac time and again got the engages. The Ash arrows continued to connect and the Zyra was always in the right place. And slowly but assuredly, they brought their carries up to scratch. Goong did his work late game.
Yeah, and this is the Dan Gaming that we saw during the promotion tournament. The 5-man unit, the very quick and effective movements across the map, not afraid to take that huge 20-minute spawn Baron risk and get themselves back into the game. If they can continue showing momentum and improvement like this team could be a contender.
Potentially. We'll have to see if it continues, right? We can highlight some draft issues later on as we analyze the game, but as it stands, the fact that Dan Gaming got this victory, you have to give them some credit here with momentum even moving into the next ones. They'd be feeling super confident in a match where they would otherwise maybe not.
He even pulls in the ref to be like, hey, check out my damage. Pretty crazy, huh? Alrighty, now joining us on the desk to help break down this game, driving on through, it's Froskuren. Welcome.
Thanks, Dom. That was exciting, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan Gaming come out. We always have big hopes for our LSPL squads coming in. Now, these are not the auto-promoted LSPL team. That's Suning Gaming in the other group. So Dan Gaming actually came third in the LSPL, and had to fight their way through Vici and Snake to get here. Now, they fell down to Snake. They take down Vici, but now they get to add EDG to that list. And look at that damage done. Goong. Big guy in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah. We were supposed to keep our eyes on him and look towards him to really show up, and especially after the bottom lane from Dan Gaming suffered so much. And he really did.
But he definitely hurt his team early on. So there was kind of 2 very interesting plays that I saw here. So yes, it was a beautiful 2v2 kill by Zet and Mako early. You're just looking at Dan Gaming's bot lane, you're like, this has gone from bad to worse. This is really rough. And then they do this really interesting thing where they swap lanes. So Choo Choo is going to go down here. Zet's just going to, Mako is going to pick up the kill in the last tick of the Ignite. But check out what Goong does. He's like, that's a pretty nice minion wave that's frozen for my bot lane. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it. And he actually shoves it, and he reverse freezes it for EDG because he doesn't reset it against the tower, which forces Ashe to be like, I can't go bottom anymore. My wave is shoved up. So she shows up mid. She's like, well, guess what, Goon? You messed up my mid lane, or you messed up my bot lane. I'm going to go mid. Unfortunately, what this does is then Galio also picks up another kill because Mako runs it down. Again, there's the freeze that we were talking about. So Goon not only screws his bottom lane twice, but then he gets screwed himself in mid lane because now Galio has an extra kill. So you're looking at that, you're like, okay, Goon, not the greatest idea. You went from bad to worse there, but they pick it back up because then the Baron happens with Dan Gaming. You know, the 20 minutes, 53 seconds of the game. Russ, you talked about how that was the big pivotal point. 100% agree. My only thing is I think it was actually on the Rift Herald, not just the Baron being picked up, but the fact that the Rift Herald was taken so late. They then got stalled into the fact where they had to stop the Baron, and then once the Baron went down, finally it's like, crap, I've got to set this Rift Herald before it goes off.
Time's
and so
out,
he goes up to the top lane, and what they needed to do is they needed to use the Rift Herald to break the mid lane because they're against a Jace. You know, these champions that can sit back, that can wave clear, and so what this means is that when the top lane falls, they don't even get to break a top inner tower, they can't break the mid tower. So there's suddenly this huge pause and this huge hiatus in the middle of game where Dan Gaming then just get to sit back, get closer to that level 16. They have a massive 5v5 composition with the likes of the Rumble, the Zyra, and the Zac. And I think it's that moment right there. If EDG want to go back and be like, where did we lose momentum because we were so far ahead in the early game, it's the fact that this Rift Herald was used top and not mid lane. Because you can see, Galio, he wants to go out into those side lanes. Kinnon's in the bottom. They're trying to say, we can't take the mid tower. Jace is just going to freely wave clear this whole time, so let's do it somewhere else. But they can't do it. Galio, like Rusty said, he's great at pushing waves, but he's not great at killing towers, and Kinnon can't reach far enough bottom.
Yeah, and from that, we were able to see Dan Gaming sort of stall the game out long enough to take those late game fights, to look for those picks, and eventually crack the base of EDG. But now to actually talk a little bit about the matchup in particular, this is not what we expected from this matchup at all. This is the third place LSPL team defeating the third/fourth best team in the LPL, the big boy leagues.
And for me, a lot of this is actually the draft. You know, Galio can't kill turrets, but Galio also doesn't do damage. They've got a Lee Sin that'll drop off. They've got a Cannon that wants the split push, and they're relying heavily on a Varus and a Karma to be their damaging units, but they're getting ganked. They're being killed constantly, so they're never going to be ahead. And EDG got to a point where they're like, all right, we're 3k ahead. It's all on a tank. He can't do anything because they'll be able to out-damage us if we skirmish anyway. Let's just scale our Varus and slowly lose the game as continuously Zac will engage time and again because EDG can't take anything.
So is this a draft thing then? Was it just the fact that they allowed Zac to go through?
I mean, draft is a huge part of it, as Rizzy is saying there. The thing is I'm tired of this being an excuse for EDG. This has been a problem for them for, 3-4 splits now? And they've gone through 3 different drafting coaches, Rapid Star, Aaron, and Nofe, and there's always been, one of the things that we leverage at EDG is that their draft, it's kind of questionable. You know, they take a long time to adjust to new patches, they not really pay attention to OP champions, and they get burned by it again. And it's at what point is something fundamentally going wrong with EDG's philosophy about how this organization is playing the game if they can go through 3 different coaches and still have drafting problems consistently?
And I don't know who outright is the caller for these drafts, but Thresh is banned and Zac is first pick. Now, Thresh is one of the good picks into Zac if you're going to let it through at all. And you'd feel like EDG shouldn't come into their third ban phase saying, we need to get rid of Gragas because Zac doesn't matter.
Gragas and Shen.
Yeah.
Both of those banned and Zac goes through and they're like, I don't know.
And I mean, arguably, Lies looks better on the Rumble than he would on any of those anyway. Shen's not that great right now. There are options against it that you'd be much more happy with if you're EDG. So, yeah, look, they just ended up getting outscaled through the draft. I do think that's, excuse or not, the biggest thing.
Well, then looking forward, then what are we expecting from EDG coming into this? Obviously, ban Zac, but they had momentum. As you said, they're going backstage. They're going to look back at this mistake where they did lose the momentum. How do they keep it moving forward in Game 2?
It's really little things. I know I picked on the Rift Herald because it was forced top. It should have been mid, but there's also that thing where, the bot tower was at 10% HP for so long, and EDG looked to gank bottom before they decided, we burnt the flash, Varus flashes forward, Ashe flashes, they dodge it, like, okay, let's go back and do our thing, and then they get caught out mid. But it's like, why not just continue to commit? Galio was already making the rotation down bottom. Even if you didn't pick up the kill on Ashe, you've got 4 members there. You're going to overwhelm that tower and take it for free. And it's just those little things. It seems so micro in the scheme, but like, that's the wasted momentum. That's the 30, 45 seconds that EDG lost there.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can see them recover. Of course, Dan Gaming on the other side looking very good in game number 1. Their momentum should hopefully continue in game number 2 because that laning phase was not good for them. I think the only person who went even close to even was Lies in the top lane. And now that they were able to take a win, hopefully they'll be able to come into game number 2 and recover and show at least a little bit more poise during that laning phase so they don't have to claw back from such a deficit. It'll be exciting to see whether or not they can actually do that because, again, that's going to come out to draft and how they actually decide to play that laning phase overall. We're going to go ahead.
Dom's looking for his throw.
Somebody gave us the break, and looks like we actually got the MVP coming up right now. It's Karen who's going to take that.
Beep, beep, move over. Yeah, jungler Karen on the Zac. No surprise that he picks up the MVP. I personally would have given it to Goon, but I understand why they were giving it to the facilitator rather than the finisher for all these plays.
And frankly, I do see why he is much more of an MVP than anyone else is going to be in this game. He was making plays, and for me, the biggest part was actually every time they found the Galio, they killed the Galio. And whether Scout planned it or not, whether Karen planned it or not, every time he used his ultimate, it was cancelled. Whether it was an elastic slingshot, a Q auto attack, or even the ultimate, which cancelled it as well. Karen was on the ball. He was targeting the right people.
Yeah, and that sort of prioritization is super effective against the likes of a team that has all of their gold onto one specific person. Though, really, we can't expect him to get it in game number 2, can we?
No, you wouldn't assume so, but again, we've seen bigger draft blunders from EDG in the past.
Well, hopefully that we can see them recover and move forward. Already we've seen growth from 2 organizations in the LPL in yesterday's games. Now we might get the chance to see the growth in a 3rd, but question is, will it be EDG or Dan Gaming?
And you have to question if it's growth or if it's going backwards a little bit if EDG end up getting 2-0'd here, because they want to bounce back and they should end up coming out like 110% serious in game 2.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to see if they can do that. We're going to go ahead and take a break while we get that next game ready. Don't go anywhere. The LPL will be right back just after this. Welcome back, everyone. It is day number 2 of the LPL Summer Split, and we're about ready to get into our second game of our first match of the day, in which the newcomers to the LPL, Dan Gaming, just took game number 1 against the very heavy favorites of EDG. And it was not a smooth win, it was not an elegant win, but it was a win. And they were able to close out a game against one of the best teams in the league.
I mean, there was some brilliance in it. The fact that Dan Gaming pretty much rushed towards Baron, calling out EDG's bluff when they moved towards the Dragon. So while it was still very scattered, very hectic, very chaotic, there were peaks of brilliance in terms of Dan Gaming's macro play, especially in the mid to late game.
Yeah, for what it's worth, right, I still think Dan Gaming did play that part of the game, right? But with EDG having a 4,000 gold lead super early in the game to then throw that all away, they drafted a little bit weirdly, they executed super slowly. Firelolly was having these moments where he was just brain lagging and ward hopped into his own death for no reason, then flashed into more death. Like, I just don't understand some of these things that EDG were doing. And it felt like Scout was trying his absolute hardest to carry the team that were trying really hard to lose past about 15 minutes.
So we are seeing a change up from EDG in game number 2. They have now subbed out Ice Lolly, and Clear Love, the man himself, is making a return.
We just got through saying, you know, the days of Clear Love are past. There's no more death. There's no more pawn. This is EDG 3.0. And then they just knee-jerk reaction.
Let's go back to 2.1. The 3.0 build isn't working. Too many bugs.
Let's
The
take
days
this.
of Clear Love are now.
Yeah.
They have not passed. He's always been a part of the team. He's a big part of the identity of the team. He's always going to be playing within them, right? His work ethic has been admired by all of the players that work with him. And hopefully his renewed confidence and happiness, he came out saying he was much more happy playing League of
He's
Legends on
just having
stage now.
fun now.
That's important for winning games on stage.
Yeah, we've actually seen that same mentality out of the likes of Kid at the end of the LPL split just last month, where when he was playing super seriously and competitively, his play actually suffered. But once he actually committed to stepping back, his play improved.
And to put it simply, right, the reason that these players are starting to find themselves happier, having more fun on stage, to me is just not only are they experienced members of the team, they're not taking the blame as much anymore.
Yeah.
If you go onto the bench for a bit, people will find a reason to blame someone else. And when it's the consistent Koreans that might actually get the blame for once in their lives, then maybe the Chinese players feel a little bit more confident.
I mean,
actually a big thing.
I 100% agree with that. You have to think back to EDG at Worlds when they fell down to INTZ, and it was recorded in the interview that Deft came back and he started crying. Who do you think gets the blame in that situation? Yeah, Deft played phenomenally well and Clear Love maybe dropped the ball, but the Chinese fans, these fan bases are massive and they are very vocal, and all of that gets amplified and all of that gets thrown on you. And we know that multiple Chinese players have been kind of struggling with this. You talked about Kid. Clear Love has certainly said things in interviews. Like, to just have that released and to just remind yourself why you're even playing the game, it makes a huge difference. That said, we haven't seen Clear Love play in quite a hot minute. I believe he played at the very end of last split, but for 99% of it, he's been on the bench or behind the scenes.
Well, now we get a chance to see him finally return. Hopefully he has been practicing in the off-season, and he'll be able to show us something new, because one team that will be building a fan base, at least after game number 1, is the likes of Dan Gaming.
You know what the disappointing thing is that we're on 7.10 instead of, oh, he's Clear Love 7 too.
Oh,
and
God,
not,
he actually did it.
Not 7-11 with the new Rek'Sai changes. Because the last time we did see Clear Love, he went back to Rek'Sai despite the fact that she wasn't even in vogue. And now he doesn't even get to play new Rek'Sai.
Yeah.
I'm upset.
I
The
don't want to play
bruiser
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai.
It's like bad Warwick.
I'm not saying she's great. I'm just saying we could have seen new Rek'Sai, and now we won't.
Damn.
Bad Warwick.
Have you seen the ultimate? She screams loudly like she's coming to
And then
get
leaps
ya,
at you.
then jumps under the ground, then jumps
She
at
waits
you.
a few seconds.
Yeah.
If you
She's got to
actually,
prep
like-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, if you care enough to avoid it, you'll just list to the right a little bit.
She's got to stretch.
Give it the Millennium
Get the
Falcon and
warm-up.
just list slowly to the right.
That's why it's bad Warwick.
I'm not going to lie. The first time I saw it in-game, I was actually surprised. And I saw her do the scream and sort of rear back, and I was like, what on earth is she? Oh, God! And she leapt at my face.
No.
So perhaps he could actually break out the old Rek'Sai this time around. We actually did see a bit of a Nidalee hover, and Nidalee has been making some sort of progress, at least in solo queue.
Well, it also made sense because Goon had the J, so
Yeah.
you can mix it up, take more magic gem into the jungle because you do have an AD mid laner. That's also a comfort pick for Karen.
But looks like we're just about ready to get into pick and ban. EDG, they are looking deadly serious. They were laughing and smiling before game number 1, but these are the faces of members who want to win.
You may see a smiling Clearlove, perhaps as one of the only members of the team that will still be happy.
I didn't lose to a newcomer.
He's going to have his shot to try and really stamp the foot down on the new team and show them who the big boss is in this league, and that it is still EDG, albeit with or without him.
The final boss of LPL, is it Clearlove?
No, it's Rookie if you're mid. Clearlove,
if you're mid.
Not even for jungle, I wouldn't even say it's
I'm just saying overall the LPL. I'm not saying best in the role, but
it's like a mental challenge almost.
the mental hurdle. No, Clearlove.
It's playing chess.
Rookie's just the best player in the league. That's a very different battle entirely.
Alrighty, so looking in, last time we got to see Rookie play was against OMG in the playoffs, in which he played Elise, Rek'Sai, Kha'Zix, and Rek'Sai.
Definitely think you meant Clearlove there.
He said Rookie.
I say
champion
It's
select
Clearlove. It's Clearlove. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going through the wrong names here. But yes, we are in Champion Select. Thank you for that, Frosco. Thank you so much for your analysis. Getting into this once again, Fiora and Shen. Where's the Zach? As Dan Gaming are back on blue side.
Yeah, so EDG now have to ban the Zac because they've stayed on red side. If they don't, then we're all going to kind of just scratch our heads as a unit.
Collectively facepalm. Camille banned away from Audi, so again, prioritizing some of those champions away from him. There's the Talia. Oh, we're getting close, Rusty. We've got 2 left.
Look, I don't want to hold my breath and expect them to do or not do something. These bans from Dan Gaming still make a lot of sense. EDG have 1 ban left, and if it isn't Zac, and if Dan first picks Zac, you might actually audibly hear me face
Okay, okay. We can let out a collective sigh of relief as EDG have banned away Zac and now given away Galio.
Yeah, and they will give away the Galio. It's not even really a decision at this point in the game. Dan Gaming just get the better of the remaining champions for themselves. EDG still get a decent first rotation rather here on the red side with their first 2 picks. They can look towards their jungler. They can prioritize their support player if they want. They've even got AD carries in abundance there still remaining if they want to prioritize something like the Ashe for their team, for Zet, and to take it from Juju.
Put him onto something a little bit more uncomfortable. We saw him get that pentakill on the likes of Caitlyn in the promotion tournament. He had a huge performance. And yeah, there's the Ashe locked in, as you mentioned. So we've got a return towards Lee Sin for Clearlove 7. It's been a very long time since we've seen him play that champion.
And there's a lot of memes for those who are familiar with Clearlove about his ability to play the champion. I would like to squash a few of them, hopefully in this game, because he is a good Lee Sin.
He is.
He just has unfortunate performances here and there.
So yeah,
there's a couple of numbers that surround him and Kid.
Last time we saw him play Lee Sin was against the Rocks Tigers in the 2016 World Championship, and that was a tough matchup for him.
Which is a big part of where those memes came from.
Yes.
But again, Clearlove is a good Lee Sin player. We just need to see it.
As a follow-up, though, Dan Gaming, they're going to stack up on 80 carries. They've already got a tank, so they're going to pick up Varus and now Graves. Looks like EDG, they're going to do the same thing, as that is now Kennen once again locked in.
And one thing that EDG were lacking in the last game, they now have a fair bit of in the next one. Their engage is going to 100% be there with the Ashe added up to the 2 champions that we saw from them last game. When we round out the rest of their team composition, the Karma still works. Zyra is still a good pick that might be prioritized between them, but Tahm Kench as well, something to consider moving forwards.
Yeah, interestingly enough, EDG respect banning away Goon's Jace. Most damage in game number 1. Didn't get the MVP, but certainly worthy of it. Now he's going to have to show us something new. Perhaps could take that Galio. They could give it over to Lies in the top lane to answer Audi's split Kennen again. But that's also a Karma ban away from Mako, and they're banning away Lies Rumble. So EDG, very reactive in this second game.
And yeah, call it a respect ban from Goong. It may well just be a ban to both lanes because they don't know where the Galio is going. Rumble also taken away for the top lane says they don't know where the Galio is going themselves as the forced bans out of Dan Gaming, getting rid of the supports of choice, the 2 strongest, still leaves open the champion that we mentioned already.
Absolutely, that Tahm Kench could still be up, but Zyra, another option. I think more importantly, removing those protective champions. Zyra's actually locked in for EDG, so while they do have crowd control, if they're caught by crowd control themselves, that is going to be a very dead champion very quick. That's a Blitzcrank!
Lord almighty. All right, look. There's a couple of champions in League of Legends that do well into Blitzcrank. Zyra is one of them.
You can't see it right now, but you can hear it. I am grinning from ear to ear. This is great.
I don't know, man.
Dan Gaming.
I didn't sign up for this.
What an entrance to the LPL. They've got Varus Blitzcrank in the bottom lane, Graves in the jungle, and LeBlanc in the mid lane. This is picks all over the place. And Lulu has been banned away, so it's a whole different kind of pick. Meanwhile, Syndra is going to be the hover from EDG. Great setup from Scout. We know he's excellent on the champion. He's actually going to take it and lock it in. But boy, oh boy. Dan Gaming.
Dan Daniel.
Dan Gaming.
So they picked themselves a Blitzcrank for Cat. Now, for what it's worth, I will give you some logic behind the pick, as I am, I guess, being confused at the same time. Ashe's low mobility. Kennen is a targetable champion, as well as having the silence there is good against Lee Sin with the kick. Knock up as well if you're protecting your AD carry, like there is merit there. And if you hook an Ashe or a Zyra, you're probably going to just kill them. They will get completely blasted. And you just need to hit those hooks, basically, right? They don't have a lot of tanks on the side of EDG, and if there's one thing the Blitzcrank will excel at taking out, it's the carries if those hooks again connect. And as a result of that one pick, they can start to push the game further and further forward. So, like, Blitzcrank, by no means a horrible pick.
Yeah. I mean, not to mention the fact that they're already a win ahead. They can afford to get a little fast and loose here. Of course, they would love to 2-0 because that would be a huge statement for them, but I think they're pretty happy with making a statement, taking something a little crazy with the likes of this Blitzcrank.
And for those who don't know as well, there is actually a Blitzcrank clan that runs around in Korean solo queue that win pretty much 100% of the games you see them in. They're all Blitzcrank mains. This could be inspiration from that because those solo queue players lately have been destroying pretty much everybody to ever exist. We've also seen Blitzcrank at the MSI play-in stage from the CIS region.
We did.
Which is the last time I believe we've seen it.
It was actually played just yesterday by Totoro of the Afrika Freaks against BBQ.
Right.
Played it into a support Nunu. Seems like it's actually seen a lot of play in LCK. It's been played by Max, Key, Sheep. So this Blitzcrank actually, apparently LCK has been on top of it, the bottom half of LCK. So maybe Cat doing a little practice on that server.
And I mean, a couple of other things as well. Yeah, a lot of the LPL players are on the Korean server, not the LCK server. That's definitely a competitive region. The Blitzcrank also changes with the Relic Shield. Having the extra shield that comes up passively is super big for him. The item changes. You can rush your Locket. If people rush Redemption, they're making mistakes against him. It takes too long to actually come into effect. There are justifications for why he could be considered closer to the meta now. And it's not surprising that more people are going to play him. Still, I call it cheese.
Absolutely. We just heard the crowds chanting, and while EDG's was significantly louder, we did actually hear Dan Gaming chants as Cat looks for Clearlove, gets the hook, but Clearlove flashes the wall to safety. Oh man, this is solo queue all over again.
And on what planet is a Blitzcrank not going to do that, Clearlove?
Yeah, right?
From bronze to challenger.
From bronze to
They are
professional.
invading you.
Yeah.
They get a flash out of Clearlove.
Oh man, he's even using the Riot Blitzcrank skin, so he'll be throwing up the sirens, dropping down traffic cones, and trying to prevent the obstruction of justice from EDG. I love it.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah.
They're obstructing justice if he
I would
hooks them
imagine
in.
so. He's trying to prevent a riot. Because if EDG were to lose to the newcomers of Dan Gaming, I'm sure there would be one in the fans, though many fans certainly going to be here for our second matchup of the day as well. Clearlove will start off with his blue buff. Nice hefty leash as Zet and Mako don't take the time to set up in lane.
Yeah, not setting up in lane. A little bit risky. Cat's now able to walk in against the Zyra lane, and they're not going to get pushed. So opportunities present themselves.
We were talking a little bit about the Relic Shield from Cat. He actually opted for the coin instead, perhaps going for the talisman,
And
or
this,
just focusing on gold.
So this may not be a universal thing, but having spoken to a couple of the pros from the Oceanic region that play Blitzcrank, there are only a couple, but they do. The logic behind coin is actually usually quite bad.
Yeah.
It's just objectively the worst item that you'd rather have the AP one. You'd rather have Frostfang if you're going to choose, even as Blitzcrank, over coin. But what coin provides and why it is good is the extra mana back. You get free gold from hanging around, but by getting extra 20 mana from the minions that die, guaranteed on cannons, you can throw out more hooks. And as Blitzcrank, staying high in mana is actually super important because the passive works off that. So even when you throw the hooks out, usually it's about 3 hooks and you're out of it.
Like
it
that
may
one.
not be 3 in future, so you'll have a bigger shield. Your trading's better.
As it is, though, we haven't seen any hooks just yet. Just trying to use that presence. That means Mako and Zet get the opportunity to push this lane back in, though. Cat just picks up his coins and walks right on back. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Scout is putting some pressure onto Goong, already forcing out 1 Corruption Potion charge. And now we can see them backing up for Vision. Once again, the very defensive ward from Cat. But Clearlove, he's not the guy to blindly invade and clear out wards.
And this is actually identical from EDG's junglers in both of these games, even though the jungler is different. The major difference here, as that was a nice bounce from Goong, is that mid lane's hard winning, not just pushing against each other. It's not going to be a Jace Galio. It's actually a Syndra bullying out the LeBlanc. So now the bottom lane pushes. It starts to win for EDG. Mid is heavy winning, and Clearlove has the availability to go wherever he would like and make plays, or continue to hard farm that jungle, because Lee Sin is a very good level 6 jungler.
Good adaptation from Audi. He's going to get a ward to spot out these Krugs being taken, as Dan seemingly predicting the identical early game start from EDG here in game number 2. Identical even so far as Choo Choo getting chunked down to 200 health at the 4-minute mark. That's teleport also used from Goong in the mid lane. He's got a Boots and a Doran's ring as Clearlove. Very sneaky, makes his way back.
They saw that ward. He can actually skirt around the vision if he plays it well. I don't think he can skirt around to the point where he can gank mid, but he can also use the Scrying Orb, and then he can just clear it out. So waiting for Goong to push in.
Once he sees the distortion, perhaps looking to go bottom, he's taking a lot of time, finally going to start the recall, as it's already been started and completed from Karen, who picks up a Tracker's Knife and Boots before heading in.
And you'd argue it's actually more important for Clearlove to be invisible than to be going for things that may not work out. When you look at the state of the bottom lane 2v2, it's better that he is hidden and that he doesn't reveal himself if they continue to win those 2v2s. But it does mean that Clearlove isn't farming. And so more time that he spends not farming is usually the time that Karen will spend hard farming, because he is the Graves, and that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, doing Krugs right now on the bottom side of the map before heading to Raptors as they respawn. Clearlove has to wait out the timer, even going to be blowing that Scryer's Bloom just to see. Now he finds himself in this weird window where there's not really too much for him to take.
Nope, the timing's perfect.
Oh, there he goes, yeah. Ah, well, of course, who am I to doubt Clearlove? I can already hear Frusterin in the back room doubting me. How dare you doubt
You
Clearlove?
silly duffer.
Goong's actually not been having such a great time in lane here. He's eating a lot of stuns. He's down a lot of CS. Already forced to burn that teleport very early on. But
Go over to his Wolves and Gronk. Come on, Clearlove. They're spawning all perfectly. Stop trying to gank without buffs.
Oh, it might not be the gank. It might be the counter gank as he looks for the ward timing and immediately spots out Karen. He's got the timings down, man. Level 6 picked up. That's Chains. Ultimate is ready, and First Blood is going to go to Karen with Ignite ticking down. Goong survives, but only just.
They hit the 2 chains, and so Karen's able to come in, even spotted by Clearlove. Look, do what you'd like, get all the vision in the world as the Lee Sin, but his plan was definitely not to gank. It was to counter at best, but there was no counter play there. And Ignite Syndra loses mid lane and lets the LeBlanc catch up.
Yeah, and now suddenly that laning phase is going to be a whole lot different as Karen just inches from a ward, walks on past before clearing back towards his own jungle. Zet and Mako playing very far back now. Allow for the recall of Choo Choo. He's got a much healthier start this time around. BF sword and refillable. Zet, meanwhile, looking for his own recall sometime soon. Actually, he's going to look for one more wave.
Yeah, he should be able to go for his recall after pushing it. And they want to get it to the turret, get it to reset. They also spot Karen conveniently at that exact time. So they know there's not going to be a Graves down here ganking them. So good awareness from EDG to ensure that they can do exactly this.
Yeah, but that's now Clearlove and Scout on the invade. No ultimate from either of them. And Karen with level 6 of his own, and Cat fresh out of the base with some fresh wards. Isn't even going to take the time to clear out that ward.
No,
as
the
he looks for
priority is on the blue buff. If they can force the Lee Sin to...
Oh! There's a good pickup from Scout as blue buff just runs. Oh!
It's going to reset? No,
There's the auto attack. Scout secures his own blue. Goong follows up. Just gets a bit of damage.
And one of the uniquely powerful champions that blue buff securing is going to be the Syndra, so does his part there, Scout, to ensure that he secures it. At the same time, Cat is one of the better champions at taking those blue buffs away. So we got to see that dynamic in effect. Good decision making out of the Blitzcrank to go straight to the buff instead of clearing the ward. We'll be able to go and do that later anyway. The ward doesn't disappear if you don't kill it.
Alrighty, now everyone returns back to lanes, and at the 8-minute mark, Dan Gaming actually find themselves ahead. Karen, the MVP from game number 1, is up in CS over his opponent, up in levels and experience over Clearlove. And while Goong is suffering, down about 15 CS, he's got a Merc Treads, he's got a blue buff now, he should be able to sustain just fine. And in the top lane, we've effectively ignored it. Lies and Audi are going even in CS up there.
Still
well.
farming extremely well in this middle lane is Scout compared to his opponent of Goong. So whilst the kill went down, Scout does fall. It's Karen that actually takes it, and that means that the equal CS in the jungle position is still going to favor the Graves just a little bit more. You can see it in the experience advantage as well. That's the big thing you look towards, more so than you do minion kills, when you highlight how these junglers are playing it out. Top lane though, still good for Kennen. So as far as I'm concerned, whilst Dan Gaming are ever so slightly ahead, and it is noteworthy that they are, it's not substantial enough to really feel any pain, any confliction towards how this game's playing out. Clearlove has most of his attention towards placing vision, finding Karen, more than making plays himself. But as we're hitting level 6, we've now got level 6 for everybody. The engages are there.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for Clearlove to find this vision right now, because take a look at the vision from Dan Gaming. They have got this river completely warded. He's trying to sneak the dragon right now, but Clearlove and Scout, they have no idea this is happening. They're actually just behind him on the other side of the wall. He hops over and gets some burst onto Clearlove.
Oh, he's actually got
Sonic
him.
Wave. That could be a lot of damage. Karen tries to bait it because he knows Cat is nearby. But Clearlove does not take the bait, and the dragon is reset.
Yeah, no vision on the Blitzcrank. Even if he was nearby or not, he didn't know. Clearlove makes the smart, safe choice opposed to going for the aggressive play. And that, to me, is the difference between Clearlove and what is now Ice Lolly.
Yes.
Formerly Fire Lolly. Gets me every time.
I still have to mentally jump through hoops to get JD.
Instead
Ding
of
Dong
QG,
Gaming.
yeah.
So I feel you there. I feel your pain.
Just think of a doorbell.
That doesn't help.
Jing Dong Gaming.
Yeah, sure. But why a door? No, never mind.
What sound does a doorbell make?
I know
Rob?
the sound a doorbell makes, but how does that relate to Chow Gu?
It's easy to think of.
Okay.
Instead of calling them Chow Gu.
But then I'm going to call them Ding Dong Gaming.
It's closer to Jing Dong than Chow Gu is.
It is.
Arrow's on.
Arrow onto Cat. They get the snare along with some crowd control. They've got enough burst damage. He follows through. The hook misses Clearlove. And that's going to be the first kill for EDG.
And you know, if that hook hit, there was a chance that the Blitzcrank wasn't going to die, surprisingly. Might have even been able to cancel the Sonic Wave out of Clearlove, but it all connects. The stars align for EDG, as do all of the ultimates. They still get themselves the engage that they're looking for. That's the level 6 power spike that you've come to expect from a team that has an Ashe and a Zyra on it with a ganking jungler. We literally just saw Dan Gaming do that to beat EDG.
Now using their own tricks against them. Clearlove clears that out as Dan Gaming get an opportunity to reset. They're still at a pretty comfortable gold advantage, even in top. That big advantage in the jungle. But we're also seeing Goong now with that Merc Treads and just completed Revolver on that recall keep up in CS with Scout. He's now even in levels, actually ahead in gold with the assist.
Yeah, but most of that gold lead is still through the jungle role, where you've got the first blood, you've got the CS advantage there for Karen. And so we still have to wait for that moment where it can actually be utilized. Can he make a play with it? He's got a Blitzcrank now working with him. It is possible that they make those plays now and try and grow the lead on the rest of the map, because as far ahead as a Graves can get, it doesn't always mean that the rest of your map is going to be in a position of power. As they're looking...
Ooh, there goes the hook, but a good stun stops any follow-up. He's still got flash.
They've
Scout
got him.
is going to be caught by the hook and destroyed by Karen. Long-range collateral damage for the kill.
Scout didn't use his ultimate as well. There was a chance they get the kills, but the silence, the crowd control combo was enough to secure them that and get out with their lives. So now Dan Gaming, one hook connects, one kill follows through. Pressure on the turrets and objectives. They are going to respect EDG, but that's a really good play.
Oh, yeah. And now they've got some pressure onto this. Ooh, that was stylish. They've got some damage onto that mid-tier 1. Even Lies was back in base as he had just completed a recall. So if that were to break out into a skirmish, he was prepared. Audi without a teleport of his own. As Clearlove continues to control vision over this Mountain Dragon, doesn't want it to be cleared out now, moving those wards forward in the river to try to protect Scout, but it might be too little too late at this point.
Ultimates are up, summoners are up.
They could try to burst Choo Choo here.
Ash Arrow hits, he's going to stand still, then pretty much good night to Choo Choo. But he has flash, so We're going to need some crazy reactions.
Hey, there he goes.
That's the crazy reactions.
Yep. Gets the timing this time. I mean, after game number 1, we saw Zet actually miss that flash.
Well,
the
you
other
may
way
not
around.
actually even notice as well, right? The reaction speed that it takes to dodge that Ash arrow coming out of Fog of War. Like, I always cast my mind more to the Wild Turtle flash.
Yeah.
We get to see how people die in the mid lane very quickly, and then we get to see it again.
From the side profile, collateral damage from max range. Oh, man.
He looked at his explosion, though. It wasn't that cool.
That's all he contributed.
Oh, is that
As,
hello?
whoa, they're fighting bottom. Mako's ignited. Choo-Choo actually is going to die, but Mako survives. Zet now will chase Cat
Cat's
down,
in
getting
trouble.
a lot of slows here. As
Oh, no, he's got
Clearlove's actually
Swifties.
making his way down there, yeah.
He's not in any trouble from the slows. It's the crowd control that Cat needs to worry about. But we came back from a replay. We watched the same thing twice, and suddenly the 2v2 bottom lane were fighting.
Yeah.
And you are right, Clearlove is here. He's also got Scout with him. This does mean that the play can happen now for the bottom lane outer turret. They can start to try and get back that gold difference and put themselves in the lead.
Yeah, Gung, despite having teleport, decides to cover mid as Karen shows himself top. Might be a bit greedy to look for a turret. But, yeah, he's able to sneak forward behind Audi.
Now, Flash Taunt is the easiest way to engage if you are going to be playing that Galio.
Sweeper, he knows he hasn't been spotted. But
He's
Audi,
waiting.
Yeah, he's playing so respectful right now. Gung's actually missing
diving.
as well. They're looking for it right now. Blast plant over the wall. And Audi runs for the hills. Gung follows up. That's going to be the hero's entrance. And Audi just flashes to safety. So they might try to answer back with a turret of their own. Yeah, Karen's going to help finish this off.
Yep, they are definitely answering back with the right idea here. So you got to give Dan Gaming their dues there. It's the right idea. You see EDG go bottom, you immediately go top lane. But when you look at the tempo, the difference in speed between these teams, EDG are doing everything far quicker than that of their opponents. You have to watch what they do now, though, because EDG are grouped up. They've got the Ash Arrow. They've got everything up one more time. Dan Gaming need to try and consolidate this, maybe prevent any more danger from breaking out, any more structures from falling.
Yeah, and look at how respectful Dan Gaming are pushing into the minion wave, taking the time to clear it out from distance, to clear it out from range away from that Ash so they don't just get face-checked by that arrow. And with that, the turret is defended. It takes minor chip damage, and EDG are forced to fall back and reset their wards. As we get now to the 15-minute mark, still no sign of that first dragon being taken. Scout holding bottom while Audi holds top, and Dan Gaming might be looking for a pick here in the mid lane.
And we've been seeing some pretty intense farming out of these guys, especially in the top lane, but even right now, Choo-Choo, with how the bottom lane's been going, 153 CS at 15 minutes. Pretty good for himself, as they want Zet.
Immediate flash. There's
they
the
get it.
reaction, yeah. I think he just saw the Varus step forward and decided to flash regardless, as now EDG try to take down the Mountain Dragon, pings onto Rift Herald. So Mountain Dragon traded for that buff on the other side of the map.
And it's going to take them an awful long time to do this, Herald. So this is where EDG, again, with the tempo advantage, with the speed that they've got it, have now got a wave crashing mid. It's going to be two people doing this. Cat should actually leave early anyway. Just go straight to mid lane, try and defend it, because either EDG get a turret for your Herald, or you forego the Herald to defend the turret. Feels like Dan have made a decision.
Yeah. Could be a bit of a mistake here. Herald actually gets cleared out. The stun follows through, but he does get chains over the wall. And Clearlove is going to walk away after landing some damage onto Gung. So Rift Herald picked up by Karen.
And the tower barely stands.
Yeah.
So Dan Gaming do hold on to the gold. I'm not going to say advantage, but they don't create any deficits for it. The Herald's actually entirely capable of breaking the middle lane structures, and we'll have to now watch how Karen does this compared to what we saw of Isolly in the last game. Will they proactively place it down?
Ooh, Gung, you should have seen that coming. He's actually going forward. Flash pinned against the wall and followed up by the execution. EDG set that one up, hook, line, and sinker.
He did see that coming. I'm not entirely sold on what Gung was doing there.
And he flashed.
He wanted them to come down to him, but the reactions from EDG were far too strong. If a Lee Sin gets onto you, Flash kicks you into a wall, of course you're going to die to a Syndra and a Lee Sin. It's just about connecting that first part of the combo. You have to believe at this high of a level of play that they would connect that, as that's his body.
The sad camera pan over the corpse of Gung as he has to sit back and ponder upon what he's done. And now 18 minutes into the game, EDG are back to even in gold. Now seeing a gold advantage for Choo Choo, but Scout has been able to pick up some gold for himself in the meanwhile. And we're still seeing Audi with a mild CS lead over Lies, though it's not going to be so much as to break that lane at all.
It's still relatively calm, all things considered. It's mostly small plays and picks, not even skirmishes, just picks. Blitzcrank shows up to a lane, gets a hook, or Lee Sin follows with the Ashe Zyra. They do the same thing. And so we're still waiting for that one moment that actually defines an advantage in this game. For me, it is still the Herald, yet to actually be placed. But if they wanted to crush the Eye bottom lane, they could do exactly that. Just send 3 people down there, perhaps. It's really difficult for Audi as a player and as a champion on the Kennen to get rid of that. So I would send Cat, Goong, and Karen down there after they've cleared a mid-wave, but we'll have to watch how they do it.
We've still got some time left on that Eye of the Herald buff. It only lasts for 4 minutes after the Herald dies, so there is a window that they need to play around. Karen, he's got about a minute and 30 left. Shows up bottom, looking for Audi. They could just try to go for the burst. There's a good hit from Goong. Not a lot of minions. Karen is going to take the initial burst of damage. Flash, and again, Audi is able to escape.
You need to get out of the turret damage there just a little bit, but it feels...
Oh,
no, that's not out of it. You're going to die!
Oh, wow. He takes a hit and walks away. Hook is going to land Mako very easy. They blow all their CC, but they do get the kill for it.
And Mako is very dead, but Karen has to go back to base. They won't even use the Herald, it feels like. They'll get the bottom lane turret, they get a pick mid lane, and just like that.
Yeah. That mistake might cost them a little bit more than what they could have taken previously. As the mid-tier 1 goes low, Choo Choo decides to finish it off. That's 2 turrets now broken from Dan Gaming, all 3 tier 1s broken. Scout, meanwhile, playing PvE over here, clearing out minions on the top side of the map.
He'll split push himself an objective for the team. It helps that they've got the Mountain Drake as well, just that little bit quicker for EDG when they try and hit the objectives. Kind of confusing passage of play mostly from these teams. They're just committing to trades, but it's not full committing, it's reacting to these trades. You've got Dan that want to put a LeBlanc bottom. They've agreed that the matchup would be enough to get them an outer turret, and we've just watched EDG let it happen. Just watch the turret go down and send a Syndra top lane. They could have sent the Syndra bottom, but I guess they're afraid of a 20-minute Baron again from Dan, as that's a really deep crushing.
Oh, man. They're going to see that Rift Herald really early.
They know it's there from the second it got crushed. So they're just going to go up there.
She's just lumbering her way on top.
From
Scout
this point,
Mako
though, what are
perhaps
Dan going to do?
Expecting something. I have no idea. They're trying to set up vision around the Baron now that it's spawned. Rift Herald takes the time to clear out the minions before he gets to that turret, and there's another wave on the way. It might have just been the timer running out, so they could try to force something. They're now deep invading into EDG's jungle. Stranglethorns as well as Cat gets pulled in. They're getting damage over the wall. He's alive, but only barely. The arrow catches the clone from Goong as he leaps away.
And there's a
Teleport
Galio in.
started, and Lies gets in, but Audi cancels his. Zet eats some damage before. That's a kick from Lies. Chain of Corruption, some more follow-up. Another chain. Clear Love survives as well. There's such low health. Here comes Audi. Oh, that's a huge stun from Scout. He layers it up, and Lies forced to flash away. As the mistakes are stacking up, finally Mako goes down from the max range arrow. And that's a Sonic Wave onto Lies. He's backing up. EDG now going to try to defend Rift Herald up top.
And look at what's alive still. All of this fighting happens. You're like, what is everyone thinking? Well, they can get some damage onto a top lane turret for their troubles. Get it down actually quite low from the Herald being there. That's literally what Dan Gaming wanted to do, is bait EDG into getting these fights. They teleport the Galio in, immediately decide that they're just like, instead of placing a ward, Cat just face checks and he says, this is what we're doing, this is how we're going to play it out. A little bit lucky that the arrow is intercepted by a clone, and Lies teleport slightly out of position, but just as out of position as Zet was. So ultimately these guys are just trading against each other. Remember, all of this time that they've spent fighting, that they've spent trading, there is still a Rift Herald coming up. And if this cannon was AP, things could have been a little bit different. However, good taunt timing from Lies prevents the damage from getting a kill, and Mako dies.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dragon has respawned since we've returned now to the live game. 22.5 minutes in, and that is Mountain Dragon picked up by EDG. And it will actually be spotted out. The rest of EDG now playing towards that top side of the map, while Goong is split pushing onto Audi. Purist Call is ready. Arrow is launched and misses. And currently, Lies is just sitting between the two. Flash Hook is going to miss from Cat as a stun just barely dodged by Choo Choo.
The thing with Blitzcrank is he's pretty committal.
Yeah.
And whenever the hook's down, there's a very long window where it's not going to be available and it can be targeted against the side of Dan. So the flash hook, adventurous, aiming for Mako, still the right decision.
Yeah.
Because he is so fragile on that champion.
Trying to buy some time for Goong, who now groups up with his team mid lane. And they actually get the priority push onto this tier 2, but Zet and Scout are able to make their way around in time with Mako and Clear Love on the side. Stun again is going to miss. Goong over the wall. Very deceptive with that chain distortion combo, but not quite enough to lock anyone down. Forced to flash away from Scout. Sidesteps another one as Chains of Corruption. Choo Choo's left in the back. Blade of the Ruined King. Hook is sidestepped from Audi, but they're just going to chase Choo Choo down. Taunt as they're forcing a fight to keep their AD carry alive. He's still running. Heroes call
out
to get out with his life, and somehow no one dies.
He manages to dodge it before the stun.
Oh, I might have spoken too soon. That's the power unleashed
Nope,
onto
no one
Goong,
dies.
and yeah, I was right on.
Clear Love has his ultimate still. I believe he's the only one with Mako on the side of EDG that has his, and Goong is the only one that does on the side of Dan. That's a lot used, but not a lot of deaths actually seen, as it's still 4-4.
It is. And 24 minutes in, this game is a lot more chaotic than game number 1. We're seeing EDG fight a lot more aggressively with Dan Gaming for these objectives, but this still isn't the unison that we're expecting from EDG, the organization that has been to Worlds so many times, and now they're struggling against the newcomers here in the LPL.
You have to wonder if the reason EDG are forced to play this chaotic style is because Dan are just putting it at them. Like, it feels to me like the chaos is being brought about by Dan Gaming, and EDG have no choice but to match it just because of how the early game went, which was incredibly into Dan Gaming's favor until the level 6 marks came about as trying their best to make picks. That's all it is, and that's why it feels like chaos above all else. Just two pick compositions going at each other, trying to butt heads, but no one actually getting the pick off.
The big team fights actually even aren't that big. You see someone get bursted, and then they separate and re-engage.
It's one kill, then everyone runs away and waits for cooldowns, and then they clash together again. It's like very much timed windows.
Like children's playing with action figures. You just kind of butt heads until a piece falls off.
I thought of like a mosh pit at a metal concert.
Oh, wow.
But like, we had very different ideas.
Technically, but if you've got people going down at a mosh pit, then at least they're kind enough to stop and reset the mosh pit.
That's what this is.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. The heavy metal concert of Dan Gaming and EDG. It's Edward versus Dan right now. And Audi looking to be a little sneaky, try to flank Goong.
I mean, LeBlanc's a hard character to kill. Audi's going to have to use the Blade of the Ruined King as he's lightning rushing and banking on a distort being used. That's where he goes.
That's the Blade of the Ruined King. Chains are going to miss. He's able to land one before getting chunked out. Flash to try to follow. That's an auto and a stun. Does Audi have enough? He pops back the auto attack. Alrighty, Audi. It's time to see that movement speed. Rev the engine and chase after him. Goong is going to toss the chain and kite it around. He goes back in. Uh-oh, teleport is used, but the shuriken will miss. And Audi pops it into reverse and backs away.
And exactly what we all thought was going to happen when you chase the LeBlanc did. He doesn't have enough damage to instantly kill someone that has a slight amount of MR, which is going to be there with a null magic mantle and Merc Treads. So he was banking on his auto attack damage, but he has Hurricane.
Oh, they're looking for a fight right now. Lies gets knocked away, but the hook is more than enough to follow through. Scout is dead, though they lose Karen. He's a large amount of their gold. Goong teleporting in from the back. Hero's entrance doesn't catch anyone, but they get Zet over the wall as Dan Gaming flash taunt for two. Audi joins the fight just in time to be snared. Mako takes the blast cone to safety and walks away. It's currently 4 versus 3.
They managed to get the fight, and doesn't Audi wish he had his ultimate now?
Oh, yeah.
But EDG teleports in, is not able to do a single thing. And that could just be a sign of the young member of the team getting a little bit hyped and overexcited. But they've actually got Cat.
Speaking of young member, yeah.
Overexcited.
He was chasing the yarn a little too far there. That thread definitely expired.
What a game.
27.5 minutes in, 6 kills to 6, 12 total. Here's the chaos as Karen hops over.
And so curiously, he gets stuck in place as he dashes forward.
Yeah.
So Karen was going to instantly die there. Goong comes in, they're trying to find Zet. The communication does look good here from Dan by having Lies come in at the right time. He's completely stuck. The flash is good. You actually watch the hook from Cat. That needs to hit. He needs to wait 1 second before he throws the hook because he moves faster than Mako. But again, just throws it the second it's off cooldown, trying to maximize the damage coming out of the team.
Oh no, Zet eats a lot of damage and they don't actually finish it off, but they do get his Quicksilver Sash.
They don't have anything further to follow that one through. No summoners there for Zet, so he is entirely killable, but as it stands, you'll take the damage, you'll force the recall, and you'll get tempo and vision around the Baron area. That's the name of the game here for Dan. From what we saw in game number 1, I kind of like Baron.
Seems like the Great Purple Worm. They set up a lot of vision around this side of the map, and EDG slowly but surely start creeping their control wards nice and safe, but they have to do it into the blackness where there's a Blitzcrank
Yeah, and a
waiting to pull them from the depths.
And a Varasalt and a Galio taunt.
Yeah.
Walking into that is rough, but if Dan ever walk at EDG, it's also quite rough, as they have started
Look
this.
at the missing vision from EDG. The only thing they see is the minion waves mid.
We're
and
watching
Dan
this season's
Gaming
QG.
are going to try to burn through the health of the Baron. Arrow is ready from Zet, but Baron already goes down. Chain of Corruption, and the arrow is sidestepped, and Dan are out of there.
Karen auto attacks a ward as well, just to get some cooldowns on his dash to get him the heck out of that pit. That was a clean Baron take, and against EDG, we've just seen Dan Gaming go up 3,000 gold.
How on earth are they thriving in this chaos? I mean, I know the LPL is a chaotic region, but EDG have been here for years. How do they not know how to play against something like this, as they're going to try to force a fight? Cap might have gone a little bit too far. Hero's entrance to keep him alive. Clearlove actually trades his life over Lies, locks down the jungler.
The jungler dead means the Infernal Drake's going to be free to take for them. Dan are just generating picks. They've got the Blitzcrank to do it. A very durable champion when you've got a Galio to press the ultimate on him. And that is indirectly one of the best combos that you'll see coming out of this composition. Because if the Blitzcrank hooks your champion and you don't have flash, you have to stand and fight.
You're going to die.
But then you're just going to die to the Galio. There's not a lot of winning to be seen there.
Oh, yeah. Long story short, don't get hit by skill shots.
Yeah.
As Goong now split pushing in a side lane. Lies has got his teleport ready, so he's able to split push up top. Audi still doesn't have his, as Scout and Audi are splitting minions right now to try to defend this turret. Meanwhile, Choo-Choo is mid. This is a great play from Dan Gaming, as they are just pulling EDG apart at the seams.
Yeah, and pulling them apart with a Blitzcrank's the best way to play the champion, because you'll get free hooks, they'll have mismatched numbers. You'll have the ability to rotate between bottom, which is where they were. They go mid, they get a turret, immediately going top lane. You can see how he's trying his best. If someone shows up to defend, immediately they are going to die. And so EDG, they do the smart thing, they respect that, and they back away. They give the inner turrets. That's fine. They want to make the play for the inhibitor turret to try and prevent any further movements from Dan Gaming. Easier said than done.
Oh, yeah.
But we already mentioned this. EDG's composition excels when you're walking towards them, which is why Blitzcrank is the most important champion in this game.
Yeah, we're seeing Clearlove and Mako sit just outside of vision. Audi even being pulled from the side lane just in case, as Dan Gaming used the opportunity to reset, pick up a few more core items. Quicksilver finished for Choo-Choo. He's now got a BF sword as well. Massive Galio. He didn't go for the Gargoyle Stoneplate. He went for the Sunfire Cape for a more passive damage.
Yeah, the
And
top laner build.
This is a huge, huge game from Dan Gaming. They are poised to defeat EDG 2-0.
Definitely poised. They're halfway there.
Yes.
We need to get them over the line, ideally, at this stage. And we already mentioned how difficult it's going to be for them, so we have to watch how they play this one out. But with 6k, expectations are still there for them. They've got a lot of magic resistance. They've got a lot of survivability against Scout. It's all about Zet. They can take him apart. They can prevent him from doing the damage. If they can stop Audi from flanking.
Seems like that's what they're trying to do now, as they shove in that final tier 2 turret and break it down before EDG can respond. With the recalls, we actually did see EDG set up some wards on the top side of the map, but now Dan swap right on over to the bottom. The wave gets cleared out, as Baron buff is going to time out just about now. Extended duration on Choo-Choo and Corinne, I believe.
And I mean, contrary to all these ideals that we just discussed, there's a chance Dan just ram their heads at their opponent and make it work. Like,
Yeah.
they've got the Galio with flash. It's actually entirely possible. They'll just say screw it at one random moment and flash on top of Zet. Make him wish he was never Ash.
Yeah. I mean, they do have a flank ward very, very deep in the tri-bush of Dan Gaming. But I feel like Dan would see that coming. It would be like the scene in Monty Python, where he's just running at you for a good 5 minutes before you finally get to him.
There's probably no way it'll. I mean, I'm going to say probably before no way, just because I don't
Yes.
know. But like, even though that doesn't make sense, that's how it is.
It could be. It's unlikely. But again, all of the tier 2s have been broken. 8,000 gold lead for Dan Gaming. They're displaying the 1-1-3 right now, moving back and forth between these waves. As Cat looks back and forth. Is Mako going to step forward? Is it going to be Clear Love? Perhaps Scout?
And
So far, it's been no one.
They've committed to the Kennen against LeBlanc matchup. They've actually chosen it. They've been looking for it. They want going to be against Audi, and perhaps it's because you can out-sustain, you can poke from a little bit higher range, and sooner or later the Kennen does outscale the Galio just in terms of lane presence. You want the Galio to be involved in these team fights. When you look at the engage of Dan, he could be considered a big part of it, especially if you're relying on a hook. You don't want to just do that. You want to have more than one option. So they need him there. And they've chosen this, which means the 1-3-1, a little bit awkward that it may be. EDG are stuck in their base anyway, so it shouldn't actually result in too much. We're just waiting for Dan to make that big call. And as far as I'm concerned, as far as Dan are concerned in this series, Baron's a pretty big call that they quite enjoy. They're kind of like QG.
They've already got 2 minutes left before that Baron comes back. They're like QG without Doinby.
Well, yeah, they're like a QG right now because QG no longer exists.
Yes.
So they're my current QG.
Yeah, Elder Dragon's up in a minute, Baron in 90 seconds. Recall as they pick up and spend almost all of their gold. Chuchu's still sitting on 1,300, so we must be saving for something big here. And despite it being a relatively low kill game, 13 kills in about twice as many minutes, we're still seeing some huge action from Dan Gaming and EDG as they maneuver around. They look for picks. Gosh, Chuchu is 4,000 gold ahead of Zet. 3 levels up.
He's a very big Varus, and this is more of a performance you expect from Chuchu, from the player that, in a large part of it, honestly, got them into the LPL against VG Gaming. So right now, he's got his big items. The reason he's saving up so much of his money is because he literally has to. He needs to buy complete items.
Yeah.
We're at that stage in the game.
Malmortius or the... what is the name of the Quicksilver?
Mercurial Scimitar.
Mercurial, that's the one. It's right there. Yep. Elder Dragon is now up, and oh
hello.
no,
What are you doing here?
Audi flashes and dies. He was in the wrong neighborhood.
Was he going to Gromp?
I don't
What
know.
was your plan, Audi?
Gromp spawns.
There is an Elder Dragon up before there is a Baron. They should have known this. EDG, it looks like they want to trade, maybe.
Yeah, but the Elder Dragon is going to go down well before the Baron even spawns. Dan Gaming take it out and then immediately swap towards the Baron. Scout tries to clear out the minions, but this is going to be a tight timing.
But this feels like a desperation play from EDG. If they're going to stay, it's just clear the scuttle, run away. And the idea here is that they have to try and steal it, Baron from Dan, but have an Elder buff. There's nothing more risky than this when bottom lane is amassing a big wave of minions already. Their Kennen is dead, and straight away
They're
it's kicked
outside of
off.
vision. Dan must have assumed they recalled. They're making their way around the back, trying to hold on. Clearlove gets in, but does not get the steal. Baron secured Dan Gaming as Clearlove in the bounce house returns to the grave.
Found Scout with the hook, but there's a Banshee's Veil to keep him alive. And now Dan Gaming with the 2 major buffs, with the massive gold advantage of 11,000. Barrel down the middle lane, Dom.
Oh, yeah. And they are looking for some inhibs. They are looking to close out this series. As they push forward, Goong immediately looks for harass onto Scout.
Oh, he's
Look
dead.
at the damage, he's burning. Heal. Good reaction from Zet to keep his mid laner alive, but they've lost the turret. They've lost the inhib. Baron and Elder are still up for another very long period of time for both of the buffs.
They're just going to end the game. They're not even going for more inhibs.
Yeah, Audi's on the side. There goes the hook. It's going to miss, but Mako's forced to flash back. Zet is firing on the lives, but is barely tickling him. And they will decide to respectfully back away, play it smart, and play it safe.
Forcibly removed from the base, the hook not connecting, so Dan Gaming with, you'd have to say, a lot of money backing them up. Will go and complete some items, some big items to speak of. And now with the buffs still prevalent, the Baron in particular still available, and 1 inhibitor already broken, this game just became 100 times easier for them because they only need to be in 2 lanes.
And now they are setting up. Teleport used by Lies. Goong has his, so we're going to be looking for him to split push. As there's the Maw of Malmortius now finished for Choo Choo. Cat once again leading the charge with his team, the shot caller for Dan Gaming. What better way to do it than with a very, very strong rocket grab?
And for reference, going for the Maw of Malmortius to survive through the Syndra Burst. He has
Yeah.
Warlord Bloodlust, I believe, on his Varus, so he's actually got Lifesteal, if you're wondering why he didn't build a Lifesteal item. He's got it as his last item. They are now sieging bottom lane. They've still got the Elder buff that's just ran out.
Dan Gaming seemed to have a little bit of trouble with turret
Towers,
radius. Yeah. But they are able to break down another inhibitor. No questions asked. EDG are nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it feels like they were caught recalling. EDG just weren't there
in
in
their own
time.
base, though.
Yeah. And so now Dan with 2 inhibs gone, with Baron buff, sieging the Nexus.
Oh, man. Baroned up super minions
Watch
are
the
going to be
hook.
tough to clear. The hook goes wide as a minion gets chucked away. They're just firing shot after shot against this
the
turret.
turret's
These
gonna
cannon
die.
minions are doing more than enough. Stun is going to miss. Dan Gaming are poised to clear this out. Finally, Zed starts creeping forward, but the turret has fallen. Goon goes in, Chunk Scout out, and the flash
my God.
silence from Cat. He's forcing this game right here, right now. Clearlove is getting a huge, very stylish play, but it is not enough. There's no damage. Zet is firing from the fountain itself, but the damage reduction, the Blitzcrank hook, it is just too much. Finally, they will die as the Nexus crumbles. And Dan Gaming, their first game of the LPL, have defeated EDG.
And they managed to do it in a 2-0 by beating Ice Lolly and Clearlove7, who does not look happy on your screen.
Oh no.
The 3rd place LSPL team that beats Vici to get into the LPR now beats EDG in day 2 in their first ever best of.
Yeah.
I'm
You
very
can see
confused.
The contented looks on their faces. It almost seemed like they were confused for a moment there. They sat back in their chairs, high-fived. Wait, now what? That's it?
High 10.
All right. Oh, yes, high 10. It was 2. Going down and shaking everyone's hands now. Huge performance. Mako having to stabilize himself with a deep drink after that.
And look, honestly, it is a well-deserved bow from them.
It
They
is.
managed to do this with the Blitzcrank pick. They've pulled out all the stops to try and take out their opponents here. They looked fly while doing it.
They certainly did. And now with this win, EDG have to hang their heads low and walk backstage as they come into Split 2 of the LPL 2017 with an 0-2 defeat against the newcomers. And it creates one heck of a statement from them to take this win here. Question is, can they do it again? Later this week, they're playing against Team WE, who are actually our next matchup of the evening. Could you imagine if
No.
Dan Gaming came in and 2-0'd EDG and WE?
Dan's the hero that we need, apparently.
Absolutely, yeah. But now joining us on the desk is going to be Froscura, and welcome back. Tell us, what did your elf eyes see in that game?
Why do they have to be elf eyes?
It's a Lord of the Ring. Just roll with it.
What did they see?
What's interesting to me is I feel like because it was Ice Lolly, I want to say Fire Lolly, Ice Lolly
Yeah,
and Clearlove 7, that it proves that EDG's faults are not individual performance related. This time around, it was Scout who really had a bit of a rough game, particularly in that early phase, as we take a look at the damage and gold graphs. So I find that interesting, that it's not a player that you can pinpoint on the roster to EDG's shortcomings. It's something holistic with them. And I'm going to go ahead and say vision control. The vision control for both games was quite lackluster. The fact that the first game the Baron was snuck, but the second game 2 Barons were taken and EDG had such a delayed response. Now you can look at someone like Mako. You're the support. You're in charge of the vision. We went through 2 different junglers. They're also going to be your secondary vision there. But it can't all be on Mako because the team needs to create space for him to walk in and place that vision. And I feel like that's what's never happening for EDG.
I think the most notable exception to that was, or not exception, but case of that was when he just casually face-checked into the Blitzcrank and got hooked back. I think he even did it in game number 1, where he was on the Karma and got picked off.
Yeah, think of how many times we're seeing the likes of Zet or Mako getting picked up or even Scout in a side lane. It's these little tiny picks that are stopping EDG from being grouped up as 5 5, moving into an area safely and laying down the vision so those things like those Baron sneaks don't happen.
And honestly, from what we did see in this game, right, a pick composition just seems to be the easiest way to beat EDG. So let's just say that the vision is the problem, that they're not placing vision either as a team, or they're not setting themselves up, or even timing their vision placement well, or just their placement on the map. A pick composition is the way to beat that.
So then, to move that question forward, then, is it these small mistakes that specifically led to their defeat, or did Dan Gaming actually just play better than EDG today?
It's going to be a mixture of both. I don't want to take anything away from Dan
Sure.
Gaming because I think they played especially well in game number 2. Want to go back to the Blitzcrank pick up there?
Yes.
Great performance on Cat. We've seen it a bit in the LCK. I believe it was Max that picked it up initially. Rusty, you hit a great point where you talked about the changes to coin really empower Blitzcrank in the lane. Likewise, the Doran Shield meta. The fact is that AD carries are picking up Doran Shield, which means poke laners are no longer as strong as they once were because you're going to recoup a lot of that health, which then empowers the all-in engagement. So hopefully we get to see more of the beat boop crank running around. We saw him flash a little bit yesterday, and it was super fun to see Cat pick that up and then use it so successfully, picking Mako time and time again, and finally punishing this very aggressive Zyra pick.
Yeah, and to put it simply, right, Karma, Lulu, still the 2 strongest supports that are usually running around on the Rift, but the second they're removed, which they were in this game, then it's very easy to open up your repertoire of champions to whatever you would like to pick, whatever fits when you pick it.
Yeah, MVP this time is going to go to Choo Choo, the AD carry, the pentakill man himself, 5-1-6 on that Varus. Huge performance.
Yeah, had the first pentakill of Spring Split last time when he rocketed himself into the LPL. That said, I really wish it was Cat. I wanted the Blitzcrank. I feel like the
Blitz
MVPs
MVP,
and me
yeah.
are just never on the same page. I'm like, come on.
But again, a huge performance from Dan Gaming overall. And now, looking forward for them, they have to play Team WE in 2 days.
That's a rough week.
It really is. I think we're going to get a good pulse check on Team WE in our next match in just a few minutes. But Dan Gaming, they're coming out swinging. They're coming out strong. This chaotic style. Could it break Team WE?
It shouldn't. I feel like of all teams, Team WE are the most equipped to deal with any kind of chaos that you throw at them. And for me, it also comes through the junglers, right? I just feel like Condi will outclass anyone that he plays against, especially if you're trying to play an aggressive forward style. So ultimately, we will see that in the coming set, right? I do still think that that was a very commendable 2-0 performance from Dan Gaming in this set. But it's an entirely different ballpark as we move further into the week.
I mean, the nice thing is that we did expect Dan Gaming, the projections going into this, that they would be 0-2, that they would lose to EDG, that they would lose to Team WE, but it'd be like, okay, we got the hard matches out of the way, now we can try to be a mid-tier team. Picking up a surprise victory like this, and if they continue to show this type of form going forward, it just speaks wonders to the team and their momentum and their morale as they move through Summer Split.
Hopefully we'll keep an eye. Oh,
I mean, in saying that as well, right, like to oppose this, we saw yesterday RNG just got 2-0'd, and now we're seeing EDG get 2-0'd. You have to wonder if this consistently happens, that Dan Gaming are overperforming and are taking names, and every other team in the LPL is taking names, what's going to happen to EDG and RNG? Like, these teams that have had longevity of good performances are suddenly losing games all the time.
And what's just crazy to me is that we can see the blueprints of EDG and RNG making moves in the offseason. This isn't like this is just a slow start that, we're kind of shaking off the rust, stretching a bit after vacation. RNG won Demacia Cup. I was in EDG's house. I saw all of the in-house scrimming that they were doing and how intently they were trying to prepare for the next Summer Split, and to fall flat like this is very unexpected.
Well, then, looking towards EDG, is it just these small mistakes that they need to clear up, or is this something perhaps larger? Because we have not seen them see really big success in quite some time now.
I'm probably going to be overly harsh with this answer because to me, Summer Split is effectively week 13 and not week 1, just because you're going towards Worlds. We had a major off-season tournament, and it's kind of like there's no more excuses. The race is on. So for me, there's some sort of core fundamental thing that has rotted out from EDG. We see it in their draft phase. We see it kind of in their jungle. There's something missing about their philosophy about moving around and what they prioritize in the game that's going wrong for them. And they're winning based off of their star-studded talent or the developed talent they have. Scout will go off and have these miracle games. Mako will step up and remind everyone why he's the best support in the league. But if these performances don't happen, EDG fall over because they don't know how to play fundamental League of Legends as well anymore.
And you have to wonder as well, with the meta shifting in the bottom lane, Mako's trying his absolute hardest to carry through the Lulu Karma meta. If it now becomes carries again, can Zek keep up in the 2v2? Because he has recently moved to the role. Remember, he's formerly of the Rocks Tigers as a mid lane sub. And so this is his second competitive split in the role, and the meta keeps shifting on him. So it's really hard for Zek to have to adapt. We trust his mechanics, as Froskerin mentioned, but can the rest keep up is a big question mark. We've also now got Audi, who's going to be new to the top lane. Aggressive, yes, but aggressive when the rest of your team isn't that cohesive as the 4-man, which to me is the only part that I will agree with. I want to give Audi some time, say welcome to the team, adapt and have a few weeks in your top lane island, but the 4-man needs to work it out.
Do you think that they play Audi again later this week? It looks like they're going to be playing Snake in just 2 days, or do they bring in Mouse?
I'd play Audi.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it's a good matchup against Flandre.
Yeah, allow him to try to continue to see some growth. Hopefully we'll see if EDG can sort of continue and try to find that je ne sais pas, that missing bit.
Return to glory.
Yes. But speaking of a team that does or is looking to return to glory, in our next matchup, we've got WE versus IG. They won Spring Split. They went to MSI and put on a good showing. We now have a chance to see if they can continue this momentum in the Summer Split.
Well, one of those teams already returned to glory in Team WE, but yeah, IG still trying to make their way back.
One's hungry.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see if that hunger carries through for them. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll get right back into this.
searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 whoa. Won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the right. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day number 2 of the 2017 LPL Summer Split. We're just about ready to get into our second matchup of the evening, the longest standing rivalry in LPL history. And now this rivalry has taken a bit of a different pall over the past few years, sort of a different color and pallor. That's the word. I don't even know where Paul came from. It looks completely different from what it used to. Fans of the original WN, IG, still sticking with the team. They have some of the largest fan bases in the world, but these are completely different rosters. And with Kid now leaving IG, this is our chance to finally see what a brand new rivalry could look like.
I mean, it's pretty much the death of the old school Invictus gaming roster. There's no longer any sort of thread that used to tie them to all the way back to 2012, 2013. And it's not just the longest standing rivalry in LPL history, it's the longest standing rivalry in Chinese League of Legends history. Because Chinese League of Legends is much
Since
older
past, yeah.
than just the professional circuit there. These were the two dynasties, the pillars of everything that has been built up today. And it has a contemporary twist because, like you said, there's no player now of the original roster.
And that is super exciting, honestly, right? Because we've got the longevity of the organizations that they've now gone through players and they've cycled through players actually retiring as well because they've been around for so long that these new players, they've come through, they've got to work with the experienced members, and that's why the organizations still have these dynasties because the influence of all of the old players still affect the new players throughout.
And then it's also the difference about kind of where we took these turns with the dynasties. You have Team WE, the greatest team in 2012. They fall off. They've now come back up. They won the LPL title. They went to MSI, had a decent showing with 3 different rookies. On the other side, Invictus Gaming. It's been turbulent, it's been rocky, and it's been really rough, frankly, to be a fan of this team. Because they seem to have all of these great pieces, but they just can't get this square peg inside the round hole.
Yeah, and it is a question of rebuilding for Invictus Gaming, even though it feels like that's been the question for the past few splits in a row. But they're doing it once again. Kid, as we said, he's finally stepped back. They're bringing in Ning for this one. Also in the bottom lane, they're bringing West back and still sticking with Megan, though. So perhaps this could be it.
It definitely could be. I know I'm a little bit sad that Raz isn't here because Ning is playing and Raz would just absolutely love everything about this human being and tell you all about him. But what we do know is that he's a super hyped player. Formerly an AD carry, I believe, has branched out to the carry junglers like the Lee Sins and the like and is trying to be that big carry for IG.
Yeah, so Ning comes from Young Miracles alongside Ming. Haha, Ning and Ming is their bot lane. Ming, of course, is now an RNG, the support for them. Ning was the AD carry, as Rusty said, swapped over into the jungle, so that's where he comes from. And then the starting AD carry for them today will be West. So the joke right now is Invictus Gaming could actually run a 5-man lineup of all AD carries in every single role. They are just like grabbing up all of the available talent.
Gotta catch them all. But question is, Ash actually never did become. Anyways.
Neither did IG.
Yeah, apparently. They do have their work cut out for them because, again, this dynasty, it's not looking very good. When you look at the likes of Team WE, as we said, they are performing well. They are still looking strong. Condi, MVP of the last split, and now Ning has to go up against that. certainly a challenge.
I mean, according to Raz, there's a lot of hype that's surrounding Ning. He feels that this has really shored up a lot of Invictus Gaming's problems. You know, they have superstar talent like Rookie and Duke, so you just need to have someone that bounces in between those two superstars and then a bottom lane that just hangs on for the ride. That's all IG have ever needed. And supposedly, Ning fits that role. They have a really strong top side of the map. West is very good in the 1v1 laning. Megan has never showed a poor performance. You know, nothing stellar, but he's not a liability by any means, so theoretically, this should be Invictus Gaming at their strongest.
And to put it simply, right, Kid was not what they needed in the jungle role. He was an AD carry himself. He's still in the sub position for this team as an AD carry specifically. That's where he wants to be going, of course. Can play the roles if it comes to it, but that's why Ning is important to me, and it's going to be an upgrade if you have someone that just wants to be in the role, that wants to learn and grow, and isn't just sitting there because he has to sit there, has to do something for the team. And that's what it felt like Kid was doing. So having this young potential superstar now come into the roster and show that he has what it takes on the big stage, that's what Invictus Gaming needs. Someone hungry between Duke and Rookie that want to get those victories.
I guess the bit of the concern then comes from WE are already showing this growth. The fact that we're seeing them take a step back from the 35-minute Elder Dragon team, they're actually getting more comfortable in the early game, taking those more aggressive earlier risks.
Yeah, how I used to describe Team WE is they were kind of like archers. They were about setting up patience, precision. They'd watch you for a little bit, they'd hunker down, and they'd just slowly put arrows into the tiniest gaps in armor, and eventually they'd load you down and you would just fall over and die. Now they've kind of forged the sword and they've picked it up and they've gone to battle toe-to-toe with all the other LPL teams in the early game, and it's through Condi in particular. MVP of the split, this guy just kind of quietly assumed best jungler in the LPL. When he started, he didn't ever think that he was going to take that throne, and he did. And now Team WE need to live up to all of that hype and all of these expectations. What have they gleaned from the international stage? And are they still on vacation? We all saw the beach photos. They looked great, by the way, but it's kind of back to business, and I hope to see Team WE come out swinging.
Yeah. And while this might not be a huge rivalry for the players themselves, because as we said, these are completely new rosters from the original rivalry lineups, it's still massive for the organizations. It's still huge for the fans. And as you can see in the crowd, it is absolutely packed in Shanghai tonight.
It's all about forging their own destinies. Now, WE didn't realize that they were the best team in the league, but as they came through, as they won the MSI split to go to the major tournament, they've now realized that there's so much more for them, that they can go to Worlds, they can be the #1 representative and get the best group stage for themselves for our whole region.
Yeah, they very well could, but as you can see on the other side, lots of laughing and smiling out of Ning as he's currently sitting between Rookie and Duke, two huge names, and they are grinning all up and down the board.
Yeah, looking very happy, bouncing in their seats a little bit. And why not be happy? Like you said, he's sitting between literally Duke and Rookie as we take a look at these rosters.
Yeah, it's Duke, Ning, Rookie with West and Megan rounding it out in the bottom.
West, formerly of Newbie, that's where he came from. So if that name sounds a bit familiar, he's already showcased some talent in the LPL.
Their opponents WE, 957, Condi, Shie, Mystic, and Ben. They've still got Zero on the sub-roster. We saw him pop up at MSI just briefly saying, hey, we're still alive. So we could see some flexibility from WE, but so far they've been seeing so much growth with this current lineup.
Yeah, and the fact that it is the current lineup, that nothing has changed. They went into Demacia Cup. They had a break, basically. They didn't even play their top laner. It was just to get through it, just parade through the tournament as necessary. WE should be reinvigorated right now as Mystic's got a name change, apparently.
Mistock?
Yeah. Perhaps just trying to accentuate, make sure that he's feeling good. I love how Duke is still as stoic as usual. All of his team is laughing and bouncing up and down, and he is just stone-faced.
He just chews
cool,
gum
cold killer.
quietly in the corner.
And looks like we're seeing some pretty big smiles all across the board. So despite the weight of this matchup, seems like it's not actually getting to the players too much as they prepare to load into Champions Select for this.
Nothing really gets to Rookie. He's known to sing or beatbox in between Champion Select, so watch for him.
And does so in Mandarin now as well. That's how well tuned he is to the entire region. Loves his stay here. Of course, Duke much more recently joined, so he will have to still speak Korean, you would imagine, too, Duke, if you're a Rookie.
They did recently get him a Mandarin Chinese teacher, though, so Duke well on his way, and flanked by Rookie should be relatively easy for him to adapt, learn the culture, and fit right in. And so far, his teleport flanking plays have looked great. It doesn't seem to be any sort of communication barrier when you look at their play style across the map.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, it is just about time to get into Champions Select. Game #1 between the largest organizations in the LPL in Chinese League of Legends. Team WE versus Team IG.
Coach Holmes standing behind Team WE. He had a great MSI performance, taking them all the way to, I believe, semifinals across from G2.
And with that, we will say thank you to Rusty. Thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us after the game to help break down this set. But with this set of bans already out, Thresh, Kled, Elise, and Zach taken right away. So WE not messing around this time.
And we continue to see Thresh be a big priority and a big target in the LPL. It's seen a little bit globally, but never so much as here. We do have a lot of hardcore Thresh players, but I just find it very interesting as the meta is shifting bottom in LPL specifically.
We've also got a Nidalee now to follow that up, targeted out towards Condi.
Yeah, that's a bit out of left field. Condi wasn't necessarily known for his Nidalee play last split. This could be something that he's been experimenting with in the offseason, possibly in scrims, which is why IG are giving so much respect to it. But that makes more sense from WE on bans.
Yeah, Galio now going to be the final ban for WE. So now we get a chance to finally see a game without a Galio. He has been absolutely massive in the LPL, I think all over the world so far. And now just down on that rung is going to be Karma as well, still following up after her massive swing in popularity.
I mean, that said, Lulu is still readily available, so if they want to counteract that support with another strong kind of shield composition type of support, Ben could look to pick that up. Ben typically, though, likes to go towards the Malzahar. Malzahar's changes haven't come through yet. Those come through on 7-11. We're still on 7-10. So I'm expecting good things from Ben because I feel that Malzahar is actually in a relatively strong place right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing WE prioritize their bottom lane. Caitlyn locked in right away from Mystic. And as you mentioned, that Lulu's still available. WE showing, hey, we know we've got a huge bottom lane. Your bottom lane might not be up to par. Let's just press that weakness.
It also puts a lot of pressure on Invictus Gaming to pick up the AD carry for West. Yes, there are still options like the Ashe, the Twitch, the Varus, but you would assume that the Ashe and the Varus would get penched if they don't pick it up in this rotation of bans, forcing him onto something uncomfortable and giving Mystic and Ben a free lane. And you do not want to give that to Mystic. He's probably, I'd say probably either the best or second best performing ADC right now in the league.
Yes, well currently with Uzi missing, I think there's really not too much question as to who the best AD carry is.
Well, Mystic certainly proved that in the finals,
Oh,
so
yeah.
I don't think Uzi even has a leg to stand on.
Yeah. We'll have to see if Uzi can make a glorious return against WE and reclaim that title for himself. But for now, he was missing yesterday. We'll see in the future. Varus is going to be the pickup for West, and Syndra locked in for Rookie. So very early carry priority. They're also showing that Karma to be support, saving up for Ning in the jungle and Duke in the top lane.
And this was the question that I had. Would Shie pick his mid laner going into Syndra, or would he leave it for a second rotation? Looks like he's going to be jumping on the Cassidy train as well. It's nice because it is flanked with strong wave clear and Caitlyn. I'd like to see them run that out a little bit more because so many teams, JD in particular, are running into this problem where they have the Cassidy, and if he doesn't go off in the lane phase, with things like Rift Herald, with things like Baron, he just gets overwhelmed and you can't stall out or clear your towers well enough.
WE now shifting their focus towards the top lane, respecting Duke very much, banning out that Jace, and Duke, the carry top laner from SKT, now finds himself in a carry top meta against the likes of Team WE.
I'm actually really glad that you bring up SKT because what was interesting is you could tell that that team had kind of taken a break, relaxed a little bit, taken their foot off the gas, because when they came back into LCK, they also struggled to kind of adapt to the meta. They looked really out of place. Samsung really just ran over them, and I'm curious if that's going to be the same case for Team WE. How seriously have they taken their offseason? Yes, they participated in Demacia Cup. They didn't have 957. Is this a case where, you know, they came back from MSI, they did a little bit of a breather because they didn't get the space to take a break and relax? Or have they been hard at work and they're going to be ready for IG?
Well, so far they are respecting the legacy of that top laner, banning away Duke's Fiora, which I'm fairly certain has single-handedly inspired about half of the current solo queue Fiora players. Huge on that champion, but he's going to have to show us something a little bit different as we've got Rumble, Kled, Galio, Jace, and Fiora all banned away from both sides of the top lane. And now Lee Sin banned away from Condi. He's absolutely huge on that champion. Now, who does WE save that counter pick for? 957 or Condi?
You would assume that it would be 957. It's super safe to pick up the jungler here, and 957 has shown kind of with his evolution and maturity coming from MSI back here that he can play not just the tanks but also the carries. But as I say that, he's like, nope, Give me the
Give me
last
Kennen.
standing strong top lane champion. With Rumble, Jace, and Fiora banned, Kennen is the next go-to.
And what better way than to deal with that than just by dropping the hammer? As Olaf is locked in. Actually, this could be for Ning. We're expecting it's up.
Yeah, I expect that it'll actually be in the jungle. But as they lock in Kha'Zix, you're correct. It is top lane Olaf.
Turns out it is going to be hammers all over the place. I say hammer. It's an axe. Or a drumstick, depending on which skin you want to use. But excellent champion. Really good at putting Yordles into the dirt.
It's also a pretty volatile lane across from Kennen. Yeah, you do have some trading windows with Olaf on the axe as well as the big true damage burst, but Kennen is the ranged champion going into a melee matchup, so we'll see how well Duke plays this. He has outperformed skill-based matchups before, but 957 is certainly no slouch.
Yeah, and with this, we now have our final champions locked in. Gragas is the final pickup for Team WE. 957 needs to hurry up and swap that Caitlyn down to Mystic, unless... There he goes, okay.
He's not that extreme.
Getting awfully slow at the timer. I mean, theoretically, Caitlyn could be great against Olaf. 650 attack range to keep him away from the minions.
Yeah.
He throws an axe, you just casually walk backwards.
Till he pops ultimate and just runs you down.
Oh, yeah, well, in that case, you're just kind of swap lanes at level 5. Get Kennen up there. But as we said, Gragas is the final pickup for Condi. With this sort of final composition, seems like we get a chance to see something new. Finally, no Galio. Zach's still banned away. Still no Sejuani to be seen here in the LPL, as the rivalry is set to take on a new form here on stage.
And it is playing to a lot of the strengths that we gave Invictus Gaming for this new lineup. You know, the fact that you have Syndra in Rookie's hands, Duke gets to counterpick his top lane. Yes, there were a lot of bans thrown at that, but he did get something that he's relatively comfortable with, taking the Olaf. And then you have a carry-oriented snowball jungler in the Kha'Zix. So this is very much about the top side of the map, whereas the bottom side is just Varus Karma. How much safer can you get? The only way that gets safer is if that Varus is an Ezreal, but naturally, Ezreal doesn't fit too well into the meta. So hopefully, IG's bot lane, just sit back, just relax, let Kha'Zix be that snowball mechanic for your Korean superstars.
I mean, it's not even just the Kha'Zix. They've got the Syndra as well, if they manage to catch out Xie in the mid lane. And even in the top lane, Olaf, if he manages to get a few kills, he can be pretty scary just chasing down that back line. So there is some safety there. And again, as you said, this comes back to the playstyle that we want to see out of Team IG. Let the carries do their thing, while the bottom lane and the jungle just kind of helps coordinate that.
But then on the other side, Team WE's bottom lane is actually incredibly strong. They have the Caitlyn and the Lulu, and yeah, there's not a lot of kill pressure there, but there is a lot of lane priority there, and that helps open up space for the jungler to make moves aggressively in the enemy jungle. So it's kind of very different weighted parts of the map, although Karma and Varus should be able to hold that line.
Emphasis on the should. But with that, we have now loaded onto the Rift immediately. The across any language communication pings all over the place. Surprised that we're not hearing the crowds just yet. Are they waiting for the team names to come up?
Don't think we have a mic on them.
Oh, yeah. Quiet day in the studio, but still certainly packed to the brim. Looks like we're seeing defensive line out of Invictus Gaming. Team WE playing it nice and safe, pretty far back as well. Looks like Warlords out of Mystic, along with the Blessing.
Wind Speaker's Blessing?
Wind Speakers.
Yeah, so indicating that Ben is here to support Mystic as opposed to be that Thunderlords and help create space for his AD carry. Again, we talk about where these teams have weighted in their bottom lane as, hey look, it's the Bash brothers on the top side of the map that are already making a very aggressive invade, laying down vision and taking away the Raptor camp.
You can see 957 currently sitting in his tri-bush, waiting to try to get an eye on that Olaf as he makes his way, and actually drops a ward just to be safe. As Ning clears out the camp and gets level 2, blue buff being finished up by Condi. How does he follow up?
Yeah, wants to protect that there's not a cheeky Raptor into red buff into top lane gank. And Condi's response that you were talking about is actually to slip in and maybe do something cheeky of his own. West and Megan were very aggressive in asserting their dominance early on in this lane that now leaves them exposed if Gragas chooses to to slip in underneath the creep wave. If he's going to go, it's going to be now.
Yeah, he's creeping forward. Mystic's already jumped to half. That's exhaust onto Megan. Condi walks forward, gets the barrel, misses, actually does connect with the body slam. First blood, Mystic.
And just as we were saying, Team WE are all about their bottom lane. So Invictus Gaming, they walked in over a ward, gave information to Team WE that Ning was going to be on the top side of the map, then used that information to punish and snowball Mystic ahead.
This is the play that we expect from the MVP of Split #1. And now that he's got that assist, despite being down 7 jungle CS, he's going to be nice and prepped to catch up.
And it's not incredibly punishing because it is a Caitlyn. Naturally, you never want to give away first blood. More so is where the wave is currently positioned. Megan doesn't have flash anymore, and Mystic is doing his best to actually hold that, forcing Varus to extend forward. That just gives Condi so much space that if he wants to make a repeat gank, Invictus Gaming are in trouble.
We're even seeing Ben sit in the river, not allowing West a chance to sneak forward and get a ward. And again, while it is first blood on that Caitlyn, he's not going to get a chance to spend that gold for quite some time, as Ning now clears out his own blue buff, and Condi will use that assist to complete a recall.
I believe it was Rusty that was talking about this yesterday, this idea that the longer that both AD carries actually just sit on a basic buy, the stronger Caitlyn is, simply because she then just abuses everyone with her range, as opposed to getting, not outscaled, but outpaced with her current itemization trends, since she still goes for that double attack speed infinity edge.
Yeah. The flat stats from Headshot and Built Over Peacemaker, very, very high. Base stats, not so great scaling as it gets later and later. Condi, on his own recall, goes for Control Ward refillable before heading back into the jungle. And Ben still continues to hold this wave here along with Mystic, though they are building it up. And there are no junglers on this side of the map as well, so West and Megan have just got to sit here and take it.
Yeah, fortunately their patience does pay off. The wave does build up, rotate back to them. And you can see that the CS discrepancy isn't as bad. It looks bad right now, but he's going to shore up a lot of that.
Yeah. And with this, Rookie is just burning lots and lots of mana to try to punish Xie. This is the melee in a long lane tax, so this is not unexpected.
Yeah, but we have seen a lot of Castanen. A lot of that is due to the safety that Doran Shield gives him in the lane. Castanen has always been, decent or survivable in a lot of these matchups. The Doran Shield makes it that much easier, although, hold on.
Ning spots out Condi. He's a level ahead and continues to get more experience before leaping over the wall. Teleport from a full Cassidy. Flash slam from Condi. No reaction from Ning.
And Ning obviously had no idea what was going to happen there. He's like, you're all alone, your mid laner's not going to be here, not noticing that Cassidy had the teleport. So great, again, reactionary play from Team WE. They get information from Invictus Gaming, and then they immediately punish.
2-0 so far for Team WE. Seems like they're coming out of the gates swinging as the bottom lane is putting on pressure. The mid lane is keeping up in CS, and Condi is already all over the place. Still hasn't taken his red buff, because he did just get one gifted over to him by Ning. So he'll get about half the duration of that. Meanwhile, 957 in the top lane, going even with Duke.
Means that he gets to make a free back and pick up his tracker's knife and start placing down some more deep vision, or at least neutral vision. I would expect that it would go towards the bottom lane just because he wants to protect Mystic and Ben if they're going to continue to be this far forward in their lane, punishing West and Megan.
And now with the gentleman's handshake in the top lane, both of the top laners recalled. Teleport actually used by Duke to get back in, and double Ninja Tabby as well. Ah, hilarious. I love this meta.
Itemization much more consistent this time around than our previous series. We're seeing a lot of Merc Treads, some Berserker's Greaves, but both Invictus Gaming and Team WE seem to remember that this is 7.10 and Ninja Tabby still reigns supreme.
Very, very strong as Duke starts tossing some axes, forces the Lightning Surge at a 957, and yeah, everyone's just going to kind of reset, take it nice and slow. Stun actually will catch Xie. As Rookie's now level 6, Xie without teleport has to be a little respectful.
Condi is off to the side, spotted out by a lot of control wards, however, as well as the fact that Rookie still has both cleanse and flash available, so there's not much gate potential on this lane, at least not until Condi has level 6 as well.
Ning will spot out Condi and immediately leap away. Won't get fooled again. Great song.
You have good taste in music, Dom.
Glad that we can recognize the presence that WE have got on the map right now as
This
they are
is-
trying to defend their blue.
Actually a really greedy back from CA. So CA was, 75% health and mana. He actually chooses to make his back here. His teleport's not up because he used it to pick up the second blood, which means that Cassidy isn't there to defend this blue buff. So IG, knowing that they have a numbers advantage, just walk in and take it for free.
Smite even used by Ning to make sure there's no chance of a steal. He'll be gifting over blue buff to Rookie as soon as that one respawns. It's about a minute away right now. You just saw the icon on your map. And without any stats on Mystic and West, neither of them have completed a recall. They're forced to just sit back, take that initial harass and trade before returning to their lanes.
The difference is that Ben is made his back already, whereas Megan has not. So you can already see the Sightstone, as well as the fact that Caitlyn is currently in the 2v1. That's fine for her, but it means that any sort of advantage that they had initially had, he hasn't abused it yet. They've actually just kind of given it away to secure more vision. So this is Team WE. We talked about how they had forged their sword. They can now consistently play an early game. Actually going back to more of their archer status. You have Condi on more of a slower pace facilitating jungler as opposed to that hard carry Lee Sin that we like to see from him. You have the Caitlyn coming out of Mystic, a champion that's really going to spike on 3 items kind of around mid-late game. And then you have Cassidy, and I feel like this is all the makings of Team WE playing a very slow, controlled, methodical game.
Question is, can IG break that apart? They've already been hamstrung by those first 2 kills, and now a 1,000 gold lead for WE at the end of it. First recall is completed Zerker Greaves and BF Sword from Mystic. Xie is currently sitting on his Catalyst and a Null Magic Mantle as he completes his 4th recall in 9 minutes.
But the BF Sword Zerker Greaves from Mystic isn't as punishing as it normally would be. Again, we're in the Doran Shield meta. And unfortunately for Caitlyn, she is a poke-based champion as opposed to an all-in champion, especially when paired with Lulu, who has Windspeaker's Blessing instead of Thunderlords. You then look at the sustain that West has itemized. There's no way that they kill this bottom lane without interaction from either their mid laner, their top laner, or their jungler.
So then to go back to the question that we posed earlier, can IG break Team WE? Historically, the answer has been no. I mean, all of last split, WE looked so dominant with this patient style.
I don't think it's necessarily can they. The answer will always be yes. It's where do they? And I think that's with Rookie on Syndra. That's the big explosive champion. You team that up with someone like Kha'Zix. Big burst damage, a lot of assassination potential and pick potential, but they need to unlock those 2.
And you can see how safe we're seeing Xie play as a result of that. Catalyst, Null Magic Mantle, and the Doran Shield. He's got a Dark Seal just for funsies for a little bit more sustain in lane, but still not a single AP item to his name. Playing nice and safe, though we are seeing IG put some presence down here on the bottom side of the map. Condi will clear out his Gromp, or at least try to. Ning is sitting there with Smite, and Gromp gets reset.
Just wasting a lot of time, but IG have done a phenomenal job controlling that bottom river. Again, we speak to all of the control wards, as well as the fact that Ning is constantly peeking into Condi's jungle, keeping track on him. And if your only responsibility on a team with such strong solo laners like Duke and Rookie is just to track the enemy jungler, that's a fine position to take.
Ning still moving around. It's Duke starting to chuck some hammers, eats a stun. Immediately that's the Ragnarok, but misses the follow-up. 2 undertows.
And exactly this. Duke and Rookie are naturally winning their lanes right now. Look at the CS differences between the Olaf and the Syndra comparatively to their lane counterparts. Ning doesn't have to gank those lanes. He just needs to keep them safe.
Look at that regeneration from Duke. Even with the Ragnarok off, he's still winning trades with 957. As Xie with low mana is forced to sit here and take this harass if he wants minions. Condi sneaks forward, spots Ning out over the wall, still goes for the flash. Body slam, there's a cast, and he actually will go down, but Xie with no mana can't follow up. Megan with the roam keeps his mid laner safe as they get 2 kills of their own and continue chasing, but let Ben go.
Dom, you asked me if IG could break Team WE, and I said yes, but it would be with Ning and Rookie. That said, they don't have to go wandering.
Yeah.
Team WE walk into their jaws, and they clamp down. A phenomenal outplay from Rookie nets him his first kill of the game.
You know, you're really good at this. You should do this for a living.
I'll try.
Here's that go again. You can see Condi pull the trigger, but there's just not enough.
Also an excellent cleanse there from Rookie, and then just Shaquille O'Neal dunks right on top of that. Fortunately, then she is like, I'm in too deep. He tries to trade 1 for 1, but they pulled perfect their supports over, and Megan saves the day with a nice clutch shield.
That means the AD carries are left farming on their own, but like you said, Duke passively winning top lane, forces the earlier recall from 957, gets himself a level advantage and a 15 CS advantage, whereas Rookie now 1-0-1, finishes off a nice early Morellonomicon, and now the map is moving over. Mystic is patient.
The scary thing, though, is that Rookie was forced to burn both Cleanse and Flash, which leaves him open, which is why you see Team WE kind of shadowing underneath him. Right now, they're deciding to just place Deep Vision, but they're pretty much waiting. Is Varus going to overextend, or is Syndra going to overextend?
And look at IG on the map. They are sitting under their turrets right now, with the exception of Megan, who's still being nice and patient. Ning is going to walk forward. Condi drops it. There's the ace in the hole, and slam dunk. Condi puts him in the bin.
If Rookie was Shaquille O'Neal, was that like Kobe Bryant?
Just dropping it down. I don't actually know any basketball.
Well, Shaq can't throw free throws. It has to be like right up for him to get it.
Well, I mean, he just has to stand on his toes and he can put it in.
I think that's for most basketball players.
As Rookie is going to get some harass onto Condi. He's chunked down up to about half on that turret with WE's momentum. That means IG get a chance to swap some damage on the bottom tier 1. Not enough to break it, but Mystic just allowing West to catch up a little bit in CS. Rookie is so excellent about dodging that Force Pulse. Now follows up with a stun. Doesn't quite have enough damage to kill, especially against the Null Magic Mantle.
I mean, Rookie is still the best mid laner, probably the best player in the LPL. That will never change. She is trying to get what he can, but unfortunately he's unable to punish him with Condi not having flash or not having ultimate available. And Rookie is probably going to get a free back after this next wave, and by the time he comes back into lane, his flash is going to be pretty much up. So this big window where they could punish Rookie by being immobile is actually going to close very quickly.
And you can see WE are trying to set up some vision, perhaps expecting that, getting an Infernal Dragon ward on the Infernal Dragon, another deep ward on the Krug camp to keep an eye on Ning. There's the recall as you predicted as he gets Sork boots and 2 control wars on the top side. So even WE respecting the mid lane movements of Rookie should it ever come to that. That does mean that Shie will get a chance to complete his own recall, finish off that Rod of Ages.
It creates this really interesting tug of war. Like, we see it going back and forth in the lanes, but the actual war that's being fought here is actually in the vision. The mid lane vision in particular, all of the control wards from IG and then all of the counter vision from Team WE, it's so important because this has been such a mid lane focused game, at least for the initial 14 minutes.
That does mean that top is relatively undefended, so Ning gets to make his way up there, but 957 with a good reaction, senses that something is amiss and backs up as Duke walks past the turret. That does mean that they will trade Infernal Dragon, though.
Yeah, but again, great vision from both teams. The fact that they saw this coming, this is a bit risky.
957? Oh no, the poor guy. He used his Lightning Surge. He doesn't have any stun. He doesn't have any chance. Leapt upon by Ning, and he gets Goomba Stomp.
That's one of those moments where I was like, there's no way he'll just
Why does he
intentionally feed.
That does mean that first turret goes over to IG, but WE answer by going bottom. West will sit under his tier 2 and try to defend, but there's no one there to help him, and he's up against 3 right now. Duke continues pushing. He's got his teleport. How far can WE go?
WE do have the tempo advantage because, like you said, they do have multiple men. Kassadin also making a rotation here, but not necessarily the creep wave. Krug's trying to help out.
Yeah. That is going to be Herald instead, answered by Invictus Gaming on the other side of the map. Duke lets go of his push, knowing that he'll be able to take that turret later, especially with the help of the Herald.
Which ultimately means that Invictus Gaming are still ahead here. I actually don't like giving it to the jungler. I would prefer it to go to the top laner. I understand, though, by giving it to the jungler, that he's more often to kind of roam around to the other lanes.
Yeah.
So you have a bit more versatility into where you position Rift Herald.
On the other side, though, Duke does have his teleport, so in the event of him teleporting and winning a fight, you want that Herald already there. But pros and cons.
I feel like something that hasn't been experimented with as much as it should have for Rift Herald is actually split pushing with the buff. So say you are the top laner. Instead of using the teleport and then placing Rift Herald after the fight is won and then just flying V behind it, actually placing Rift Herald on the top side of the map, drawing resources to stop it, and then going to the other side of the map and taking 2 towers simultaneously.
And the gold you can see on your screen right now is actually very indicative of the playstyles that you talked about just a little bit earlier. 600 gold lead for Duke, another 600 gold lead for Rookie, and Mystic about 1,000 gold ahead of West. So you predicted very accurately the styles of these teams and the players that they want to play around. Question is, can the 2 strengths of Rookie and Duke beat that of Mystic as Ning summons the Herald? She's ready to charge.
And the thing is Herald as an objective takes away a lot of power from mid laners that do have that built-in wave clear, as he's just going to take this down in one fell swoop. But someone like Cassidy is then infinitely punished even harder.
You can see Ben being pulled over to try to save it. That's going to be a lot of damage, though.
Two charges off.
Third of the health as it's finally going to be dropped. You can CC Rift Herald.
My only concern here is that while I understand that breaking the mid tower is always going to be important, it offers you the most opportunity over deep vision on either red or blue side because you get that much farther up the map. But why not use Rift Herald into the top lane to break an inner tower? Because you are against a Cassidy. It's not like it's a Victor or an Orianna or a Syndra that can just sit there and freely wave clear. It's actually quite easy to break Cassidy's tower without using Herald.
I think it's more of a rookie factor, right? You want to break down that mid-tier 1 so that your
To unlock the
Syndra
mid laner?
can start moving around. As Duke, he's doing work all on his own. He drops the Ragnarok. Teleport immediately used. Ning follows up for more damage, but misses the Void Spikes. And Xie looks to chase. Gets the slow. Duke is going to die. That's Ning now left to walk away, though the rest of IG were collapsing.
And that's 2 teleport plays that have put Xie back on the map. So gets second blood with the first one, and now picks up his second assist, really, on the second one.
As Kandi lets out a roar in defiance before sweeping out the vision of IG on this side of the map. Rookie still putting pressure towards the mid lane, though.
And Team WE are still very much on the back foot. Yes, Cassidy participated in a play, they picked up another kill, but it really doesn't mean much for them outside of just getting some space to breathe, to reset their map. You know, clearing out their vision, trying to reset their side waves. They're still very much waiting for these big item breakpoints of kind of mid to late game from Cassidy and Caitlyn. So Team WE, they're still trying to hang on.
IG are playing very sneaky, though. They get a lot of burst onto Kandi, but their split target Mystic survives, but only barely, and Kandi does the same as Invictus Gaming, though they were on the same page of the play, maybe not the same page of the target. They're going to try to break down the mid-tier 2 and succeed, though Xie, waiting behind them, is going to be clearing out a ward spotted well in advance. IG have already cleared it and taken it, made their way back.
And Team WE are just hemorrhaging structures at this point. Again, their composition isn't really set up to safely kind of create a pause or hiatus. So if they're against a team and a comp that are very proactive in taking early snowballs and punishing them, their comp has nothing to defend against it. And this has been my big problem with Team WE from the very beginning. Yes, when they went to MSI, they redefined themselves. They played this early game style, particularly through Kandi in 957. But it feels like day one of Summer Split, they went back to old Team WE, which is if a team just lets you shoot them with arrows and falls over, that's great. WE look great. But if a team actually gets up in your face and takes you down, Team WE crumble.
Play the likes of Olaf and just run through the arrows in that case. Ben is even being pulled up now to help defend 957, as Duke is just a huge threat at this point with a catalyst of his own on top of that Black Cleaver. 957 might actually go for the kill here. He drops the Bilgewater Cutlass for a slow just to force out the Ragnarok, as West was actually pulled up as well. So,
and there we finally get to see kind of the second interaction that I really wanted to showcase with Olaf versus Kennen. Kennen will never have any sort of kill threat on Olaf. Yeah, he can technically kill him, but he should never be able to catch him. Because anytime Olaf doesn't like this matchup, he's just going to peace out and run off.
Yeah. Make for the hills in the back. But now, with this play from Team WE, Kandi's caught in the river by Rookie. He's able to sidestep some of the damage, but 957 and Mystic are already working on the top tier 1. West and Megan trading for it on the bottom, so it is 4 turrets to 2 right now. And Baron has spawned, so there is a potential Baron threat from WE off the back of this.
But look at the pings. Invictus Gaming are continuing to push through. They have both Karma and Varus there. They probably won't take the tower, but they're going to get significant damage on it, and Team WE are not responding. They're looking for the fight.
Caught by the stun, caught by the silence damage. It's not enough to kill him. Body slam stops Ning in midair. He stealths and tries to walk back as a cast puts him away. 957 tries to find Rookie, gets a stun, but immediate cleanse. Great reaction along with a knockback. Scatter the weak to keep him alive. Mystic is caught as West and Megan collapse, and Invictus Gaming are now chasing WE. They are turning this fight on its head. Ben with no flash has got no chance. He dies as it's 5-4 and WE run to the hills.
And this is the Invictus Gaming that fans want to see, led by their superstars Rookie and Duke. He comes around the corner and he just blows that fight wide open. IG now have start on the Baron. They have the control ward. Kandi's still alive, and here comes 957.
Yeah, he's not been spotted just yet. 957 is there. There's no flash ready for Kandi. Xie goes in and goes down. 957 goes in too soon. It's up to Kandi. They now know he's there. The barrel has been dropped.
He doesn't have vision.
Oh, Ning leaps over. That's the smite out of the pit, but he's got flash. They burn Condi down and get the kill. It's up to a shuriken, but no, 957 backs away. Baron picked up for IG, and they don't lose a single member.
Invictus Gaming looking to reclaim their throne from Team WE. They blew open the game early, got Rookie ahead, and have now snowballed. Where other teams have failed to be proactive against WE, let them bunker up. Invictus Gaming choose not to. Come on, Rookie. I was hyping you up.
He's laughing right now, and you can see him. He knows what he's done.
And this actually looks really bad for IG for a second. Ning gets caught out, but a great stealth and disengage helps reset the fight and buy enough time for Duke to participate in. You then see Rookie get caught, you're like, oh no, IG, you were so close. But here comes Duke, and he's gonna clip Mystic and then blow him up. The 90 caliber net was used aggressively, which means Caitlyn is up a creek without a paddle.
Oh yeah, now IG turning on to the Ocean Dragon. They've still got Baron for themselves for another 2.5 minutes. And already clearing out 4 turrets. Invictus Gaming are poised to continue their momentum forwards and push Team WE back. Yeah, great. You want to wait for 35 minutes? We'll end the game in 30.
But they need to do it now.
They need to actually do it, yeah. That's going to be a little bit more difficult.
I'm excited too, Dom.
But they do have 2 turrets that they can look for right now. Rookie's catching minions in the mid lane while the rest of the team is setting up on the bottom. Duke still pulling pressure up top. You can see Ben playing a very scary game with 957.
So now we need to kind of talk about win conditions for Team WE. How do they climb back into this game? They need to prioritize their defensive vision, clear that out so they can try to make picks, deny some of these Baron buffs across the map. You can see 957 and Ben, they were hiding in that bush waiting for Duke to overextend. That's where that vision's important. And then the fact is they just need to sit at their towers and kind of wait for this gold to be fed into them. So onus is still very much on IG to be the proactive and brave and bold team.
Well, they did set up their waves and then recall. So still playing nice and safe. Duke is going to look for a control ward, sees Condi, and then immediately backs it up. Holds on to the Ragnarok, so no happy trigger finger from Duke just yet.
I don't know if I necessarily entirely agree with their idea that they're playing the Baron buff in all 3 lanes. I would prefer that they kind of group up around Rookie. I feel like Syndra's really their threat on structures, threatening to scatter the weak. I feel right now they're just kind of feeding a bunch of free CS into Team WE's open arms.
West forced to make his way forward as Mystic tries to set up a few traps and needs a little harassed for his effort.
There we go. This is what I wanted.
Damage. Yeah, now they bring Rookie and Ning and finally finish off the second tier 2. There's only 1 remaining and Duke is already pressed up to it.
And there you go. As soon as Syndra approaches the tower, this is why she's the all-encompassing, all-powerful blind mid lane pick. She doesn't have any bad matchups, and she's also incredibly great at sieging because you can't step forward to just blow you up.
Now it looks like they are swapping towards the top lane. They've got a cannon minion wave, and 957 is forced to back away. Mystic's actually back in base right now as Duke paves the way for his team to clear out this final remaining tier 2 turret. Looks like Baron is about to wear off as well, so not too much more time left on it, as they did take it nice and slow to set this up. And they start sieging onto the inhib as the Baron looks to wear off.
As long as this inhib and this tower remain standing, Condi, swing and a miss.
Yeah. Extended duration now only on Ning, as he is going to start pushing these minions in. 5 members of IG continue chasing forward with Rookie catching minions mid. They are not Rookie, Xie. They have to respect it. The turret falls. And IG, they're still looking for some damage onto the inhib. It's getting a bit risky now.
But Invictus Gaming have the confidence to do this, knowing that Condi doesn't have his ultimate, which is why they're being so aggressive here.
Ooh, they need to actually finish it off, though. Look at the trap line. Moving backwards and forwards with the minions, trying to keep themselves safe with the harass. Condi, 4-man slam, looks for more, tries to follow through. West flashes back as Rookie eats a headshot. Teleport coming in as Xie back at full health with home guards. Flashes, gets the soul onto West. Zanya's to stall it out. Duke goes down to Condi. They're acing the hole onto Rookie. He's still alive, but won't be for long as Xie, the janitor Cassidon, cleans up 1, looks for 2. 957 continuing to follow, gets slowed, and IG, they lose 2, but they did get that inhibitor.
Oh, great performance from Condi. Knocks up 4 people with that belly slam, says, I don't need the cast to perform here. They finally recoup, they finally strike back. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. The inhib does fall.
Wow.
There's that incredible performance. Excellent follow-up from 957, but it's really just pocket gold at this point for Cassidon.
The inhib, like you said, already did fall. You can see Shie follow through. They try to stagger it out into a fight, but WE just have so much chase.
Pretty much, even with the shutdown bonuses and the kill gold that Shie got there, it's still not worth as much of all of the global gold that Invictus Gaming picked up in that Baron push. They got bot inner,
Top inner.
top inner,
Top
as well
inhib.
as the top inhib.
And now, 27.5 minutes in, they're up 7,000 gold over Team WE, the winners of Spring Split. And with this new lineup, IG, they're showing us something they haven't shown in a very long time. They're decisive, they've got a lot of life, and we're actually seeing some very good communication. That 5-man move around the inhibitor backwards and forwards with the minion wave, that's no easy feat, as West, come on man, I'm trying to give you a compliment.
Every time we start hyping up
Yeah.
IG, Roki gets caught out, West dies.
Oh boy.
Dom, you're cursing my team.
I know. Been there for every EDG upset. Going to be here for every WE/IG upset.
Fun fact, Dom has cast every time EDG have lost. He cast their
Unlimited
massive...
potential.
Yeah, their unlimited potential when they fell down in 2015. You cast when they lost after going undefeated for like
I
7
cast their
months.
loss to LGD in the semifinals, where they were expected to move forward. Their loss was what let LGD go to the 2015 World Series.
EDG
World
should
Championship.
actually just pay you never to cast their games.
Listen, you can reach me at my email. No.
Business inquiries.
Yeah. As it is, though, EDG is not here. Neither is LGD. But it's WE and Invictus Gaming. And now WE press forward, looking for a pick, but not quite finding it. Infernal Dragon is up in 8 seconds, and Baron's about to respawn. Ning setting up to collapse on anyone who looks to punish Duke, but nobody wants to deal with that Berserker.
But Invictus Gaming have done a phenomenal job prepping their side waves coming into this dragon. So we saw Duke on the bottom side of the screen. Megan, no!
Ooh, he actually lands the tether.
No, Megan!
Shie is going very far. Redemption on top of himself. It's playing a real dangerous game.
As I was saying, Duke has prepped top and bottom wave, and so it just creates all this space for Invictus Gaming to walk up to this freely.
Yeah. With that super minions pushing in the top lane, someone eventually has to deal with it. Finally, we're starting to see 957 make his way up there. Still no teleport as he used it earlier, but he does now have his frozen mallet and the ninja tabby, so he can finally chase down Olaf a little bit better. But he does still have that Ragnarok to break free.
He's never going to catch him.
Yeah. Oh man, Andy's got the Righteous Glory. I love it, Duke. Phage, Righteous Glory, Ragnarok. You are not getting away from him.
You're also never going to kill him. The only time he dies is when he chooses to plant his feet.
When he chooses to die.
So at this point, naturally, Invictus Gaming are going to be looking towards that Baron. You can already see that Rookie's clearing out the back of the pit, the last standing control ward for Team WE, and then Bin and Conti just holding hands like...
Please no Syndra. At least it's not a Blitzcrank.
I just feel like it's at that point where they were like sitting in the trench, and they had to like peek up and like rush across no man's land, get to the Baron, throw down the ward.
And then immediately turn around and run back. Please, nobody there. But they do get their vision, and now they lose their vision as Invictus Gaming immediately turn around. Ning actually going for a quick leap and slow. He did take the evolved Void Spikes for additional utility for his team.
Yeah, it makes sense with the 3 members, kind of if they wanted to run a 1-3-1, just because Syndra and Olaf have kill priority or safety in side lanes. Then you have Karma, the utility of Kha'Zix's W evolve, and then Varus. So very hard to actually walk down west if Kha'Zix and Karma are flanking him.
And you can see how desperate WE are for vision right now. Dropping the blue trinket on top of the Baron. This is so dangerous. Come on, Ben, you know better than this. Okay, now he sees Ning. Now he knows that they've got to be there. But that, I believe that's the final blue trinket. The inhibitor has respawned. Shie is going to fall back to defend it. He's got teleport, and immediately Invictus Gaming, they started off.
Shie does have, like you said, his teleport, but he doesn't have any wards to really teleport to. If he does, he won't make it in time unless he's TPing directly into the pit.
Yeah, and that is not a happy place to be. Redemption on top of it as well to top themselves off. There's the teleport, but it's too late as Duke drops the Ragnarok, ace in the hole. Chunks rookie to half, and teleport is canceled, but Baron picked up by IG.
Was that Invictus Gaming just backing away from a fight? Taking the objective?
No.
Oh, I'm astounded.
What year is it?
Raz-
Is this the year? Is this it?
Raz was
LGD
right.
back at the top? Invictus Gaming making a play, WE rising to the cream of the crop. Are we going back in time?
Okay, you calm down on the LGD. I'm even going to pump the brakes there. No, but Invictus Gaming, normally at a Baron fight like that, if this was Spring Split IG, they would have had the Baron, they would have had the game, like, let's fight them, and ran face first into defeat. This time around, they take the Baron, they collectively reset, and now they're just going to flood the map. They're going to smother Team WE to death.
The meme team is back in NA. Delta Fox?
Now
oh my god, we're actually going back in time.
You're actually just really reaching.
We are going way back. Oh man, Marty McFly must be having a great time.
Every time I open up Reddit and it's just a bunch of Delta Fox, I just immediately close it. This is...
Oh, I wonder what's going on in League of Legends today. Looks like nothing. Okay, let's take a look at the gold right now. We see a 2,000 gold lead for Duke, another 2,000 gold lead for Ning. It's just pretty big all across the board. Rookies even up. They're dropping it because they want us to focus on this inhib siege right now. Baron still on IG. Condi finds Ning, but that's not the target he wants. Great reaction from Rookie to sidestep it. Now, as 5, they're getting some harass. Xie tries to get a little bit of damage down here, but it's not enough, and it's against an Ocean Dragon.
And that was their big cooldowns. That was the flash, that was the cast, that was the belly slam. That means Condi really is just looking for that miracle 4-man belly bop again.
Ooh, ace in the hole. Rookie's pinned against the wall, and now he's got to back away. Xie follows through and eats an arrow. They've got time if they can stall this out, but West, he doesn't have flash, he doesn't have heal. 957 goes in, they try to kill the carries, and that's Mystic dead. Rookie is still alive. Xie gets one, but gets dunked on by Rookie as IG are winning the fight. Ben eats an axe, he's slowed, he's assassinated by Ning. 4 versus 2. It's up to Condi and 957 to keep WE in this game.
And there's the difference between Kassadin and Syndra. Rookie was able to delete Mystic from a distance, whereas Kassadin had to put his face on it and trade his life to try to get into that back line.
Yeah, with Baron and minions coming in, 957 is the target, but he makes it onto the fountain. The Nexus turret is slowly crumbling. Invictus Gaming move to the next one. Condi drops the hammer onto Ning, but it's not enough. He's going to drop the game here as the second Nexus turret falls. 957 will watch from a sepia-toned screen as Invictus Gaming defeat Team WE.
And they've done it. They have taken down the spring champions. Can they 2-0? Will they close out the series? We don't really know with Invictus Gaming. I feel like we have one great game, we get super excited, and the next one is just as rocky. But so far, things look great for an IG fan.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps time to reassess the modern rivalry between the two, as they are looking very calm towards the end of this matchup. Big smile from Rookie as he stands up and makes his way backstage.
The thing is that this new iteration of Invictus Gaming, as they lose that final thread that tied them to the old IG dynasty, needed to kind of prove or earn the respect of their fans. Like, we are still an organization and a team to be proud of and to be invested in. And with a performance like that, I have no problem jumping on the hype train.
And now joining us to help break down this matchup is Rusty. Which hype train are you getting
There's
on?
too many hype trains. I'm not on any of them just yet. It's week 1. Invictus Gaming do get a victory, but honestly, I don't know, man. I watched WE play that game out. I feel like they just lost landing phase, and then they lost the entire game from it. Condi tried his best. Level 2 he got a gank off. He got some good flash body slams, but at that point, when he was hitting those body slams, it was already just that little bit too late. It felt like, in all honesty, Rookie just won the game. Like, Rookie by himself just carried the entire game of League of Legends up to the very last moment.
27,000 damage on Syndra. IG go back to what works, and it really works. And I think more importantly, the fact that we got to see them as a team come together and play around this massive Syndra. When they were chasing him down in the mid lane, it wasn't just Ning showing up. We got to see West, Megan, Duke, and Ning all collapse on Mystic for trying to kill Rookie.
Yeah, it's not that the Kassadin was a bad pick either, right? Like, it's a good champion. It scales well. All WE wanted to do was hit level 16, get their power spikes, and then team fight. It's just that everything leading up to that was going towards IG's favor, and that, to me, comes back once again. You look at the team compositions that IG put together for themselves. It's a very good pick comp. They've got a lot of single target. It was very reliant on Syndra getting the stuns, so Syndra needed to be in a position where she was ahead. Rookie got ahead. It's a lot easier than to play your composition out. Ning wasn't exactly the crazy standout performer, but he still did his part, right? Like, he was invading the jungle. Mistake or not, he's finding out where Condi's going to be, and he is at least preventing Condi from ganking in a very traditional sense. When Condi got a gank off, it was cheesy. So, like, overall, what we are seeing from Invictus Gaming is more of the recipe for their success that we know and expect from them, but more consistently appearing simply because Ning's able to pressure the jungle.
Yeah, and the fact that we were seeing him supplement the two Koreans as expected with Duke and Rookie, and you're right, as he did make that mistake, sort of face-checking into Condi, he was able to adapt, taking that sort of utility role during the course of the game to the rest of his team, trusting in his carries to really step up. I mean, do you really have a choice not to trust your carries when it's Rookie and Duke?
When you have a choice, it's not the right choice.
Well, yeah,
like,
there
you
you
do
go.
have one.
Mm-hmm.
No, understandably, right? Letting the superstars, letting the carries be carries, letting the game play out how you intend to play it. And most importantly, winning early, winning when it has to be done early, like getting the early Baron fights, generating picks, sitting in side lanes, doing all of the right things.
Yeah, that was the thing for me, is how proactive and how decisive Invictus Gaming were being. And not just when they were grouped as 5, but how they were communicating that decisiveness across the map. Like, they were never having wasted efforts. You know, Duke is performing and taking something up on the top side of the map. The rest of the team is making use of that pressure, taking something on the bottom side of the map. And that's something that was normally missing from IG.
And this is all a part of the replay that I actually have for you all, where it actually starts around 22 minutes at the Baron buff itself. The reason all of this happens is because Invictus Gaming have got 2 members bottom lane. This is a pick attempt that they put onto Xie. It's a way to stem the Baron threat or prevent it from actually happening in the first place, right? Condi makes a small mistake, but these things happen and people are able to survive. This part is the worst form of communication from WE and things that you don't expect, right? There is no world where Mystic nets forwards to try and one-hit Rook who has more health than one hit would ever provide for them. It's honestly just silly of WE. They should have at least acknowledged what was going to happen. That is, the bottom lane was rotating over. You had about 15 seconds to try and make a play. Invictus Gaming, they were like, you know what? Let's give you the play. You want to go for it? Go for it. Like, let's just try and kill someone. WE, they try and bounce back on that, and then they get too tunnel visioned. They're just seeing red. It means they're not communicating or thinking about what their win conditions are. They wanted to scale. Like, that fight is what lost them the game.
Perhaps maybe a little bit of miscommunication between looking for that long range waited out versus the early game aggression that they have been playing over the past few weeks at MSI and towards the end of the LPL spring split. So Rookie did get the MVP, no surprise there, as his Syndra was absolutely massive over the course of that game. He was landing stuns. He was just doing tons of damage. I think the most astonishing thing was that last team fight where he survived with, 200 health and then still was able to delete someone without dying himself. Huge.
I mean, it's Rookie, and he got a champion like Syndra, so no surprise. We see so many mechanical, incredible feats from this guy. He is the best player in the LPL right now in straight mechanics.
And they picked it in the 3rd rotation as well, so they exposed themselves in some other roles. They force a Kha'Zix pick out for Ning to give Rookie the champion that he wants, and they're actually able to make that work successfully. So Invictus Gaming, they've got more than one trick up their sleeve when it comes to drafting. They're not drafting in a traditional sense, but they still play it out incredibly well.
Yeah, the question is, can they show us this continued success in game number 2? We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get that match ready. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
mother's arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us so clear it out. It was you made it happen, you made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I was alone, and for the very first time in life, I needed someone to comfort and hold me. I was afraid of the future without you here. I always hoped you'd be there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're just about ready to get into what very well could be our final match of the night, as we've had 3 upsets so far in terms of the power of these teams, with Dan Gaming winning earlier today, and now Invictus Gaming taking their first win over Team WE. And looking forward, we have to look at Team WE and wonder what just happened. I mean, like you said, it seemed like they just weren't quite playing up to speed against Team IG. How do they change this up coming into this next matchup? Can they afford to play a 35-minute style against an IG that looks like this?
I mean, they can, but you have to remember how IG will always play against you, right? They're very, I'm going to say, a predictable team in how they will always play Summoner's Rift. They want to win laning phase. They want to use their wins through laning phase to then rotate around the map. It's as simple as clear a wave, move somewhere else, get a kill, turn the kill into an objective. That was how they played Game 1. WE tried to cheese a little bit, but they also played a scaling composition, and they wanted to just hold on. And honestly, they couldn't hold on with the comp that they'd put together. I think the Olaf pick in particular was actually very clever from Duke. It means that he's able to pressure his lane and there's no kill threat against him. Worst case scenario, just runs away, pops his Ragnarok, and so he's able to pressure. They pick champions that can actually do what IG want to do without anything actually able to impede them at all.
And then on the other side, I think the Kassadin pick was also a big thorn on their side. Not that Shie can't play it well, and not that Kassadin can't fit in this current meta, but if you're going to play kind of a scaling type of composition, you need to have something that can wave clear and sit back and create the space for that. So I expect to see draft be changed up. I expect that Condi will jump on something a bit more aggressive than the Gragas. Think something like the Elise or the Lee Sin might be contested, and that CA will probably branch away from the likes of the Kassadin.
But this all comes back to the Syndra above all else, right? You have a Kassadin who's going to wave clear for them. Caitlyn and Lulu would go mid lane. They'd send a Kassadin to a side lane. But if you put a Caitlyn mid against the Syndra, the Caitlyn's dead. And so the Syndra is the problem if you're looking at Team WE's composition. It's very easily fixed for them in the next round. But like one step further than the Kassadin, they picked it third as a reactionary pick to the Syndra. So they picked it to outscale, to get through laning phase with a Doran Shield, Kassadin strong. Why not pick Lee Sin third there instead of having a band away from you? Shie, if they ban Kassadin from him, like, fantastic. He's got about 135 other champions that he can play mid lane.
Give or take.
No, about all of them.
Oh, man. Even the Aatrox?
Probably.
Oh, boy. That would be a bit rough. But I agree. I think that we should look towards WE to change this up in this next round. Question is, how far do they go? Obviously, this is going to be a bit of maybe a bit of a rude awakening. IG are coming off some momentum in the Demacia Cup, where they went very far and actually saw a lot of success. Didn't quite win it, but they did get to see some success. And now they're continuing to run forward. Even just looking at the coach, he's giving a big old grin as he gets ready for the next one, too. Yeah,
Team WE actually seem in very high spirits despite being down one game. And this was kind of the question that we had going into this. SKT, they hit a couple of roadblocks, a couple of speed bumps there. They didn't come out in LCK flying, and Team WE might be in a very similar boat. You know, maybe they're still trying to get into the groove of things.
It very well could be, but immediately the Syndra ban. Rusty, as you depart the desk, thank you so much for giving us this insight and wisdom. And with first side pick, we'll see if WE decide to prioritize that jungle, as Thresh is going to follow it up. There's actually an Orianna ban as well, so WE immediately rectifying their mistakes and putting rookies champions away.
And making sure that Xie gets a better matchup. That said, because Invictus Gaming are on red side, they can use their last pick to put Rookie in a winning position. So despite all of these bans that Team W are throwing their way, Rookie could still end up on top.
Still not seeing any Galio or Zac bans just yet. Though we do have 10 seconds left. There's the Galio. No way Invictus Gaming lets this through.
I actually think a Galio priority pick would have been the best bet for Team WE, just because you take it mid, and then that way, what can Rookie do? He needs to go out to the side lane because Galio would be unkillable. He's that unmovable rock. But hey!
Yeah, there's the first pick, Elise, for Condi. That was actually their first ban in game number 1, so now he gets a chance to show off one of his most dominant champions. He's still one of the few junglers who goes boots 2 first on Elise.
Yeah, look for those Moby rush. That said, this is exactly what we wanted from Team WE. You know, Condi is the big facilitator for them. He can step up and be that early game carry that they've really needed to round out kind of their 35-minute style. And on a champion like Elise, he's even more devastating. So they're giving all of their responsibility to the guy who can step up and lead.
Perhaps shifting away some of that responsibility from Mystic. Perhaps we'll get the chance to see, as he will have to lane against West on that Caitlyn. Still not seeing the next pick out of IG just yet. Do they pick the Olaf so early?
They could use it as a flex, so it's not necessarily an early indicator for Duke. It can still go in Ning's hands. We've seen Peanut pick up the Olaf in the jungle when his champion pool was limited, so I'm not ready to say that this is 100% going to Duke yet.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up going, as WE now looking for their next pickup. Lulu still available with Karma gone. Ooh, Lulu Kog'Maw. This looks like it has the initial makings of a 35-minute comp from WE, but they just tried that strategy against IG.
And this is where I will burn Invictus Gaming for the Olaf pick. Yes, it's technically a flex, but it did mean that with Karma banned and Thresh banned, that you then leave the Lulu to be taken, which empowers the likes of Kog'Maw, which we know Mystic is very comfortable playing this. So that's kind of the blunder there. Why not take Lulu in second rotation?
It's a question that only Invictus Gaming have the answer to. We will find out whether or not their answer is successful.
Well, the thing is, Zyra was still available. We now see it locked in for Megan, and she's kind of the last standing, you know, caster S-tier support left.
We are now seeing the Shen ban away from 957. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Kled to follow it up. That means that Xie's massive champion pool is left largely untouched, as we're still not quite knowing where that Olaf is going to go just yet. WE get the chance to ban away a few more champions from IG. Looks like that's going to be Fiora to follow it up.
So their last bans were also the Jace and the Rumble. One of those two will get through, unless that truly is Duke taking the Olaf into the top lane. But with the Fiora ban, Team WE seem to be on the same train of thought that I am, that could go to Ning.
Perhaps anticipating the swap, as Megan is going to drop the final ban for Team IG.
Kled still available.
Still looking for that Kled. Gragas actually targeted towards 957. So his Kled is still up. Perhaps they think they have the answer to it?
I really like Gragas as a ban or a takeaway here, just because it would really round out Team WB's composition. We know that 957 is super confident playing it, but it also helps add that disengage or that separation factor. So Olaf runs in. Nothing's going to stop him, but you can at least stop the rest of his team following up behind him and then create some distance to burn down the Olaf before you turn. And you can do that with the cast.
Yeah, and that's now what we see for the next ban of Team WE. Kennen, so great at following up on something like that. That does mean that Kled will go through, and that's a hover now from Team IG.
I feel like you need to take it, put it up into the top lane, just to deny it away from 957. He pretty much carved his name on the international stage with that champion. Oh!
Ooh, swaps it over to Rumble. Invictus Gaming keeping us on our toes here.
But this is so scary. Again, Duke has put himself into losing matchups before and come out ahead, but Kled has so much kill pressure at pretty much any point on Rumble. He overextends in lane because he auto-pushes it with his flamethrower, and if Kled connects with his Q, he's just going to walk him down.
Yeah, and there goes Jace locked in. Kled immediately hovered. That would mean a very high attack damage composition from WE, but they commit to it. And Duke, he's playing a very risky matchup. Can he pull it through? Can he be victorious in lane once again? as Invictus Gaming now get the chance to counterpick in the mid lane. Rookie knows he has to play against Xie on that Jace, whom we've seen has also got a great record on the champion. Looks like he's going to be taking that Victor into it.
Okay, so huge wave clear options coming out of both sides, so rectifying what kind of went wrong last game for Team WE, a completely different draft and damage riddled throughout the entire thing. What I love about this is they also got the Kled Lulu composition. So this has been super popular in the LPL, and it works like this. Kled goes in, he falls off Skarl, Lulu wild growths him into this massive tank, then Skarl returns and Kled is unkillable. Then you throw a GA on top of that and you're no longer having fun in League of Legends.
The unkillable top laner. Not to mention he's going to be in front, pulling the attention away from a Kog'Maw and a Jace. So IG is certainly going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, with Acceleration Gate as well as Whimsy, it's really easy for Mystic to remain safe into those backlines. And again, this 5v5 comp is just absolutely disgusting from Team WE. And they get to build so much damage because they have that pseudo-tankiness of the Kled and the Skarl, or of the Lulu and the Wild Growth, as opposed to having a true tank.
On the upside, though, you look at the likes of Team IG, they can just drop the red carpet right on top of that Kog'Maw and let Olaf charge his way into the back line. It's going to be somebody different doing it this time, Ning instead of Duke, but we're still looking to see if IG can pull off the upset here against Team WE, or if they will be able to pull themselves together, because this could, in fact, be the rivalry reborn between WE and IG.
There's also the fact that IG's composition is also just great at 5v5s in general. You have the Chaos Storm coming out of Victor, you have the red carpet from Rumble. If they rock up to a Rift Herald pit, a Baron, or a Dragon, that's incredibly devastating, and it's much harder to kind of execute on the 5v5 from Team WE. They do it usually in the past, but Kled's more so of kind of like a janitorial chase type of champion than necessarily being that big wombo combo.
I also like to think of him a bit as a distraction. If you're going to fight someone, you send Kled in first to keep them all occupied while you kill the tank on their side, and then Kled pops back in with Skarl and turns it around. Or perhaps even the hard engage, just by dropping the charge and racing into the back line. But with this, we are just about ready to load onto the Rift for game number 2 between Team WE and Team Invictus Gaming. We didn't get to hear the crowd in game number 1. And it seems like they are just as silent here in game number 2.
I don't know what you want, Dom. We don't got mics.
They were so great last split. There we go.
Oh, there you do go. I'm sorry for doubting you, Dom.
Just as the crowd should never doubt their favorite teams. You got to stay committed. Stick the landing.
So far, we see a bit of a cheeky early invade from Invictus Gaming, trying to abuse the power of Olaf level 1. Now, the interesting thing about Olaf jungle, again, we saw it earlier this split from Peanut on SKT, is that he pretty much always starts the blue buff. So this makes his pathing quite predictable, and it allows the other jungler to decide if he's going to mirror Olaf or start counter active to him. But this is actually interesting. Not starting blue, starting Raptor Camp, and possibly getting an assist from Victor.
He's already shown he's taken the Undertow, which is a huge mana spender for Olaf.
I mean, he usually takes it even if he does start the blue buff. The thing is it just increases the speed of which he jungles so much.
We're seeing him chuck axe after axe and already down to half mana as he tries to clear it out. It's certainly going to be a tough clear. Level 2 picked up as he clears that out nice and fast. Red buff finished for Condi, as Megan and West are going to get some good harass by tossing out a few early plants, so they are cleared, and Ben gets a chance to answer back with some attacks of his own.
I honestly can't think of the last time that I've seen this type of jungle pathing from an Olaf in competitive play. So from Raptors to Red, and he is so low health and so low mana, you'd have to expect that he's going to clear one side of his jungle. No, he's going to go for it.
So the red buff, yeah.
He is low health, which means that Olaf's damage will increase. So that's kind of the thing, is you want to stay in that finesse area where you can jungle quickly and efficiently. But if you're invaded on, that means you're so fragile and in such a danger zone. But he's going to go Raptor Red and into the blue.
I do miss the days when Olaf would build massive lifesteal, and you had to build the lifesteal threshold, because as you got lower health, you attacked faster, but you also healed more. So you were able to match the damage input.
He used to have the capability to output the most damage or DPS in the game.
Yeah, Condi actually finds Duke right now and is looking for a kill. The top laner goes down. First blood for Condi.
A very early, cheesy gank. Back-to-back games in this series so far from Condi. This time around, though, he completes both buffs instead of one, and now he's running mid.
And what is the point of that ward at the blue buff right there? Was he looking for Condi, who very cleverly took the blast cone over the wall?
I think he was just denying the blast cone.
Bit curious there. Costs him his life as he actually uses teleport even to get towards the top. Ning on the invade. This is not a good place for a low-health Olaf to be. Condi finds him, starts tossing some axes, trying to heal up as best he can, but a great cocoon smite to keep Ning up. He turns it around, tries to fight him inside of the Raptor Lings, but it is not enough. Condi, 2-0.
I mean, that was a great attempt from Ning. I like the fact that he went for the smite, tried to turn, plant his beaten fight, knowing that he didn't have any other options. But unfortunately, that's what we were talking about. Olaf is so fragile in the jungle when he chooses to go that path. And Condi is not done. He has a family!
Flash Cocoon misses. They're looking for the kill. Xie will survive, but goes down to the minions.
Oh, Rookie's a god. That sidestep, the flash to dodge the cocoon saves his life and trades, and now bottom.
Megan is ignited. He's forced to flash, burning out. Mystic autos as he steps back in. Mystic gets a kill. It's 3-1. This is a bloodthirsty game.
It is 4 minutes in this game, and we have a kill a minute.
Yeah.
Thank you, LPL.
Glitter Lance on top of Pix to put West back underneath his turret, trying to heal up with the Doran shield, but holy cow.
Okay, but let's check in on what this means. So looking at first backs, what's Rookie gonna get? Boots upgraded. Wow, okay, a lot. So Xie doesn't have his flash or his ignite. And as I start this, we're gonna see Rookie actually burn his flash. So excellent dodge of the cocoon. I think it would have sidestepped anyway. And then the fade away from the tower shot. So just so unfortunate of the tower aggro juggle because Condi immediately repelled there.
Yeah, without waiting to actually pull in the aggro. Duke now trading with 957. This is that non-favorable trade you talked about. 957 solo kills Duke. Look at how surprised he is.
Guys, I need some space to analyze the game. Stop killing each other. Okay. Rookie still has his escape summon, or at least one of them because he has the ghost, whereas Xie only has the flash. That means that Xie needs to play pretty passive. Now, it's okay for Jace because he can wave clear from a distance, but if he ever looks to go aggressive like that again, Ning can absolutely punish him. So that's how the mid lane dynamic has changed. As far as the top lane is concerned, Duke's screwed. He's got flash, but he's donezo. Kled has so much kill pressure. That tower won't save him. Flash away all you want. As long as you don't break the Q or even the joust, Kled will find you and he will murder you. And he's going to have his charge now, so again, that flash doesn't mean anything for Rumble. He's a sitting duck.
Finally level 5 picked up as it's 4-1 for Team WE. What a feint. Picking a late game scaling composition, then going hard in the early game.
I mean, they do have late game scaling options. Like you said, with the likes of the Kog'Maw, you know, they're kind of built around that. But frankly, they have really great bridging options as well. You have Elise, Moby Jungler, although this time
He's
around,
actually going for the Empress.
Condi went for the Tracker's Knife as well.
But yeah, he's invading.
Super early snowball gank mechanic oriented jungler. Kled does really well into Rumble during the lane phase, so there's great kind of early to mid game options for Team WE to exploit, and they're doing that wonderfully.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we saw Mystic get a kill onto Megan for a healthy amount of gold as well. Condi, he's got flash, but look at how far back he's forced to play. Just
like
catching the experience.
Duke is he's not having a great time right now.
Oh yeah, immediately, the moment he steps into the turret, Condi's over the wall. 957 is already there. They haven't spotted him yet.
And he doesn't have level 6, which means he doesn't have Equalizer to clear the incoming wave, which makes the dive that much easier.
Oh, he catches him with the cocoon. 957 follows up, but Duke is able to flash from the charge. Joust, Bear Trap, pulls him back in. Are they going 2 turrets deep to put him in the bin? They really are.
What did I say? It doesn't matter if he has flash because you have Skarl. The tower means nothing to him. He's just going to walk past it.
Oh, man. Even going so far as to proxy farm this. Red buff being stolen by Ning on the opposite side. Condi will use that time to take Ning's red buff as they are traded over. West and Megan are trying to make something happen down here, and Rookie is being pulled as well.
But there's a great control ward behind tower from Mystic and Bin, which gives them the heads up. Can they escape?
That's Ghost Ragnarok. The slow tags too. He's on to Mystic. Rookie shows up with the laser. They've got to finish it off, though, trying to get the kills over to the right person. But it's on to Ning and Megan.
But this is the decisiveness that we saw in Game 1 from IG, which has their fans so excited. What?
Oh, Chinese Olaf shouting Demacia is the best thing I've heard all week.
But they see that Duke is getting punished into the top lane. They immediately make a play bottom and convert that into a tower. Excellent counterplay from IG.
WE, though, are continuing to ride this momentum. They pressure up onto the mid with Condi and 957. The Spiderlings are going to do a lot to buy time here. They could actually even finish this off. Rookie shows up, but he doesn't have the wave clear, so he does get an awesome stun. The mid tier 1 is broken. The equalizer on top of them. Do they have enough to follow through? They turn onto Duke. Oh, God, the poor man is not having a great time. He goes down again. 0 and 4, 8 minutes in.
Duke, what are you doing? Rookie doesn't have Chaos Storm. You can't follow up on your equalizer, mate.
I have never seen the man get so tilted. Oh, that man needs a Zen garden. He needs some deep breaths and a long walk through the woods because this is not a good way for Duke to go.
Get him his bubble gum.
Invictus Gaming, though, are answering back. This is so frenetic, turning now onto the Infernal Dragon.
I feel like the first game was kind of like this slow tug of war, you know, kind of these small increments back and forth. This game is just like strapped to a rocket.
Oh, man. They are sword fighting on top of a rocket flying into space.
We're still a kill a minute.
Yeah. Infernal Dragon's picked up, 957, looking now for... Oh, God. He's doing crowds. He might...
He can't. He cannot be in that
There's nothing he can do,
lane.
yeah. 957 is even clearing out the minions to allow more waves to crash in.
Duke.
Oh, that's such a sad face, just the slow...
He's been relegated to being the red carpet bot.
Yeah.
He's
He
just there to
does
throw
one
equalizer.
thing. Drop equalizer, profit. Oh, God, 957, don't be like that.
Which means that Team WE now have this massive advantage where they can play the lane assignments and try to exploit in kind of a 4-1 or a 1-3-1, whereas IG only have the option of the 5v5 now. They need to make use of Rumble. Yes, he's not strong because he's level 6 to level 8, but his ultimate will still mean something, whether it's the CC, the passive damage.
But that's so concerning, though, because now that that top tier 2 and the top tier 1 and the mid tier 1 has been broken, nowhere is safe from Kled. Are you going to put Duke in the bottom tier 1? He can dive that. Are you going to put Caitlyn up top? He can dive you all the way under a tier 2. Seems like they're now taking Rift Herald. Gosh, what do they even use that on for a tier 2 early on? Ning shows up. They see Herald's outside of the pit, now flanked from the far side. Smite is ready from Ning. And they decide to back away. God, Herald, go back to base. Nobody, just fuck her off.
That leash.
Yeah.
That's pretty intense, actually.
He just kept on going. But now look at this. West is forced to try to deal with a Kled. Luckily, he does have Megan there.
It also means that Ning's going to have to be paying attention. It's still very scary for both Zyra and Caitlyn, but if Olaf's also there, leave him alone.
Duke is still there. He's trying to get some of the experience.
He's legitimately getting the Marin treatment.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad.
Oh, it definitely was.
It was actually that bad. Though they will try to get some damage onto the bottom tier 1. Good reaction from Duke. As the equalizer bot, he's able to clear out a minion wave and keep himself safe. Xie on the flank, trying to still look for pressure mid, while IG now shove up top. They answer back. It's 2-2 in turrets. And 957 is forced to play away from 3, as Mystic now might be trying to break this. No, I don't think he has enough. Ace in the hole onto Xie. Okay, deep breaths. Invictus Gaming now turning onto the Rift Herald.
Everything has been so frantic.
Yes.
Okay,
oh, wow, they managed to
5v5.
tag Xie. He flashes over the wall to safety. Not enough crowd control to fully lock him down. But that's the bottom tier 1 traded. Rift Herald for a turret, which is what Rift Herald's supposed to get. So not really sure who the winner is here.
Honestly, this is the greatest thing that could have happened for Duke. He's the true winner here.
He got minions.
He got out of the lane. He got to participate with his team. Did he get any passive gold? Not necessarily. I believe he used his equalizer just to clear out a single wave and then was like, I can't be here anymore. But he helped his team get something, which is great for how weak their Rumble is, that they were still able to trade pretty effectively across map.
And now we're seeing him push down bottom to try to catch that minion wave before it'll end up bouncing back. Xie gets sent down there as Mystic, completing his Blade of the Ruined King, catches these minions mid. And with IG sitting comfortably on that Rift Herald buff for another 3.5 minutes, they've got an opportunity to play around the map, take some of these neutral objectives, and prep for what's next, which looks like the biggest thing is that mid-tier 1.
And we would expect that that's where the Herald will be used. That said, IG have been one of the few teams to use the Herald pretty creatively, often to the side lane, as opposed to just using it and then, again, stacking up behind it. As
Oh, that's 1,500 gold.
this is the type of game that you have nightmares about.
Oh.
Like, Duke will never forget this game.
You wake up in cold sweats. Just, oh. I was naked in school, and then I was losing to 957. It was terrible.
Do we have to go with naked?
I mean, that's the stereotypical nightmare of, like, wake up in a cold sweat. Do you never get those?
No.
So I actually never got those either. I got the, oh god, I have a test right now that I didn't study for. And I still get those. I've not been in school for years.
I can definitely empathize with that.
Yeah, that's a little more catered towards our older audience. But Duke, I don't think he's going to be getting those nightmares. But he is certainly getting schooled right now. This is not a great game for him. Still 1,500 gold down.
He's doing the best he can, though, and he's shored up a lot of his CS disadvantage by moving kind of back and forth in between these waves. And lucky for him, these dragons haven't been very impactful. It is an Ocean Dragon that's spawning right now. They got the first Infernal. Oh, no, Rookie!
Oh, flashes the wall, and he's going for it. 957 does the old loop-de-room. Oh, man, to chase Rookie. I love that so much. Oh. Skarl pathing is hilarious. Did you see Skarl in One For All mode when there was Talia there as well?
I only play ranked.
And Talia, it was 5 Talias versus 5 Kleds, and the Talias set up a maze with their walls, and the Kleds tried to figure it out by ulting.
That's cute.
It's amazing.
Nice thing is though Rookie burned his Flash and Ghost, again, he bought more creeps for Duke. We're slowly climbing back.
He is, yeah. Ben eating a bit of harass. Invictus Gaming are now poised around the mid lane. They still got the Eye of the Rift Herald buff, but not for too much longer. Mystic, actually, going to take that initial burst of damage because he can heal it back as Ning sticks his axes together and summons the Rift Herald. She is going to charge forward. Mystic will try to defend along with the rest of his team, but that is so much damage. The turret will be broken by IG.
And here's the thing, they have eyes on 957. They know they're not getting flanked. She ain't.
Oh, get in front of it! There he goes. Oh no, he had his ultimate on, so he couldn't ride with the chase. He tried to predict the blast cone. Oh, that's amazing.
But as I was saying, the fact that Kled had used his ult on Rookie and they had set up the side waves, it was again a great reactionary play from Invictus Gaming to slow down the pace of the game, grab hold of the reins, and try to find an objective trade. And they've slowly been kind of inching their way back into this.
Now, Ocean Dragon has picked up for Team WE. And as you said, despite IG inching their way back into this, they're only down about 1,000 gold.
Big thing, though, is that Infernal is the next dragon. So there's now a 6-minute timer on Invictus Gaming for how long they get to sit back and just kind of relax.
Yeah. We're still seeing a huge gold difference between the top laners, about 1,500, but everywhere else it's anywhere from 300 to 400 either way. So with all of that gold on 957, IG are going to have to play around that if they want to try to get back into this game even further. Luckily for them, though, they don't have any huge objectives until that Infernal Dragon spawns for at least the next 4 minutes.
I don't necessarily even mind the big gold difference. The thing is that Rumble is a low econ top laner because he's level dependent, and that's what I do mind, is the level difference here. Duke is quickly catching up. He was level 8 just, I don't know, 45 seconds ago, but getting closer to that level 11, and that's going to be the next big ticking point for him. So.
And you can still see how safe he's being right now, taking Krugs instead of pushing the wave past his own lane.
His bad day is coming to an end.
Duke's day out. More like Duke's day in at this point. He does have his Leandri's finish, now picks up a control ward.
He's like all of the penetration.
Yes. And whoa, Ning in his own jungle forced to use his ultimate to escape from Condi and Ben, who set up vision top to enable 957 to look for some pressure. Duke still just hugging the turret. Please be safe.
There was the on the way ping.
And right now, Invictus Gaming are defending mid. Recall completed from Rookie as Ning looks to clear out Scuttle Crab on that Dragon just to make sure he's got vision down there. Still no sign of Xie as he's currently split pushing bottom with his own tier, so going for some high damage as the game goes on, but with Rookie and West in the mid lane, they can quickly come to Duke's rescue. But WE, they're poised to dive.
2 members of Invictus Gaming, though, on the bottom side. So this is a numbers disadvantage for IG. Now 3, as West waddles away.
Yeah, Rookie actually heads bottom to catch that minion wave instead.
Are they going to do it? Yep, here they go.
Yeah, this is the dive. Recall started and canceled from Megan. He's sitting inside the bush. Don't notice me, please. Tries to turn it around. Duke will die, and now they turn onto Megan. Here comes the rest of IG. But perhaps it would have been better to not let them see you. Ace in the hole doesn't even get a kill on the backside as they do dive and pick up 2 kills.
Just brutal to watch and beautifully orchestrated from Team WE. The fact that the Cocoon still found Duke after the flash, I'd love to see a slow-mo of that interaction.
Oh, and now they've found West. Ooh. Speak of Cocoon. Xie now breaking down the mid tier 2 along with pressure on that top tier 2. 18.5 minutes in, and WE are slowly but surely breaking further and further ahead. Despite some clever plays and trades from IG to bring it back to even, we're still seeing the large, commanding play from WE.
And this is the Team WE that I wanted to see return back to the LPL. Incredible early game, great team fighting.
Ooh, snare on the Mystic. Duke actually continues to follow up, but Mystic will be able to walk away.
Baron spawning in 1 minute, so they don't have to play these extended side lanes for too much longer, especially with as much pick as they have on top.
Here's that dive again.
Okay, where's the Cocoon? He's going to flash.
Oh my
Condi
God.
predicted it.
How does he do that?
It's almost like he's the best jungler in the LPL.
Well, as of last split, it's a new dawn, Frosco. She's giving me a look right now. Oh boy. Even taking a look at the CS, he's 60 CS down, but he's 4-0-2. And still actually even in levels with Ning. So it just speaks to the different play style of these junglers and what they try to play around.
From minute 0, Condi's just been online. Rocked up into the top lane, went into the mid lane. Guy's been on fire.
Now blue buff is the fight. WE set up some vision and pull it away. 957 is there as well. Cocoon again finds Duke as he's taking more and more harass. He's got the equalizer, and this is a narrow corridor, but is blue buff worth fighting over? Is it worth dying over? 957 says yes. He goes in and eats a lot of CC. There's the equalizer on top of him, and 957 will just drop Skarl and get right back out.
But ultimately, the on-the-way ping comes out towards the Baron, now answered by 3.
Assist, I need wards, let's go. Mystic, what are you doing?
It's now actually a race. Look at Ning and Rookie booking their way over there.
He's going to eat a shock blast from Xie as he's pushing in the minion wave to try to claim control over this mid lane so that his team can move in and follow through. 957 is now fully topped up with a fresh Skarl and makes his way towards that Baron buff.
Oh no. Who's going to face check? Make it be Olaf.
Leads the way. Cocoon finds him. Still has the Ragnarok, but he's chunked down to half. And again, a delayed reaction from IG. This is not the IG we saw in game number 1.
Unfortunately for Invictus Gaming, they used their equalizer over in the blue buff scuffle. If they had had it available, I have no doubt that Duke would have immediately pulled the trigger on that, at least to force out Olaf's ult.
Still now 1,800 gold lead for 957, even in the top lane, or even in the mid lane, even in the jungle, and about another 1,400 gold lead for Mystic on that Kog'Maw. They're turning now onto the Baron. Megan steps forward. Oh no! He can't see it! There they go. Now they should finally be able to. Megan tosses one. Blast Cone is up. Duke is ready. He's got the Electro Harpoon, but Condi smite secure. Down to 200 health.
So close. Megan trying to be cheeky, using his plants over the wall so he can get that limited vision to try to take out the control ward. But fortunately for him, Ning doesn't have flash. He'd have to go all the way around to even look for the smite steal. So at best, they're looking for a fadeaway Q.
Yeah, and now this is Baron on Team WE, one of the most punishing teams in the league with it.
Baron and an Infernal Drake. Team WE have everything and more that they want. They're still incredibly far ahead, and they're going to outscale Invictus Gaming's composition anyway. So at this point, it's just a matter of execution for WE.
They are certainly looking to be informed, definitely having remedied their problems from game number 1. This is a team that is on the same page. They are ready to fight and they are ready to go hard. And Invictus Gaming, they're trying to stall it out as best they can, but now they need to do it against the likes of a Baroned up Team WE, and immediately are spotted.
Yeah, that was the best case scenario, hopefully getting a pick on Mystic as he ramped the minions up the lane. And it looks like they're going to be attacking 3 different lanes at once.
Yep, Baron in all 3. Mystic clears out the control ward as he starts stepping forward. Expertly dodging the damage and harassing West away. Mid-tier 2 has already fallen. 957 has disappeared from vision to make it even more dangerous to show yourself past the inhibitor line. As he heads back top to finish the work that he started.
At this point, Invictus Gaming's last hope is just a miracle 5v5. You're looking at Rookie here. He does have the upgraded Hex Core as well as Lich Bane. So his burst damage is quite impressive, but the problem is there's just so many targets for Team WE, even if you hit the Kog'Maw.
They're trying to force a fight right now, looking for Condi, the jungler. He's got nowhere to go and dies in midair, burning down. 957 is followed up upon as Ning, Duke, and Rookie, the Bash brothers, are able to take out 2 kills. But they lose the middle inhibitor turret. They've still got Mystic sieging up bottom. They are targeting Xie. He's caught on the knockup, caught in the CC chain. And despite the wild growth, will finally drop to all 5 members of Invictus Gaming. They defend, but the base has been broken.
So Team WE punished for using the Baron in all 3 lanes. Again, the decisiveness of Invictus Gaming to collapse on someone. Fortunately for them, they don't lose their inhibitor. So I'm going to call it a win for IG despite all of the global gold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what, close to a 10K? We're about
7K, yeah. Was 10K maybe a little bit earlier when all the turrets were taken, but now IG got the chance to get back on the map.
But so much of that gold disparity is probably still between Duke and the rest of the map, whereas Rookie still right on clock. Victor has an incredible mid-game power spike because his itemization is so cost efficient. Again, having that Lich Bane, and as long as he's participating in these fights and he finds the targets, the scary thing is when everyone's grouped up. As I was saying is, Victor would have to hit and kill everyone because there's so many damage threats, like Condi's a threat, 957's a threat, Kog'Maw's a threat. But when they're isolated into kind of these 3v3s, these 1v1s, then it becomes easier. But in the full 5v5, unless everyone just stands in Chaos Storm, that's still a big uphill battle for IG.
I mean, one can hope, right?
Well, with Kog'Maw's range, it'd be very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'd have to pick either I'm throwing this into the back line to zone the Kog'Maw out, or I'm trying to kill the front line of the Elise and the Jace and the Kled that are jumping on my face.
Well, he's getting there. Working towards that Void Staff soon to be completed. Zanya's, as you said, finally finished for Duke as he's working towards a Void Staff of his own. We're even seeing the jungle item being forsaken by Ning. He rushed straight for the Righteous Glory and Spirit Visage before finishing off his Cinder Hulk.
And here's the other thing. Because they didn't break the inhib and because they have the likes of the Caitlyn and the Victor, it's still really hard to break these towers.
And bit of a tragedy for them if they are unable to respond to this, because right now we're seeing Team WE just play so intelligently around the map, and really they're setting the pace of the game. Invictus Gaming are having a lot of difficulty responding to this right now. They did make a decisive play up towards that top side in which they were able to collapse and pick up a few kills, but how long will those kills last them? Will it be able to last them until the next Baron where WE are sure to make another play?
Well, that's the thing. It's the onus on Team WE to end the game. Yeah, you have Mystic who's doing incredible damage and West can't stand across from him, but West doesn't need to stand across from Mystic right now. He just needs to clear the wave. So Team WE, they need to be decisive that the group up is 5. They just run in a Scarl and just kill everyone and take the entire base.
Yeah.
Or if Team WE don't realize how strong they are, don't group up as 5, then they just wait for the Baron and try to smother Invictus Gaming out that way. But then that opens up the potential of, a steal. So.
I think it is a little bit concerning as well, because even if they do try to go for that hard committal where they rush in behind Scarl and race after someone, it's against the likes of a Caitlyn, against a Zyra, someone who's going to be happy to sit back and say, yes, please, run at me. Allow me to shoot you multiple times before you actually get back here.
I don't think she wants that Kled running at her.
Well, not that one specifically.
It's more so Rookie again at this point. You know, he's close to his Void Staff. Again, Victor has incredible mid-game itemization, very cost efficient. He's not behind, although the rest of his team is. So if they all just kind of walk into multiple lasers, walk into a Chaos Storm, he can still do a lot of damage. But we were talking about how that's still fairly difficult in terms of the execution of the team comp. Like, Kog'Maw's going to be standing way in the back. You throw your Chaos Storm, you try to zone that guy away. Well, guess what? Kled's underneath that.
Follow through.
And he's going to delete everyone.
And like you said, there's so much ambient damage on the team from just about everyone. Literally in my notes, I have 2 things written down for game number 2. Number 1, draft. WE need to draft better if they want to win. Number 2, Condi early. I think he got that.
And yeah, that's what we wanted to see from Team WE. I'm happy, kind of taking a step back, it does make sense that for game 1 of their summer split that they would just come out and play kind of the old school 35-minute Elder Dragon Team WE. You know, why try to chance anything? But coming into game 2, the series is on the line. It's like, okay, let's show them our new tricks that we've learned, not just at MSI, but also kind of on the back half of Spring Split, which is that Condi, you know, picking up the likes of the Elise and just getting in your face and getting it done, which happened from minute 1. Poor Duke. This guy's KDA is pretty much ruined for the rest of the split because of this one game.
He's got some more chances. I mean, it's 10 weeks of play, Frosco.
That's a hard hole to dig out of.
Duke.
He's like 0-7 right now.
It's not 0-7. He was 0-4 earlier.
He's definitely 0-6 at least.
Oof, you're right. That is a little tough.
It was rough. Like I said, he's getting the Marn treatment.
On the upside, he does have the likes of. No, I was about to come up with something good. The top lane is actually really stacked for this group in general because you've got amazing Jay, you've got Audi now showing up along with Mouse, and then Flandre and Lies, who actually showed up with a pretty good performance. So while you would look to him traditionally and say, hey, Duke, probably one of the best hands down in the top lane, he actually might have some competition here.
What's nice is the renaissance of top laners in the LPL in general. 957, it's so funny because he goes to MSI and he just outperforms all expectations. He looked great in the LPL final, but if you actually back up and look maybe 3 weeks before that, he was a huge liability for the team.
Great.
In both of Team WE's losses to JD Gaming, now or formerly then QG Reapers, as well as EDG, it was 957 who was exploited. You know, he was getting the Duke treatment, getting dove and kind of pushed around, making these overzealous plays. We think back to game 1, just an hour ago, where he's on that cannon and he flashes forward. He's like, oh wait, I don't want to be here. That's kind of what we more so expected from 957. You know, he's great at the 5v5s, but his lane phase is pretty lackluster. And then in comes this Kled out of nowhere, and he's suddenly a superstar.
And Duke is dead again.
But is he 0-7?
As we get back into it, I think it might be a little bit worse as we're now 30 minutes into the game. Looks like Team WE did exactly as you predicted. They stacked up behind Kled and they charged, killing both Megan and Duke. They are now turned onto the Baron. He's 1-6.
It's on the board.
Not that bad. It's a 0.5 KDA. He can get back from this.
He can recover. And he'll pretty much get Game 3 to do it because it looks like we're going to Game 3 for this series.
With Baron now picked up for Team WE, they've got a lot more momentum. They're 11,000 gold ahead. And you can guess where a lot of that gold is stacked up onto. 957 is huge at 2-1-5. Even Condi at 5-1-3.
But
they
also
know they are there. Oh, yeah.
Mystic at 4-1-1. And look at the itemization on Kog'Maw.
I love how patient he is, just sitting back behind the minion wave, not going to overextend anymore, not going to 90 caliber net into Rookie.
I mean, how many times does he check those brushes to see, 20 members of an IG standing
Yeah, exactly. Trap line now set up from IG. You've already got 957. No teleport split pushing bottom, but he almost has his charge. Xie still shoving mid, and that middle inhibitor is down. Duke is trying to hold both of those by himself, while 4 members of Invictus Gaming try to deal with 3 of WE. This is not some happy math.
But this means that IG just need to be confident and brave and look for the collapse. They actually just spotted out that Xie was clearing control ward, so IG actually should be going now. They know that Kled and Jace were bottom, but that window has closed.
Yeah, the turret's already been broken down. Ning and Rookie swap with Duke to try to defend, but it is not enough. The next inhibitor will fall to Team WE. GA finished on 957. Like you said, they've still got that Lulu, so he's going to be even harder to kill.
And Team WE have just run away from this game from minute 1.
Cocoon goes wide, not quite finding anyone there, but perhaps just the threat of it is enough, as Megan needs a shock blast down to half health. Duke tries to pull the minions into the Nexus darts, but Baroned up super minions does not a happy Nexus turret make. And again, Megan eats another huge hit.
Slowly but surely, though, we're continuing to smother, to whittle, to bleed out.
Flash Cocoon misses West, but he still gets a lot of damage. 957 dives in for Rookie, goes low and gets his GA pop. The minions are cleared out, but he doesn't have Flash and will actually die here. Equalizer on top of 2. Duke leads the charge in. Ace in the hole onto Condi. He goes up, but will have to come back down as that's Xie diving onto Rookie. Condi dies, and this is Invictus Gaming winning the fight, keeping their inhibitors standing. And Mystic is trying to catch up. He does, and will go down. Oh, that's the ace for Team IG.
Okay, IG finally plant their feet. They decide to be brave. Or more so, Team WE just absolutely...
Yeah. 957 went a little bit too hard.
Yeah. There was multiple things that went wrong that fight. It was 957 diving way too deep. It was the fact that Mystic did virtually no damage. Just so indecisive. Are we attacking the structure? Are we attacking the champions? But here we go. We get another look at this. 957 is going to dive multiple towers, and then he's going to get a trap line underneath him, immediately pop up, and die right again. But take a look at what Mystic is doing on your screen right now. He's just not doing anything. And it's now this, are we attacking the champions? Am I going to hit the inhibitor? Finally throws down some damage there, misses his ultimate, and now it's too little too late when he finally plants his feet, looks to turn, and then IG overwhelmed them.
Oh, man. And the sad execution onto Rookie as West now getting a little bit bigger. Still nowhere near the size of Mystic on that Kog'Maw, but Caitlyn has some time to scale. The mid inhib has respawned. Top is still up, and suddenly the map is slowing down a bit.
Yeah, and suddenly things are not back in IG's court, but much better for them. That goal difference is starting to mean less and less as we get closer to kind of that 65, 70K mark as more people are getting their core itemization out. Caitlyn, in particular, Infinity Edge, as well as her 2 attack speed items. Again, there's no true tank on Team WE, so the armor penetration isn't as necessary as it would be in a different game.
This is now going to help out quite a bit as we've got another Infernal Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. WE are 3 dragons to 1 as 957 misses his wall hop. But this is Ning heading bottom. Duke with his teleport is ready and currently just sitting outside of vision, as he's now finished off his Void Staff as well. So we are hitting some big breakpoints. Level 16 for Duke means level 3 Equalizer. Rookie as well. With
We made it.
Yeah, he's got the experience. He's got the levels.
He's got his 2 penetration items, as well as his Hourglass. This is all Rumble needs.
He's now splitting on the opposite side of the map from 957, so he's probably going to be a little happy about that. But 957 is still putting on the pressure. He leads a minion wave into the inhibitor, and the rest of WE behind him create a lot of threat.
Here we go, round 2. If
All
we're
right.
going to fight all at once.
Yeah, super minions are now crashing onto the next turrets. As Cocoon will get some initial harass onto Duke. And yeah, Rookie trying to look for some harass over here as the trap line has been set up. Mystic steps forward, starts attacking over the trap line. He's working it down, but that's the Equalizer. Mystic shielded, doesn't take too much damage, but that's the Equalizer completely nullified by a single item. Redemption tops them all back up.
That's the common thing. Any time you see a Rumble in a game, you just pick up that item. As now Mystic going aggressive.
Yeah, he's playing really dangerous, but he's doing a lot of damage and will force IG back. The inhibitor has been broken. And with Baron up in 90 seconds, Team WE see no sense in risking it for the second one as well.
Yeah, our Team WE being so respectful of Invictus Gaming now, with Rookie picking up that triple kill. Now he's got the Death Cap, the Void Staff. I mean, you already listed all the items. But the fact of the matter is that Victor is a huge deal now. He was a problem before, and now he can actually carry and turn this game around if Team WE choose to blunder another team fight like what happened last time.
Yeah, this is now WE looking for the Infernal Dragon. Blue buff is up, and Mystic thinking he might secure it for himself. Spots only a ward, Rookie and Megan. And that is blue buff picked up by Rookie, I believe, as Dragon is now picked up for WE. That's 4 dragons with Baron in 45 seconds.
And now they've opened up the other win condition of the Elder Dragon, if we get that far. You would assume that this next Baron spawning in 30 seconds is going to be the nail in the coffin for Invictus Gaming, but they have this tiny window where they could look to fight it.
Yeah, it would be 225 true damage on each auto attack from Mystic from the burn, not to mention a doubly effective 2 Infernal Dragons.
And the Infernal Dragons mean so much for someone like Jace, who really only has effectiveness when he can chunk out that backline that he was doing to Megan on the Zyra, and the Infernal just amplifies that so much.
Yeah. Now they've set up an enormous amount of vision on that Baron side of the map. 957 is already bottom, prepping that minion wave into the freshly respawned inhibitor. If he can pull someone apart, that would be huge. Duke is actually on his way to answer. He's now got a needlessly large rod. But it is just such a huge stat difference between the two of them, though experience is no longer as much of a factor.
Again, I'm not too concerned with Duke at this point, just because he has the core items that he needs. Again, Rumble fairly low econ to what he's going to offer to a team and what he's going to offer to a fight.
So Baron is now picked up by WE. No fight from IG. Seems like they're going to make their last stand back at the Nexus turrets once again.
I mean, they've got their trap line set up there. They've got tons of defensive vision so they can see WE coming from every angle. And they have incredible wave clear that doesn't really care about the Baron-empowered minions. So I like the fact that Invictus Gaming didn't want to risk the entire game on trying to blind check into a dark area.
Walking down a dark alley at night, certainly not the best idea, especially when WE are in that alley. As Condi again leads the charge with 957, they look for the inhibitor. Ace in the hole finds Xie, but it's already chunked down so low. With Baroned up cannon minions firing on it from a distance, it's only a matter of time. Where does IG draw the line? They've still got that equalizer. Duke steps forward and Mystic steps back. It's a dangerous dance.
Still alive!
With 67 health. They now move towards the mid lane. All it takes is a single step to go over and finish it off, but just pulling IG apart, and they are trying to move back and forward.
And they need to be patient for what's happening in the top lane. You can see the super creeps coming in. Invictus Gaming, like you said, just getting ripped apart at the seams right now.
Yeah, here comes the next wave. Flash Cocoon. That's going to be a lot of damage. West goes down. Repel is going to get Condi away to safety, but the AD carry is already dead. Perhaps they have drawn their line too late.
Wow, they're still being so respectful. I'm waiting for Team WE to just charge in.
Dive in. Yeah, they've got the charge. Perhaps they're going to look for the fountain. There goes the snare. Rookie is the target, and he is dead immediately. There's the dive. Ning Ragnarok's onto the fountain, but it is not enough. Duke with the Zanyas for the flavor will die one final time before the Nexus crumbles. And now we go to our first Game 3 of Summer Split.
An explosive early game that stumbled a little bit kind of in the mid to late game transition, but Team WE reminding everyone why they are the best team in the LPL right now and crushing IG in Game 2.
Very strong performance. And as you said, it really did start in minute 1. Out of the gates, just maintaining that pressure, getting all up in IG's business as much
Everyone's
as they can.
grill.
Yeah. That was a really rough game for some players on IG, but they did put out a valiant effort, and they demonstrated that they still have got the resilience to try and play it out, even if they did not succeed in the end.
There were some intelligent, cross-map trades when Invictus Gaming fell behind. They did a great job defensively warding, taking in the information that Team WE were giving them, and then trying to crawl their way back into the game. They did a good job slowing it down, but ultimately, this was Team WE's game to lose.
It certainly was, and they were able to close things out, as you can see on your screen. Rusty, welcome back to the desk.
Thank you. That was a much better performance from Team WE. They drafted things that they play all of the time and that they're very good at. They first picked an Elise, and from that moment it felt like WE were already going to play better than they were in game number 1. So kudos to WE's drafting for immediate improvements. Every time you see 957 pick Kled, you saw it at MSI. Pretty scary champion, usually banned away from him. And a lot of this, to me, whilst we can see the draft, actually stems from the pick ban phase of Invictus Gaming. And the fact that they swapped to red side from blue side, it means the priority shifts, and WE, they actually get their strong meta champions because Invictus Gaming are forced to ban the strong ones, such as Zac.
Yeah, and with that, we were able to see huge momentum from the likes of Condi right out of the gate, going for the cocoons, getting that very clever pathing to find Duke as he went for a super early level 2, level 3 ward to try to find him. But that's the brilliance we expected from the MVP.
Yeah, and you'd have to imagine, right? Like, it was very good of him to be in the area to get the gank off in the first place, but why is the ward going to the blue buff when you can place it next to the explosive plant and just be prevented of the gank anyway? Like, you know that Olaf's not going to come and help you. You know that you're deep warding and you're trying to get in before the Elise finishes the jungle clear, perhaps. Maybe find him at Gromp before he goes for the gank and then back away. But, like, there's one thing, there's one mistake that gets you a kill, doesn't even flash, knows that he's just dead. That's good. But then dies 7,000 more times throughout the next 5 minutes.
Give or take.
We need to stop saying that. I'm exaggerating when I say these numbers, Dom. The idea is that no matter how hard Duke tried, from the moment that he died the second time, it was over. Like, top lane was gone until level 11, and then they made it worse and worse and worse. No one was going to come and help him. It's not worth helping him at that stage. Just let him die and try and trade well. which is what Invictus Gaming did.
They were trying to play around the map, looking for those tier 1 trades. Rookie was still very intelligent in how he was able to keep himself safe and avoid that early pathing from, the gank from Condi. And another lane that did see actually a little bit of difficulty was West and Megan against the super combo of Mystic and Ben on that Kog'Maw.
I mean, they did go aggressive in early lane phase in game number 1. So West and Megan, overall the series so far, haven't done super poor, especially against the likes of Ben and Mystic, who are such a terrifying bottom lane. But things got pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, and the fact that it was a Kog'Maw getting the kills earlier on in the game is always going to bode poorly for their opponents. You know, there's going to be the late game scaling, and no doubt when you see the end of that game, Mystic was a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah.
He was a super scary Kog'Maw, but the fact that the rest of his team got him over that line really easily made a lot of sense, right? Like, even 957 picked up a Phantom Dancer as Kled.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't really make sense. It should never work, but it did because they were so far ahead.
MVP, though, is going to go over to Mystic at 7-2-2. He did so much damage. What is that, 41% of his team's damage? Trying to give Doinby a run for his money.
An absurd percent, but much easier when you do have the likes of Kog'Maw and you're able to build Rage Blade into Blade of the Rune King. Or, excuse me, Bork into Rage Blade.
Yeah, not an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Well,
I guess we're never really going to let that one go. But again, this is a huge performance that we're seeing out of Team WE as they seem now to have finally returned. And maybe they weren't quite taking game 1 as seriously as they should have. But in game number 2, they definitely look like they're running full steam ahead.
I mean, it's the difference between WE and Invictus Gaming and why one of them has kind of returned to their legacy and the other one hasn't. And it's this idea of consistency. You know, Invictus Gaming constantly will come out and they'll get you with this great sucker punch. And they look great and the hype returns and the fans get behind them. And then the rest of the series falls apart. I will say that IG still showed relatively smart things in game number 2, so it wasn't like they just got blown out of the water. But if they're ever going to be an elite or top team contender in the LPL, they need to tighten these things up and take a page out of WE's playbook.
Yeah, and it's either drafting to how they're going to play or just playing it a little bit differently. For what it's worth, in that second game, though, the turret taking, the trading, and they were actually a little bit ahead in tempo as well throughout all of this. Invictus Gaming were kind of matching what WE were doing with a feeding top laner, that they were trying to recoup that fact for and just get him to a point where he might be able to be relevant. And as far as I'm concerned, Invictus Gaming did the absolute best job they could have at trying to do that. But by the time they won a team fight, they were stuck inside their own base. There was not a lot left for them. And Rookie, albeit a god, still having a really good series, is never going to stop the amount of damage that comes out of 5 people from WE in the end.
It really seems like it's a dangerous game of Jenga, where how many pieces can you take away from the foundation of the team before it ends up collapsing over? We still saw Rookie as an excellent foundation for such a long portion of the game. I mean, you saw his damage at the end, but like you said, it just seemed to crumble apart. Whereas you look at WE, they have so many different pieces.
I mean, frankly, Duke just looked tilted. You think about that equalizer attempt mid when Rookie didn't have ultimate. Like, that's a clear communication problem between 2 Korean members.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if he can pull it together. He's got a quick few minutes to get ready. We're going to go ahead and get that game ready for you as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready now to get into our final game of the evening. Game number 3, our first game 3 of the split so far. Again, it is only day 2, so it had to happen eventually. But this is Invictus Gaming taking on Team WE. And after IG looked strong in game number 1, WE came back swinging in game number 2 with a lot of momentum. And now with the chance to reset, prepare for game number 3, IG get the chance to answer back. Can they bring down what is currently the best team in the league?
Asking Invictus Gaming to be consistent and to close out a series.
Tough say.
That's a gamble that
66%. Come on.
not even I would take. Team WE, I mean, if we look at both games individually, Team WE looked much more commanding in theirs. Yes, there was still some bright points. Yes, fans of Invictus Gaming could still feel good because IG were making smart trades around the map when they were playing from behind. But Team WE just looked on a completely different level across the board.
Yeah, if we're highlighting the strengths of IG, I'd still be very happy, as you mentioned, as a fan. But in saying that, like one step further, their improvement between the splits is already notable.
Yep.
But coming into this third game, WE with momentum, there's a lot to be worried about if you're an IG fan. Not only are they getting better, they're still against the best team, having a real bad time in the second game. Duke might be like tilted out of orbit.
I mean,
Like he might just be gone from the building currently.
You just saw the coach giving a few, what we can only hope is encouraging words to Duke before sending him back on stage.
Get that guy a Jeep. Like,
He actually achieved liftoff.
he needs something.
He is so tilted, he has achieved vertical thrust.
He seems to be talking and smiling, so hopefully he's okay and he can bounce back.
I
They'll
mean,
certainly need him.
To be fair, we all know this from playing League of Legends. You go 0-3, it's horrible. You go 0-5, you start laughing at yourself for being a bad player, right? Like,
Where's the line, Rusty? Is it like 08 where
Is
you're
there,
just like
a specific threshold that
just
you need
gets
to reach?
hysterical at your own inability to play the game because it was over at 5
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Surely, again, being a professional player, having a support team, I'm sure Duke will be fine.
Yeah.
But also the fact that he just died that many times, he'll be over it.
And on the upside, I'm sure the rest of his team, even if they flame him, he can't understand it. So he's got that going for him. Unless it's Rookie, and Rookie's always smiling. So we're now into Champion Select here for game number 3, the final match of the evening. It's WE taking on IG. And already, Kog'Maw banned away from Mystic. Nobody wants to see that one again, as Syndra again banned away from Rookie. So not seeing too much change as W are sticking towards the blue side here. Seems like IG have elected to take red side in this matchup.
But again, that makes sense for Invictus Gaming. You have the likes of Rookie, so why not open up the possibility that you can get that counter pick in the mid lane and look to abuse that 1v1 matchup.
There is now a Fiora ban as well. That means both Zac and Galio are open with WE on blue side. Which one do you give up?
I think you definitely give up the Galio. Zac is just out of control broken right now, in my opinion.
3 seconds left.
Oh,
The
I'm
clock
clinching.
is ticking. What about neither? As Thresh is the ban, which means WE now have to choose between Galio and Zac. And more importantly, wait a second before picking up Condi or Mystic's champion.
Yeah, here's the interesting thing. So Zac is banned so frequently, it could be that even though Team WE would like to prioritize the Zac, this time around they are looking at the Galio. Maybe Condi doesn't have as much play time on it. I mean, you never get to really play around or flex on those types of champions to feel comfortable taking it into a competitive match.
Looks like Galio is the go-to for Team WE. Ning, it's time to show us. Have you been keeping up with the current trends in solo queue?
I mean, you effectively called Team WE's bluff, so if you don't pick it up here,
Then that would be a huge mistake.
there we go.
Okay, immediately the offer from Duke. Come on, your thrusters are running out. Hopefully he'll come back down to earth.
Okay, so I am very excited that I finally get to cast a Zac game. We have seen him earlier on today when he took down EDG in the hands of Karen from Dan Gaming. We've also seen him, I believe, once in the LCK before he was immediately banned again.
Banned
And
forever.
The thing about Zac is that his jungle speed is just so strong right now. His ability to slingshot around the jungle means that his pathing is incredibly effective, not only in ganks, but very quick when he's going through his own jungle. His CC lock is disgusting. The fact that he can pretty much Q you, be standing on his nexus and then Q you in your nexus, and then like pull you to the mid lane.
It's 800 range.
It's really long.
plus 175 plus 350, so it comes out to like 1400. It's
like-
not that bad.
What? Have you played against him, Dom?
So his range is 800 on the initial Q. His follow-up auto attack has 300 range. So it's a grand total of 1100 tether range.
But the fact that he is no longer so reliant on his ultimate to make successful ganks work.
Well, as it is, Condi is going to attempt to put that Zac in the bin, as Rengar is his champion of choice against the likes of Zac. With Elise open, with Lee Sin open, he goes for the Assassin instead.
Now, we know that Condi is a big Rengar player and probably one of the most successful in the LPL, but that comes naturally when you're on the top team, so Condi certainly has carried games on the champion, though. You think back to the LPL finals when he took the champion out against Uzi's Twitch of all things.
Yeah.
But it does mean that you're going to have a slower pace, kind of levels 1 through 6 while you're ramping up.
Wasn't it Condi on Rengar who we saw, I think, set the record for Rengar? Where he just absolutely was going crazy. It was like 12-0-7 or something.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. It's not coming to mind right now. Frankly, the thing is that Rengar is really great at counter ganks if he doesn't have his ultimate. But that means that he needs to be that much more attentive about where Ning is and where he's setting up these ganks.
And again, this is Condi, so we should be expecting him to keep tabs on Ning all over the place, despite the creative gank paths from that Zac. Now, getting into the next phase of bans, as there's a Braum and a Kennen picked up, you've got Kled, Cassiopeia, and now Caitlyn. As we're just swapping through the priorities, we still have yet to see, oh, interesting, a Kled ban, so that maybe they're expecting Xie to take the Galio mid?
I mean, we've seen Galio mid more often than not.
Yeah.
The thing about the top lane is he's not super punishing in the 1v1s. Like, Galio's excellent at standing across from someone and just clearing waves infinitely and never dying. Yeah, if he gets a hold of you, he can kill you, but normally you can just kind of walk away from him. So it makes sense that in the mid lane, you know, his ultimate means more because he's got a shorter distance to walk to interact with the top lane as well as the bottom lane. He can take the double teleport. He can deny a lot of the big burst mages that like to be there. And also we have a Kennen, so you don't want to stand across from that anyway.
We have a Taric now locked in here on the LPL. Blitzcrank Taric and Kalista as well. Alrighty.
I don't see why you're doubting so much. Look at how unkillable that team is. If you place the Taric ultimate and then you slingshot into a team fight, and then Zac has his passive on top of that.
Yeah, so it's not the unkillable nature of it. I think it's the fact that we are seeing so many unique picks in 2 days.
It's the beautiful thing about this meta is just how versatile and flexible it is. It's so wide open. We've seen so many Kalistas. We're going to see another one. Xie is going back to the Kassadin, which, look at the lack of wave clear on that team.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough. WE hopefully will have some momentum on their side, as now we're looking for mid lane. Rookie gets the chance to counterpick into that Kassadin. He can take anything he so desires.
Oh, I'm really concerned for Team WE coming into this draft. I really, really don't like it.
Ooh, and look at this. Talia is going to be locked in, so wave clear top, bottom, and mid. IG are prepared should they find themselves behind.
There's also so much mobility to match any of the mobility that Kassadin really has. Like, Talia is going to beat him out into those side lanes. She can safely wave clear away from him. This is so dependent on Team WE's laners really getting ahead to be proactive.
Do you think it could be Invictus Gaming calling the bluff of like, hey, we know you can play the 35-minute long slow game or the super early game. We think you're going to do the long game this time, so we're going to go hard early. Or is it just WE sort of picking themselves into this style as a matter of circumstance?
But it makes more sense to me that you would just have a well-rounded composition and you have multiple bridging points. Like, we have a champion who can carry early game. We'd have a champion that, if it goes late game, usually the AD carry, we have this option. So why wouldn't you do that?
I don't have an answer for you, Frost.
Every time.
Yes.
But I will say this, Kalista Braum on top of Rengar, because anytime you DC the Braum, it's about empowering that 3v3 rather than the 2v2. Although he's against Taric, so that 2v2 is still not bad for him. But there's a huge window for Condi to execute on that bottom. Sorry, I got tangled up in my mic.
Stuck on the desk.
Literally almost died.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult, but Condi, very, very good on the likes of that Rengar. He now gets a chance to take it against currently one of the strongest champions in the meta.
But why? Zac
he
is
has,
strong.
He has a Galio as well. So I love seeing dive champions with Galio. because it takes the whole, oh no, I want to protect my teammate to a completely different level of we're diving. We're really diving.
But I feel like the Rengar Galio combo is like a janky Zac.
Well, yeah.
Because Zac can just do it by himself.
Rengar will leap in, and then Galio is the one who provides
Yeah,
the
he just
knockup.
slingshots his way in, he
Zac
picks
just-
everyone
yeah.
else. With Rengar and Galio, you get the same thing, but with 2 champions.
Yeah, that is, it's certainly really strong. And again, the fact that it's a 0.1 second difference.
Yeah, but it's also not just about the Rengar. He's also got the Kassadin. It's very similar to the Shin Kassadin combo that we saw JD Gaming try to execute on just the other day. So also watch out for how 957 is going to interact not only with Condi, but also CA.
With that, though, we've loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 3 between Team WE and IG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Ooh, the IG chants were actually a little bit louder there. Seems like they might be out in force here, rooting for the underdogs in the power rankings.
Like I said, Dom, this is the TSM CLG of China. These are the longest standing organizations. They are both older than the LPL itself. This was Chinese League of Legends' birthplace, the Pillars. And fans, you pick one side and you draw the line.
You stick to it. Is it still true that if you make a new account in
You get W's
China,
icon,
you get
yes.
the WE icon?
It's the
That's
only
how much of a staple it is.
it's the only team icon that you automatically get having a Chinese account.
I bet IG is not too happy about that. But perhaps they could try to turn things around.
Well,
as that-
maybe they should have won IPL 5.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, we've got Xie actually. Oh, he actually took one of the tiny raptors.
He's actually also getting a really powerful leash because not only is it Kassadin and Galio taking his raptors and leashing for him, but it's also Braum and Callista leashing the red buff.
Yeah, this is so crazy. He's gonna get level 6 after, or level 2
Immediately level
after
6.
6 minions, which could be catch Rookie by surprise if he's not paying attention, as immediate harass onto Mystic and Ben. Meanwhile, level 2 picked up just fine for Condi. The only thing that's missing is 957 is a little slow into top lane, but he's against Ken, not going to shove that too quick.
Yeah, and it's Galio who's just going to step back, use his passive, use his Q, and he's going to be perfectly fine down there. But this is something that Team WE actually do a lot when Condi's on Rengar, and possibly why the other LPL teams aren't as successful on the champion, because they don't really babysit the Rengar as well. They just kind of leave him to his own devices. You leash your own camps.
Yeah.
And then it slows down his race to that level 6, whereas Team WE will kind of bend over backwards, sacrifice their own individual lane strengths to make sure that Condi gets on the right foot.
And that's immediately what we see here. He's already level 3, going for a very fast clear.
Look at how fast he
Nig is just
jungles.
racing through, using that unstable matter to clear out the small Kruglings as Xie gets tossed in, forced to flash under his turret. Rookie. He's thinking about it. He's really thinking about it.
Rookie is the Talia OG. He was the first guy to ever bring this champion into the LPL and one of the first to play it ever competitively. This is his sweet spot. It hasn't always been smooth sailing for Rookie on this champion, but now it's pretty sick to watch.
Yes. And oh man, it's so risky, but Xie is actually healing himself up now. Condi going for almost a full clear. Turns towards Scuttle Crab on the way out. Recall actually finished from Ning as he picked up a Ruby Crystal before heading back into the jungle to continue clearing. But Condi with a slight experience advantage and with double buff might look for a gank top. Or Recall.
Just checking to see if the Krugs were going to be available. Sometimes junglers don't take them if he's in the area. He actually did cancel his back though, but I suspect he'll go back. I suspect he's going in.
Yeah, he could be looking for Duke. Flash, great reaction. Duke has landed. I repeat, we have touchdown.
But we have traded Flash from both top laners,
Yes.
so it's not just Duke at the disadvantage. There's also opportunity now for Ning to punish in the top lane.
Ooh, good save from Ben to keep Mystic safe from harass. Looks like the harass is swapping a little bit this time as Mystic and Megan are putting some pressure onto Mystic and Ben. Sorry, Megan and West.
So while we finally look down at this lane, we can kind of talk about, you know, melee supports in general, how the door and shield meta has really brought a lot of power back towards them. Although, as I say that,
No, he's on top of a ward. She's giving me a look like you think that's gonna stop him.
he can
He's
jump
gonna go
the
in.
map.
Not at level 4. That's only 3 levels. Or actually, he's only got 2 levels in it.
Of course, they
It's
now,
a very small range.
if you haven't played jungle Zac yet, they're now maxing E into the jungle just because they can
You've
get...
always been Max E. Unless you take him in lane. Well, when he used to be played top lane, you would do Max
Yes.
W.
Okay, then maybe this is just me because I played
Yeah.
top lane Zac.
Oh, well. You
I just-
should always Max E.
I like to play champions where no one has fun. That's why I'm on my new kick right now.
I think Zac is one of my highest KDA champions. He's still here.
It's just on the other side. Look
And
at
there
that
he goes.
range.
That's at level 2, and he does miss these stretching strikes, but Rookie's still able to follow up with some harass.
Rookie's like, mate.
Come on. If I can hit the skill shot, you can too. Alrighty, level 5 for Ning. So now level 3 of the Elastic Slingshot. He's getting up there in range. But yeah, as we said, let's get back down to that bottom lane. You were talking about the
We
resurgence. No, he's not.
We're
He's
going
fine.
top.
He's fine. You were talking about the resurgence of melee supports because of the Doran's shield meta. Now, is this because poking and trading is less effective overall?
100% because then you get the refresh from the Doran shield. And so the ability to go all in increases exponentially and opens up more safety nets for melee supports. Most of them have more all-in engagements anyway.
Really? The ability to go all in from a Dorian shield?
Hold
Oh,
on.
but they're going to force a fight. Rookie's up there as well with the Weaver's Wall, but Condi hasn't been spotted. He leaps onto Rookie and turns it around. That's Cleanse and Flash as Ning shows up. Stretching Strikes needs to auto. That was the shortest range I have ever seen.
But it did get him out of
It did, yes.
trouble. And likewise, if Ning had found the auto, then the Gallia ultimate would have put him into safety anyway because he's untargeted during it. And what I mean by all in is that if poking has lost of its effectiveness because damage can't stick to you, then the only other option is either you get a safe free lane phase for pretty much any matchup desirable, or you put pressure on and you go all in and you just kill them because you don't allow the Doran's Blade to recoup your health. Now, that said, with Braum and Taric, it's a bit more easier with Braum, especially when you include the jungler and start proccing that passive. But you can already see that Kalista is having so much trouble dodging out of those Taric stuns when he just runs directly at her.
Already saw a little bit of harass and trades down there. Perhaps that could result in some more action later on as Duke is still playing so safe this game. He is not taking any chances.
Has a much better time, though, likewise on the
Yeah,
Tenet.
yeah.
So I feel like Duke, he got a little bit arrogant the first time around. He was like, Kled, I can take Rumble to that, no problem.
Teleports in as, whoa, Xie with the smooth sidestep.
That was an interesting interaction to Rift Walk over the knockup. Fortunately, it forces Rookie back. And Rookie's kind of in a, as I say that, every time.
Was he level 6? That's actually pretty good range. He actually has less let's bounce as well. Is he going to look for Mystic as that's the auto and first blood onto Megan. That's going to be a flash auto for a stun. Condi leaps in. It's 2 versus 3 though. Stun locks Ben against the wall. He's got no summoner spells. He's pulled towards his turret as Ning pulls him in, but it's not enough.
You can see what Ning was trying to do there. Probably should have just reached for a creep there, but wanted to CC Taric at least a little bit. They do still do the damage, however, and pick up the first blood kill. It is unfortunate that it goes into Megan's hands.
And with that, we've got recalls completed. I'm sure he's absolutely thrilled about it. Upgraded Relic Shield,
Whoa.
Sightstone Boots.
Look at all those control wards.
And yeah, IG, they are playing the vision game this time. Here it goes once again. Ning goes in.
And it's just the range, reach, and aggressiveness of Zac, and then the immediate CC and follow-up. You also got good flashes out of Team WB, so it can be punished repeatedly, which means that Team WB need to be so, what's the word?
Cautious, careful.
Obsessive about their vision. Like,
Okay.
people, like, forget how to play against Zac and forget how to play against Rek'Sai. And then when the champions come back in, they forget how to ward. It's kind of like with Evelynn. It completely changes up the warding patterns.
Yeah. Oh, Xie. That is not a fun lane to be in. He even went for a blasting wand first. That is bold, my friend.
And he's pretty much paying the price for it, as
Yeah.
Rookie has had a much more conservative build.
And still not quite enough for a catalyst. But he's certainly getting there towards that Rod of Ages. But now we're getting towards the 10-minute mark. Invictus Gaming with their very, very strong jungler on that Zac. Now with a slight advantage, trying to get some vision on this bottom side of the map. You can see some defensive control wards from Team WE towards that side of the map as well, along with an offensive ward from 957 up in the tri-bush. And with all of this vision control, they're just going to sit back and continue laning for now, as everyone's content to sort of collect this gold for the time being.
I'm actually really surprised that we have such an elongated laning phase. Not surprised from Team WE, but mostly from Invictus Gaming. We've seen Rookie kind of unlock himself and head towards the top lane, but I feel like he should be looking to do that bottom as well as top a bit more often, which just kind of speaks to how well, not Xie's playing the lane, but trying to keep Rookie locked down at least.
Here we go. Finally gets a chance to free himself up, but it's just in time with the blue buff. Much higher priority, but he does still have that Weaver's Wall. You can see Ben now heading up towards the river the moment that Rookie goes missing.
Yeah, Ben and Mystic smartly taking their back timers, synced up with IG taking their blue buff, so there's no option for IG to be like, hey, we can take the blue buff, and while we're down here...
Gang. Yeah. But no, they play it safe. You actually even had recall from 957, who's currently heading bottom.
Yeah, they're actually, like you said, swapping lanes. So after tower fortification drops, they're going to see if they can get the jump and possibly pressure either an early Rift Herald with the objective control that Callista has,
not Duke,
or an early tower.
Oh, he's actually recalling right now. They're about to see 957 down there, with Ning waiting out of vision.
Ultimately, this means that they could just possibly burn a teleport. Nope, he's actually just going to walk down. So yeah, it's going to be the race and trade, but Team WE, a 2-for-1 special, because they're also going to pick up Rift Herald.
Yeah, Condi's able to solo that one out rather easily. Winds of War clears out a little bit of the minions, but it's nowhere near enough as IG rush onto the turret. Condi still finishing off the Herald, taking a little bit of time. There he goes. And looks like it's going to be Invictus Gaming that take the first turret of the game, though they will take a few shots.
They ran out of creeps, however.
Oh, do they use Rift Herald top and go for 2? Go for gold?
I mean, you might as well push all the way through because that's the one advantage that you have over IG. Why not take that monster objective advantage and turn it into a structure advantage?
Take a look at where Duke is sitting right now. He's currently holding in the mid lane because he's not sure where Condi's going to go. And actually now shows himself in that mid lane as he starts creeping forward. Recall from the bottom as Rookie is fighting Xie. It's Kassadin versus Talia, though. Flash isn't going to get you away from that Null Sphere. Top tier 1 goes down to Herald, and WE are still pushing strong.
But you do see that Taric and Varus are rushing up to the top lane to try to stall this one out. Herald will get another charge, however.
Ning, can he catch the reaction of Xie? He cannot. Let's Bounce still on cooldown, so he hasn't used his ultimate yet, but that's already a very safe Kassadin. That turret is taking a lot of damage. West is trying to clear it out, but Rift Herald will have none of it. 2 turrets for 1 WE.
I mean, I had questions. What type of growing pains would Team WE bring into Summer Split? How much vacation time have they had? And they seem so on top of the meta. Beautiful use of the Rift Herald to turn a tower trade into a 2-man trade. And then the solo kill, this is just the cherry on top. We said that Rookie is stylish on the Talia, but he also has a tendency to do that.
It's infrequent, but it does happen. One of the side effects of looking so awesome is that when you don't look awesome by comparison.
And pretty much all this does is kind of slingshot the ball back into Xie's court, where he was really struggling because he was constantly getting pushed in, constantly getting poked down, and constantly having to make earlier backs. That kill puts him right back even and just ahead of Rookie in terms of gold.
About 600 gold up. West, though, is making up for that, though, as he's about 500 gold of his opponent. And taking a look at Duke, he's 300 gold up over 957. So when it's all said and done, still fairly close. Now, Megan is going to start working on this top tier 1 along with West, but 957 feels very safe just stepping in and clearing out that wave. So that's going to be safe for quite some time. And now there are pings going down onto the Dragon. So we're starting to see the pace of the game accelerate a bit. And the silence stops the channel. I got way too excited. I really thought they were going to go much harder than they did, but he just won.
He still had Flash and he still had his passive, so it'd be a big task to take down Zach, even at this point in the game.
I thought it was like a deliberate timing, like, oh my god, they're going to chase him down and go for a kill. No, it just happened to be lucky timing. Condi, though, he is making the intelligent decision. He's going right for that Dragon after seeing Ning on the top side of the map.
Yeah, so not slowing down and continuing to jump and snowball, or excuse me, hopscotch to each new objective. So they've got Ocean, you can see Mystic on the bottom of your screen. He's already prepping the wave to push down bottom. And now Xie pushes the wave forward, and he's probably also going to make his rotation underneath those control wards to threaten bottom tower. Oh, nope, he leaped forward. I'm just watching Kassadin.
Just harassing Rookie over and over. You can see even the Haunting Guy start from him. As Xie leaps in immediately, Ning follows up, stretching strikes, pulls him to a minion. He's got Let's Bounce as well, but holds on to it as Kandi turns around immediately. Ning flashes back. Very respectful of this, as 957 leads the charge with an Idol of Duran. They don't have an AD carry with them just yet, as Mystic is only just now catching up.
But Xie's greed kind of stalls out Team WE. Ultimately, I mean, nothing got traded for it, but they were setting up for their bottom. If Xie had actually just left the lane, they could have pressured and continued to take objectives. But because he steps forward, because he's in trouble, the team has to collapse around him and burn a teleport.
Yeah, and we're seeing Rookie really suffer here in this lane now that his jungler has left. Forced to complete a recall right now as Duke is actually zoning away 957 on this side of the map, but for a brief window, Xie is unlocked. And IG are forcing a fight bottom. They're looking for Mystic, dropping the ultimate just in time to stall it out. Knockup is going to waste a lot of that time. Knockup will still find West as he makes his way out of here as they are split. Xie has teleported down. Stun onto West will almost surely grant them the kill. Look at all those spears. You don't need that many Mystic.
Excellent use of the CC as now Kandi finds another one.
Yeah, he finds Megan running away and immediately leaps over the wall, over the Weaver's wall as well, and gets another kill solo. So that's now 3-1 for WE, but we did see the top tier 1 broken by Ning and Duke.
And this is really devastating for Invictus Gaming across the map. That's so much kill gold now in the pockets of Team WE, and while it doesn't reflect in the scoreboard, they're just kind of snowballing ahead. These are champions that are going to ramp into the late game very hard.
And 957 now trading with Duke a little bit more as Kandi is spotted. Whoop! Just pulls him into the Grong. Now Kiss as he smacks them together. And Rookie makes his way out. For a second, I thought that's the replay we were going to get, as this is the kill bomb.
Excellent use of CC on the Taric ultimate. Dude, wait out the duration of the invulnerability, and just unfortunate for West there, the angle that he was taking up, that he was unable to connect the stun onto Ben. That said, with the teleport coming in from Cassidy, he was 100% dead either way. I hate you.
It was so perfect. Ah! Okay. 17 and a half minutes in. And that's all I'm going to think of now whenever I see him.
It's so perfect. He just pulls them.
Okay.
That's what that's called now, Dom. You did it. You named it the Now Kiss.
Oh, deep breaths. That's what we're doing.
Think happy thoughts.
Oh no, please don't let us. Okay, all right. This is them trying to kill 957. And, oh, I guess they did kill 957.
What do you mean trying to kill?
Yeah.
Wow, you got really invested in that Gromp
Really
Zach
was.
storyline.
I thought that's where they were going. I was so enchanted by the moment that I thought that the LPL casters all the way across the ocean could hear my joke from across time and space. Oh boy. Okay, and now 3-2. Even in gold, taking stock. 3 turrets to 2 as well. WE just barely a step ahead. They've still got that first dragon. Baron's up in 90 seconds, and we're seeing WE now starting to move across the map a little bit more effectively, it looks like, than IG. As they set up for a pick in the mid lane. It's against the likes of a Taric, though, so not going to be too successful.
Tell them that. So the objective that Team WE want right now is going to be this mid tower. Unfortunately, though, with Zach not spotted out into a ward, it makes it really dangerous to overextend.
Oh, yeah, they are going to force a fight. Rookie shows up, but 957 stalls it out. Huge Cosmic Radiance is going to keep the team at full health as IG continue to chase forward, and 957 dies as Duke follows up into the back line. He teleported in just in time to catch Xie, who leaps and flashes to get away from Ning. Stretching strikes misses as well. Good sidestep, presence of mind from Xie.
And this is where Zach is strong. He's not a low econ champion, but just his mid game is so potent and powerful because he gets so many free tanky stats.
Now Ning charges up just in case anyone wanted to defend the mid-tier 1, but just like that, we are even in kills, we're even in turrets as well. Here's that play.
And here's how the combo works. So Zach goes in, immediately the invulnerability is pulled because they know this is going to be the all-out team fight. A great wall from Rookie locks them all in, and they do pick up at least 1 kill for their troubles, but The rest of Team WE get the hell out of Dodge.
A very good preemptive Cosmic Radiance to keep IG at full health. They couldn't have seen the bounce house incoming, but they did as Ning misses that one. But now we get towards that 20-minute mark. Baron is now a real possibility as Infernal Dragon is up in 30 seconds. And IG are fighting back.
And it's all of these big cooldowns coming back up. So Duke and Rookie still waiting on their cooldowns, won't be up in time for the Dragon, which gives an innate advantage to Team WE, which is why you see their confidence moving into that river.
They're taking the Scuttle Crab right now. Ning is spotted on top of a ward. He's finished off a Kindle Gem on top of that Cinder Hulk enchant as, oh, they're looking for Condi. If they can kill the jungle, they can get rid of that, but a great roar breaks him free from the crowd control, and then a flash to escape to safety as he does let out a nice hearty burp before scaring the rest of IG back.
We do need to be careful, however, those cooldowns.
Condi leads the charge. There's the dive combo we were talking about, but Ning is in the back line. Just kidding, that's the front line. He didn't go quite far enough. And they do reset. Lots of cooldowns used. Flash burned by Megan and Rookie, or West and Rookie.
Team WE do have control of the side waves, but IG, knowing that they're running out of time, are they going to do it?
They're thinking about it. WE are on the Infernal Dragon.
Okay, here
Ning
comes
could
Zach.
give it the flyby. There's the wall to separate the team. He leaps in, but it's already secured and goes a little bit too far. Cosmic Radiance is not, actually will keep his bubbles alive as all 5 members are involved. They force the fight, but that is now going to be Ning going down. A huge knockup. Fate's call is absolutely enormous, and the AoE is stacked in the chaos of the fight. Condi leaps in, but it's up to Duke and Rookie. The 2 Koreans taking on the world, but it is not enough. Duke falls down as Rookie runs away.
And Team WE just slaughter Invictus Gaming and rush through them on a massive and pivotal team fight. Not only was it at the Dragon, but it's also a deep teleport and a rush towards Baron.
Not just 1, but 2. Shie and 957 are in. Rookie, the sole survivor, is making his way back as WE will snowball their momentum onto the great purple worm. They are now very happily and very comfortably in the driver's seat in this game.
And it's just their ability and their confidence about how they're able to 5v5. They are one of the best 5v5 teams in the LPL. Now take a look at this. Ning overreaches, he doesn't get the Dragon, and he pretty much just dies for free. Then there's the Taric ultimate, which actually doesn't absorb a lot of damage because they're just dealing with the 2 tanks and the supports. And by the time that the actual damage dealers turn on to Invictus Gaming, they don't have that Taric ultimate, on top of the fact that that Fate's Call was beautiful. Picture perfect. So everything that could have gone wrong for IG did.
And now they find themselves 2,000 gold down against a Baron up Team WE. There's a Rengar who can dive, 957 on Galio who can follow up, not to mention the incredible damage that Mystic is doing now, as Shie is already starting to scale up with his Lich Bane as well. So things are looking a bit dire. They need to wait out this buff before trying to reclaim control, or perhaps look for a pick, which is exactly what we see out of Ning just outside of Vision.
And it's so unfortunate because the Baron buff is the only thing that really breaks towers for Team WE.
Oh, they found Condi. Immediately 957 drops the ultimate Cosmic Radiance, but Let's Bounce carries 957 back, unfortunately right on top of Rookie. Bit of regret despite that awesome mechanic. It ends up kicking them in the face.
That's one of those feel-bad moments when the Singed flings the tank onto your back line.
Oh, yeah. Whoops.
I'm helping.
Yeah, they're forcing a fight right now as Duke is split pushing on the opposite side of the map. Megan can't even make it through the base gates, and now they're diving onto Ning. He still doesn't have the cell division. West dies as well, and Duke is nowhere to be seen.
And for the last 5 minutes, Invictus Gaming have completely lost any sort of footing that they had into this game. They lost a single Dragon fight, which snowballed into the Baron, and then took the worst possible fight on the Baroned up creeps. If they died there, they weren't just going to lose 1 tower, they're going to lose their entire base.
Yeah, the inhibitor is broken. 1, 2, 3, 4 structures are down in the span of 30 seconds. Soon to be 5 as Shie is split pushing a side lane.
And again, Team WE's composition was so reliant on having the Baron to siege. It's a Galio, it's a Kassadin, it's a Callista. None of these champions can siege well.
Yeah.
If they didn't have the Baron, this game could have stalled out infinitely until they did.
As it is, though, WE are now 7,000 gold ahead. Weren't they just like 300 or 500? Wasn't it like super tiny?
We went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I look at his grin. It's small, but you can see it.
To be fair, it's kind of difficult on Calista because she
She
moves
moves,
away,
yeah.
and so you want to like stand
You
close
never
to
quite
it.
know where you're going. You have to give it the attack S, or to make sure you don't just bounce. Alrighty. WE still with the Baron buff for what looks to be another minute, perhaps a little bit more. Now heading towards the top lane. They don't have teleport on Xie or 957, but as 5, they are a dangerous force to be reckoned with. Ben? Oh, don't do it! Chain of Corruption. It's still the support, though. Kandi actually leaps in, and 957 immediately reacts. They turn it into a fight as Mystic collapses and starts stacking Spheres. Spears, is it enough, though? She is in the back onto Rookie, and it is going to be enough. WE turn this attempted assassination into a one-team fight, and very likely the game.
And that's it, Team WE proving everyone that they are still the best team in the LPL, at least for now and at least in their group.
Yeah, they rush onto the Nexus turrets. Ning gets a huge knock-up, but without a huge let's bounce into the fountain. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Team WE have done it 2-1 over IG. And with this, they retain the title of best in the LPL.
And that's a star-studded finish, a 25-minute domination over Invictus Gaming. Rookie's just scratching his head like,
I actually disagree with that. I think it was a 22-minute game and a 3-minute domination.
it was the roller coaster. We were just going up,
Yeah.
and then we finally hit the drop.
You ever get those like fake roller coasters where you go up and then you go flat for a little bit?
Yep.
And then it drops as if to fake you out? Like you can't see that coming. You just look at the tracks.
Have been on that ride.
Yes. You can see them all shaking hands right now. The rivalry still lives on. WE showing that they need to play at full power if they want to defeat IG.
I mean, congratulations, Team WE. You reign supreme again. A very well-deserved bow and an incredible performance. And not only in their macro play, great Rift Herald play in particular, but also in their individual mechanical abilities.
And glad to see that they haven't been taking their time off a little lax. They didn't have a great performance at Demacia Cup, but it shows that, hey, maybe they were preparing for the LPL instead, because they are still looking absolutely great.
Of course, Ning was on your screen just a second ago, looking quite disappointed with himself. That said, you know, his first series competitively in the LPL, not too shabby.
Yeah. Then again, when your first series is against the likes of Kandi, the MVP from the spring split, it is going to be a little bit of a rocky ride.
Certainly wanted to cut his teeth on that one, though. And
Oh, yeah.
he did get the power champion of Zach.
Was able to have a strong performance in game number 1 as well. And that is game number 3 finally wrapped up for us. Now to help us break down what we just saw, not only in this game but in the series in general, is Rusty. Welcome back.
Imagine losing with Zach, Dom. Imagine beating EDG with Zach earlier in the day if you're Dan Gaming, and then suddenly losing with it if you're Invictus Gaming. Was not the best performance from them, but it was also just a much better performance from WE. I think it's the biggest thing above all else. They warmed up as the series progressed. Game 1 was a bit iffy. It was a bit of a struggle. Game 2, they started to find their footing. Game number 3, they never look like slowing down. And this is closer, once again, to that WE you want to see playing League of Legends. Play slow, hit your stride, and never look back and win within 5 minutes.
It is such a scary thing when you're playing against a team that, like you said, Frost, can go from 0 to 100 at the drop of a hat. They won a team fight. They took turrets, they took Baron, then they took an inhib and won the game.
I mean, it's knowing how to most effectively punish any sort of advantage that they're given. Like, you give Team WE an inch, and they will literally take a mile. It was a single dragon fight that just suddenly ballooned into about a 7K gold deficit.
And it did have so much potential to go either way. I mean, you saw IG preparing. If Ning had gotten in a little bit sooner, if he had actually connected the stretching strikes between Kandi and Mystic and got the crowd control.
Or if Megan used his ultimate earlier to actually set the Zach up to go in, they both went earlier, then maybe things would be different. And that, for me, is actually where I would start this, because I think that was an atrocious Tarek performance. I'm actually very disappointed because I think Tarek is good. I think Tarek has a lot of potential, and it completely missed. You can see the combo that's there, though, right? You've got a Zach that goes in. You can place the stun on the Zach as he goes in. The knock-up, if it doesn't hit and you flash away from it, you're still stunning the person who's used the displacement spell to dodge, because the area of effect you're hitting is actually significantly larger. It's almost like a key-shaped AoE CC that you can put down.
Yeah.
Like really strong potential there. You've also got the cannon that you can ultimate. So even though a cannon's flanks aren't going to be ideal as an AD cannon, you put a Taric ultimate onto him, he can still stun everybody as if he has the zonies like an AP cannon would work. None of it connects. Megan missed every stun that I saw him throw. Even if it was dodged, they still missed. Like, you have to work to hit them as Taric. It wasn't the best performance.
Yeah, and to be completely fair, it seems like this wasn't the best performance from IG as a whole, right? Like, Megan was missing those stuns, obviously, but West had a lot of difficulty in lane in the first few games, as Ben, you could see, is going to get the MVP in that game. His Braum was absolutely massive during the laning phase.
Surprising to see a support ever get mentioned in MVP. I'm glad to see it, though. Ben has had this coming for a very long time. He's been just a consistent backbone and a great addition to Team WB's roster.
And look, yeah, Taric aside from the opposition side, it was all WE playing a lot better in this one. And Ben is a good example of this. They've shown the Kalista as well. Now, more than one team in the LPL definitely shows that Kalista is an option in the AD carry role, starting to creep up as a meta pick, at least in the LPL. We've seen Imp play it, now we've seen Mystic play it. The 2v2 bottom lane with the Braum Kalista is always strong. And actually using the Kalista's ultimate to knock about 3 people up in a team fight. Things like that that aren't a part of your kit, using it perfectly, which means the communication was sound between the 2v2.
Yeah, and that sort of communication was present throughout all of WE. And we saw moments where IG had it. For example, in game number 1, when they collapsed upon Mystic for overextending and were actually able to punish it. But that communication was... it seemed like a little bit slower, maybe a little missing in game 2 and 3.
Unfortunately, they never really got to a point where they could even use that communication effectively because they were losing individual lanes across the board. Duke was doing his best trying to just kind of absorb all the pressure that he was getting. Condi was constantly visiting up there. Galio and Cassidon crashing his party up there, but, you know, Rookie died 1v1 in the mid lane multiple times. The 2v2 was struggling because Taric wasn't able to connect with any form of CC, so...
It does create an interesting question. Do we thus dethrone Duke as the best top laner in the LPL?
He didn't have a great performance this series, but I still have faith that Duke will pick it back up.
Okay.
I can't comment on his 1v1 when it's never a 1v1.
Yeah.
Like,
well.
best top laner is a holistic term, yes, but he was completely camped. Their jungler never existed near that lane, which isn't exactly standard for an IG jungler. Maybe some adaptation to be found now, working out the differences.
And we had this conversation a little bit earlier, Dom. You know, this renaissance of the top lanes, the fact that AJ's playing super well, that Flandre's kind of returning to form, 957's now a superstar, and then the influx of someone like Duke. It wasn't too long ago that there weren't any good top laners in the LPL, and now suddenly there's a whole bunch of them. So
It's good that we do get to see that growth. Rusty, you had something you wanted to hit us before
Yeah,
that?
it was also like when we looked at both team compositions before this at the actual draft and what they wanted to achieve, the reason we mentioned Braum and Kalista, like MVP performance from Ben, there's also another 2v2 that was there in the team, and that was the Rengar Galio, and that's where the bulk of the team fighting success was actually coming from, is that like, whilst the 2v2 from the bottom lane were just protecting each other and killing the closest person, Rengar jumping in with a Galio following that up, there was some really sick wombos coming out of that 2v2. And again, the whole team's communication wasn't necessary, because what I was impressed the most about with Team WE was their individual communication in team fighting. Target selection, they'd all hit the one target when they called that target out. You could see the Galio with no hesitation was ulting the second Rengar was jumping in, even in situations where it looked bad.
Yeah, and that's the sort of communication that you really have to hone and practice to get. This is something that the team has been growing since they started seeing success earlier on this year. Question is, though, will that continue? We saw the same problem out of RNG, where they came in spring split. They were at the top of their group with little to no competition, and now look at RNG now. They've lost to the likes of OMG, and they seem to be dropping off.
yeah, but Team WE were so consistent and tight into this series. Also, their drafting, probably the cleanest that we've seen of the series, and their adaptation in their draft as well. The fact that they kind of fumbled it in the initial game and then immediately recognized what had gone wrong and fixed it.
I just wonder, like, who can challenge them in that anyway, right? Like, this is the best part of their team right now. Is there any team in the LPL that could actually take them on in that way, or is it all just individual players that are still learning how to be a team? And, like, at what point would we even say that WE are able to be challenged in team play?
I've got no answer. I would love to know.
And the reason I'm asking
We'll
the
find out
question
in
is
9
because
weeks.
there isn't an answer just
yes.
yet. It doesn't exist.
And well, in 10 weeks we'll know.
Well, yes.
at the end of the split.
I feel like you'd have to take different kind of fragments of all the other LPL teams. Like you'd need the hype 5v5 capabilities of maybe OMG, like that ceiling that we've seen from them, although it's very unrefined. You'd need the individual star power of RNG on the likes of the Xiaohu and the Uzis. And then you'd need like the incredible drafting mind of
WE.
Yeah. And then you combined all of these.
So
By all
if
our
you take
powers
WE
combined.
out of WE, you can beat them.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. And
a
that
thinking
creates one SKT.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, so there was actually a great comment that we saw earlier today from Deficio saying that the gap was closing, but then he mentioned that there's actually two gaps, one between other teams in Korea
a chasm.
and then of course the teams in Korea and SKT. Do you feel like we have any sort of gap here in the LPL, mentioning that WE is so far ahead?
We've seen under half of our teams play, to be fair.
Yeah.
But we're definitely not seeing a gap based off the results. The only one that may exist is Team WE and then the rest. Because right now, as you can see, the rest is a bit confusing.
Yeah. Not too much news in terms of standings, though.
It's actually pretty scary in the sense that, at least for me, I felt like we had, 3 solid teams, maybe 4 solid teams, but I feel like one of those has actually dropped down. EDG, I'm fairly disappointed with. I feel like they're not learning anything. They keep making the same mistakes. RNG, I'll let that one go. OMG looked good, and Team WE. So I feel like where we had like 4 solid teams, now we maybe have 3, 2.5.
Mm-hmm. If you don't mind me asking, why are we letting RNG off the hook?
Because it was OMG they played against, I'm assuming. And what we said before the split started is we might actually look at a team like OMG and actually call them perhaps the best team in their group. So RNG are definitely still contenders, but OMG are contenders alike. And they looked fantastic. As much as I want to give that as a cop-out for RNG, I still was disappointed with their performance. But against a team like OMG, I had less expectations and more of a closer game expected.
Yeah.
It was also kind of a single, blight on RNG where MLXG just really dropped the ball instead of all of RNG falling apart. Xiaohu was still playing incredibly well.
Yeah. Well, then that's going to do it for us then. Any final thoughts on the day before we wrap up?
Thank
Sick
God
games.
one of the top teams won.
Yes. It was not actually the week of upsets. It was very nearly. If IG had won, it would have been 4 upsets in a row. But tragically, it wasn't to be. WE still exerting dominance over the LPL as a whole. But that's going to do it for us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Be sure to come back tomorrow to check out more awesome LPL action.
like you're beneath me. I just need some kind of guarantee. I should not have made you leave me. I want you to feel me. Don't act like you're beneath me. I just need some kind of guarantee. I should not have made you leave me. How can you do this to me? Why can't you see it's not over? Don't go, leave me so cold. Don't let them know that it's over. Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feelings. Joe.